What's going on? How are you? I see the old. Okay, and this goes back and forth right here. Right up.
Test, test, test. Good morning. We'll get started. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:10. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the November 21st, 2024 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you may have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out a sheet located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your name, address, if you're for or against the proposal, and if you are here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to only 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone to my left in the order I call your names, and please do not repeat comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the room if necessary and may be escorted out by security. We will now call roll. Commissioner Barclay. Not here. Commissioner Boatwright. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks. Okay, I think she stepped out. Commissioner Brumfield. Thank you. Commissioner Burnett. Not here. Commissioner Carney. Not here. Commissioner Castañeda. Not here. Commissioner Dowell. Not here. Commissioner Escareño. Not here. Commissioner Flores. Here. Commissioner Johnson. Here. Commissioner Cadaquia. Thank you. Commissioner La Espada. Thank you. Commissioner Lyons. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro. Not here. Commissioner Reyes. Thank you. Commissioner Soto. Not here. Commissioner Sicho Lopez. Thank you. Commissioner Sposado. Not here. Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas. Not here. We will now approve the minutes from the October 17, 2024 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on October 17, 2024? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatwright. Do I have a second? Thank you. Commissioner La Espada. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatwright, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield. Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner Flores. Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia. Thank you. Commissioner La Espada, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Lyons. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Reyes. Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez. Thank you. Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. We will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete a testimony slip available at the table just outside of the room. Staff members are available to assist if needed, and we'll collect the forms from you. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items C1 listed under the TIF plan heading? Do I have a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Bourret. Do I have a second? Anyone? Thank you, Commissioner Laspada. Roll call vote on this. Commissioner Bourret?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner Laspada? Thank you. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And let the record reflect that Commissioner Soto is here and also Commissioner Escareño. Do we want to vote on the last item? Abstain? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item today is listed as D1, a proposed waterway plan development submitted by Related Chicago 8080 LLC for the property located at 8080 South DeSable Lakeshore Drive. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from residential business plan development number 1162 B2-3 neighborhood shopping district, B3-5 community shopping district, RS-1 residential single unit detached house district, RT-4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district, RM-5, RM5.5, RM-6, and RM-6.5 residential multi-unit districts, M1-1 limited manufacturing business park district, M3-3 heavy industry district and planned manufacturing district, number 6, 2, first C3-5 commercial manufacturing and employment district, and then to a waterway plan development. The plan development would permit redevelopment of the property in phases with a quantum computing innovation hub, along with other commercial, industrial, and related uses. The overall maximum FAR of the entire plan development will be 3.0. The first phase of development consists of construction of quantum computing facilities in sub-area F, along with other accessory uses. This is item 22573, and it's in both 7th and 10th wards. James Winter will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good morning. For the record, my name is James Gwinner with the Department of Planning and Development. Sure. Okay. The applicant, Related Chicago 8080 LLC, proposes to rezone the subject property by changing all of the residential business plan development number 1162, B2-3, B3-5, RS-1, RT-4, RM-5, RM5.5, RM-6, RM-6.5, M1-1, M3-3, and Planned Manufacturing District number 6. First, to those of the 3-5 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District, and then to a waterway plan development. To permit the redevelopment of the property in phases with a quantum computing innovation hub, commercial and related industrial uses, and other accessory uses. The overall maximum FAR will be 3.0. The first phase of development consists of the construction of Illinois Quantum Microelectronics Park facilities in sub-area F, including research and office spaces for private companies and universities to collaborate. This proposal preserves all existing open space land, enhances and memorializes access to the lakefront, and does not remove or alter any property of the Chicago Park District. Additionally, the required 50-foot conservation and construction easements along the Calumet River are more than doubled to call for over 100-foot setbacks. The project is designed to be fully compliant with the city's sustainable development policy, meeting the 100 required points, and will include bird protection strategies as part of their compliance pathway. More information on this will be provided by the applicant team in this presentation. The project is estimated to create approximately 20,000 construction jobs over 4 to 6 years and 150 permanent jobs in phase 1 alone. No water from the IQMP facility will be discharged into Lake Michigan or the Calumet River. The water used will be for evaporative cooling only, with no contact with chemicals from the quantum computing processes, and all wastewater will be discharged in the MWRD system. No advance. Sorry. Next slide. No? Sorry. I'll just keep going for a moment here. There you go. Okay. One back. Noah? Hey, Noah? Sorry, could you step up here, please? Thank you. The subject site is located in the South Chicago community area in Alderman Mitchell's 7th Ward and Alderman Chico's 10th Ward. The area contains over 30,000 residents with a median household income of approximately $43,000. The racial makeup of the community area is approximately 75% Black, 18.9% Hispanic or Latino, 0.5% Asian, and 3.4% white. This project is a master plan development, and as such, the DPD has followed the master PD process mandated in Chicago Zoning Ordinance Section 1713-0600, which required community input prior to the application being filed, and then additional meetings prior to the CPC hearing, all of which have been done. Additionally, as a phased master plan development, there are additional checkpoints for input as each subsequent phase is submitted for site plan approval and reviewed by the Departments of Planning and Development, Transportation, Fire, Public and Health, and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. This proposal is concurrent with other planning initiatives studying adjacent corridors. Planning and Design Bureau staff will develop recommendations for potential land use and zoning changes in these adjacent areas pursuant to development trends and community input to enable mixed-use development and realize community-focused benefits such as affordable housing, public health, strong local businesses, and environmental sustainability. This planning process will include analyzing existing land uses and built environment to determine if zoning changes are appropriate, mindful of existing context, and provide gradual transitions in bulk and scale. The applicant team has conducted a community engagement process in conjunction with the city, and both aldermanic offices held community meetings on August 28th, September 26th, and October 29th of this year, with a total of 650 attendees and 12,000 online views, and has scheduled a 4th community meeting for December 10th, 2024. The development team has held a number of additional community engagement opportunities that they will elaborate on further in this presentation. Now I will turn the presentation over to Mariah DeGrino, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of this proposal.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper. Our office is located at 444 West Lake Street. Together with my partners Paul Shadle, Rich Clowder, and Katie Janke-Dale, we represent the applicant in this matter, Related Chicago 8080 LLC, an affiliate of Related Midwest. Related and CRG plan to develop the property in a joint venture relationship. I'm joined by representatives from Related, CRG, the state of Illinois, the city of Chicago, the Illinois Quantum and Microelectronics Park, IQMP, and PsiQuantum, the anchor tenant of the IQMP. For today's presentation, you will hear from Kurt Bailey, President of Related Midwest, Ann Thompson, Executive Vice President of Architecture and Design, Mo Green from PsiQuantum, Don Bernacki, Executive Vice President of Construction at Related. The subject property is bounded by 79th Street on the north and the Calumet River on the south, generally east of South Brandon Avenue and South DuSable Lakeshore Drive. The site is currently vacant. It was previously home to U.S. Steel's Southwork Steel Plant, with steel operations beginning in 1857 and continuing until the plant closed in 1992. Buildings were eventually demolished, and despite multiple redevelopment efforts, the site has remained vacant ever since. Before we dive into the technical details, I would like to invite Kurt Bailey to provide his remarks about the proposal.
Thank you, Mariah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kurt Bailey with Related Midwest, and I'm delighted to be here today. It's an important day for the city of Chicago. I'd like to start by thanking the community of South Chicago. You've opened your doors to us over these last few months, and the time spent hearing your important thoughts and ideas is what really matters to us and will inform how we move forward on this project. I also want to thank Alderman Chico and Alderman Mitchell. They've done incredible work on this project, as well as the state and the county staff, and now the city staff that have shepherded this project to where we are today. I want to thank our partners, CRG, Clayco, Lamar Johnson Collective, and of course, my great team at Related Midwest. Thank you. And our team, this is the culmination of 40 years of working in, living in, and loving the city of Chicago. The Southwork site was once synonymous with Chicago's industrial might, drawing workers from across the region and powering this economy for over a century. Its impact reached far beyond the steel it produced to a legacy etched in Chicago's skyline and beyond. Now, with the development of a first-of-its-kind quantum campus, the Southwork site will transform into a beacon of 21st century innovation, driving economic growth for the surrounding community and solidifying Chicago's reputation as a global leader in the industries of tomorrow. I and everyone at my company firmly believes that the community process makes our projects better. To that end, we have had 3 public meetings collectively attended by more than 600 people, including representatives of over 70 community organizations and 40 businesses. And these have been viewed on the city live streams more than 12,000 times. And based on this input from local residents, our plan today addresses several key elements: open space, jobs, housing, and opportunity. Open space. The more than 100 acres of parkland will remain open to the public throughout the duration of this project and into the future. And newly created space will enhance the parks for all visitors. Housing. We will team with local partners to build new, affordable, single-family homes in the surrounding neighborhood, something that has not happened in decades. Jobs. This project will result in economic development that has been severely lacking in this community for more than 30 years, including the creation of over 20,000 jobs over the next 6 years. Opportunity. Building on Related Midwest's long track record of supporting minority and women-owned businesses, this project will create generational opportunities for local residents and MBEWB firms that we will partner with on everything from professional services to opportunities in the trades. Quantum computing is Chicago's next chapter. This plan will bolster this city's global reputation for innovation. Fittingly, by taking a site long associated with Chicago's industrial past and reactivating it with new uses that will propel our economy into the future. And with our approval of this plan today, the future is not far off. Thank you very much. Mariah, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Kurt. As I previously mentioned, the site is vacant. I want to first call your attention to the open space areas shown here in green along the lakefront that are outside of the PD boundary. These areas were part of the original U.S. Steel site. In the early 2000s, U.S. Steel donated this land consisting of over 100 acres of lakefront property to the Park District in connection with prior redevelopment efforts that did not proceed. Those areas are used by the Park District for public parkland, Park number 566 and Steelworkers Park. The surrounding area is characterized by residential neighborhoods to the north and west and industrial areas to the south and southwest along the Calumet River. The slide you see now represents the current zoning designation of the site, which is a mix of residential, business, and industrial districts, along with a lapsed PD, reflecting prior failed redevelopment efforts. The applicant seeks to rezone the site to a unified C3-5 and then to a planned development designation. The PD designation will support a comprehensive approach to redeveloping the entire site in phases. The initial phase of development will occur in sub-area F, located at the south end of the site. You will see more detail later in the presentation about that development. The remaining sub-areas would be developed in future phases. I will now turn the presentation over to Ann Thompson to provide more detail about the overall development vision. Following Ann, Mo Green will describe PsiQuantum's plans for its development in the IQMP in sub-area F. And after Mo, I will continue the presentation and wrap up. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, I'm Ann Thompson, the Executive Vice President for Architecture and Planning with Related Midwest. The entire site that we are discussing today is being zoned with a vision for the future by employing the best practices in planning. This is, as you know, is a very large site that will develop over time, and we do not know today what will be developed on every piece of this property. But given this, it's very important that we commit to a set of urban design principles that guide the development moving forward. These guidelines are included in the plan development and will be used by the developer and our consultants along with city staff in evaluating future development plans. The guidelines, while numerous, fall into four principal themes: regional and neighborhood connectivity, edges adjacent to residential neighborhoods and parks, environmental design considerations, and cultural interpretation. During our many community interactions, the need for better access to the existing parks was raised repeatedly. Given these concerns, connectivity is one of the key principles of our plan. Specifically, the need to increase connections to Lake Michigan, Steelworkers Park, and Park number 566. Parkland previously donated by U.S. Steel to the Chicago Park District. The area along the North Slip and adjacent to the Orwalls is a perfect opportunity to create a new connection to Steelworkers Park and Park 566, a priority the community has emphasized again and again. But as you can see, this is also an opportunity to create additional green space through native landscaping and habitat adjacent to a new pedestrian pathway. The community has also communicated the importance of public access to the Calumet River, which is currently inaccessible. Given this, we will provide a public connection from the new 89th Street along the South Slip to the Calumet River. Along this pathway, there will be public multi-use trails and a landscape buffer, which will be improved with native plantings and habitat. Now we'll talk a little bit about edges. Connectivity from the neighborhood is important. So connectivity from the neighborhood is important, but equally important is how the edges adjacent to the neighborhood and parks are treated. Critical to the success of our plan will be meaningful and well-landscaped setbacks at these edges. Additionally, buildings adjacent to the neighborhood and residential areas should have a pedestrian scale and utilize high-quality materials in every instance. Here is a site section and perspective view, a conceptual view, showing how the proposed setbacks provide a landscape buffer and new meaningful open space for the community. These setback areas will principally be planted with native species. It's important to note in this image, the buildings represent a conceptual building heights and are not actual proposals. This is another rendered view illustrating how these landscape setbacks might look in reality and help transition to a residential scale to the residential neighborhoods west of the site. Once again, the buildings indicated in this image are conceptual only and do not represent an actual proposal. And now we'll talk a little bit about environmental design considerations. A primary consideration in the site's location is the site's location along the Lake Michigan Flyway and our responsibility to mitigate bird collisions. To that end, we will employ both design and operational best practices to prioritize bird safety. Additionally, the landscape design will utilize native species and will be designed to support birds, butterflies, bees, and other important pollinator species. We will also adopt best practices in stormwater management to protect Lake Michigan and the Calumet River. In developing a site of this size and importance, it's critical to leverage the expertise of strategic partners in creating environmental design protocol. To that end, we have held productive meetings with both the Field Museum and Open Lands regarding environmental considerations, and we look forward to continuing this dialogue and leveraging their knowledge and expertise as our landscape and building strategies evolve. And as I mentioned earlier, there is a particular concern here for bird safety. The low height and small glass to facade ratios will be an advantage in this case. In addition, we will utilize fritted glass, dark sky compliant exterior lighting, among other strategies to prioritize bird safety. And last, cultural interpretation as an urban design initiative. While the site today is about Chicago's innovation future, the site's past holds a powerful place in Chicago's history and identity. This was particularly evident in our community meetings, where residents spoke passionately about the generations who have worked here and who have raised their families in the adjacent communities. This important story will be celebrated on the site through interpretive signage, public art, and preservation of important historic structures. The ore walls are a particularly important urban artifact that tells the story of this site. The area along the North Slip, with the ore walls to both the north and south, provide a perfect opportunity to celebrate the history of this place. This image shows just one idea of how the ore walls can be activated and help tell that story of the site and the people who have worked and lived in this community. And now I want to shift to what will be built in the first phases of the site. For orientation, everything in the first phases is south of 87th Street. Steelworkers Park, as you can see, is to the east. The Army Corps has had the parcel at the southeast corner of the site for nearly 100 years, and it is used as a stone dock for the storage of materials for the maintenance of Lake Michigan seawalls. At this time, the Army Corps has no plans to relocate this facility. Now I would like to introduce Mo Green, Head of Market Development, Community and Government Affairs for PsiQuantum, who can talk a little more about their program.
Not Mo Green from The Godfather. I wonder, is it possible to use this microphone so I don't have to hunch over? Can you guys hear me? There's some height disparities up here with the lineup. Thank you, Ann, and distinguished members of the Plan Commission. My name is Mo Green. I am a South Chicago resident, as well as the head of market development and community and government affairs with PsiQuantum. I'm thrilled to be here today to talk a little bit about what we're hoping to accomplish at IQMP and PsiQuantum. We've all heard the word quantum a bit, and I'd like to share a little bit about why we're excited about this project. A quantum computer operates with a unique set of rules called quantum mechanics to solve complex problems that conventional computers will never be able to solve. Where traditional computers use bits for processing power, quantum computers use quantum bits or qubits. What's important to note here is that quantum computing, is not just about speed or performance increase of existing supercomputers or AI. This technology will be a new tool that our engineers and scientists will leverage to tackle problems at the foundation of critical industries, from how we power our cities and homes to the development of new life-saving medicines and technologies, as well as breakthroughs in climate technologies. As it relates to South Chicago, the biggest and most timely promise of quantum computing is as a tool for economic development. While IQMP will likely employ thousands across different tenants, PsiQuantum is already committed to at least 150 jobs in Chicago during the initial phase of the project. These jobs will vary between non-technical and technical roles across a wide range of experience levels. However, it's not just about PsiQuantum jobs at IQMP, but also about the wider investment and momentum this will be a catalyst for. Recently, the Chicago Quantum Exchange, as well as World Business Chicago, commissioned a study, and they found that the quantum industry can have an impact of $50 to $65 billion and create as many as 175,000 jobs in the Chicagoland region by 2035. I'm gonna say that one more time. Chicago Quantum Exchange, as well as World Business Chicago, commissioned a study about quantum industry in Chicago and found that the economic impact can be $50 to $65 billion and create as many as 175,000 jobs in the Chicagoland region by 2035. That's big. And I can't think of a better location to jumpstart the economic development and revitalization than the former Southworks site at its height was the main economic engine for the southeast side of Chicago. Now, IQMP will be the engine for the economic development. The IQMP will be managed by the University-Related Organization, URO, LLC, established by the University of Illinois System Board of Trustees. This URO will be led by an appointed board of managers consisting of key stakeholders in the park and major research institutions across the state. These leaders are from UIC, who have experience both building and operating similar infrastructures and systems that will be built at IQMP. Thank you. PsiQuantum will be the anchor tenant at IQMP. And we are a leading quantum computing company out of Silicon Valley, whose sole mission is to build and deploy the world's first quantum computer, which is exactly what we'll be doing here on the south side of Chicago. Our technical approach to using photons has allowed our team to leverage the semiconductor industry and the same factories that make the chips that are in your phone and computers in order to scale our efforts and build this large-scale computer. Our focus is not just on building the system, but on working with our partners to develop transformational applications in healthcare, in energy, and other industries that will run on these systems. It's important to note that we can't do this alone, and that's why we have a great lineup of partners that you can see here on this screen. As you can see, Chicago's higher education institutions make up a huge component of our partners at IQMP. That's intentional. Not only is there already groundbreaking quantum-related work and research happening at these institutions, we also need Chicago students to fill the roles at IQMP. For PsiQuantum, conservatively, we expect to fill over 150 jobs by 2029, and we will look to our local schools and community to find folks for these roles as much as possible. We also understand that workforce development must penetrate our local high schools, middle schools, and even elementary schools. Chiefly those near IQMP to create pathways to go from local Chicago schools to jobs in the quantum industry. Recognizing the critical role that youth education plays in growing the next generation's workforce, PsiQuantum has already met with 25 local school principals in the 7th and 10th Ward. Moving forward, we'll continue to work with P33, with City Colleges of Chicago, with UIC, and Chicago State University, and our local principals to expand access to science and STEM educational opportunities, and hopefully drive students that live near IQMP to career opportunities in quantum. Throughout the establishment of IQMP at the former US SEAL site, we are at the forefront of building a quantum ecosystem that will enable Chicago to become a global epicenter for quantum. Thank you. We're looking at the overall sub-area of IQMP. The site plan shows how PsiQuantum plans to scale over time, starting from the top and going down to the southern part of this rendering. This plan also shows where IQMP and partners will establish a presence in future phases at the northern part of this rendering. As of right now, this project will break ground in Q1 of 2025, and we will have approximately 88,000 square feet of office and technical space. The first phase of Quantum Campus is designed to showcase PsiQuantum while simultaneously celebrating the heritage of the site, connecting to nature and looking to the future, as Ann mentioned earlier. Phase 1 will feature sustainable elements such as bird-friendly glass. Phase 1 will feature sustainable elements such as bird-friendly glass, controlled artificial night lighting, and native planting supportive to the existing bird migration patterns. And we're hoping to have core and shell completed by December of 2025. Phase 2 will have approximately 260,000 square feet of office and tech space. Phase 2 will house America's largest and most powerful fault-tolerant quantum computer and will frame the welcoming space and establish a campus atmosphere, framing open paces, and will be complementary to all the design attributes mentioned in Phase 1. We're hoping to have core and shell of this completed by the end of 2026. Our operations do not have smokestacks or produce any toxic emissions, and our operations in connection with the Cairo plant will be a closed-loop system. It's important to note that PsiQuantum's operation in both phases shown here and in future phases will operate on zero carbon electricity, and we'll be using the quantum computer to help solve the climate crisis through creating breakthroughs and new ways to generate and store electricity and new ways to efficiently capture carbon from the atmosphere. Again, in this rendering, you see what we hope to accomplish with Phase 1 and Phase 2, building a more and more powerful quantum computers at this site. If you look over on 83rd, that's actually where I live as a resident of South Chicago. And shout out to all the residents of South Chicago that are here today. Now, to talk a little bit more about the overall design, I'm going to invite Ann to come right back up.
Okay, as we developed the design for the campus, two considerations were key. First, a desire to build. First, a desire to build on Chicago's strong architectural heritage through innovative and purposeful design, and also to connect to the industrial heritage of this site. Phase 1, which is being built as of right, sets the architectural vocabulary for the entire PsiQuantum campus. The proposed design utilizes Core-10 steel, which harkens back to the industrial heritage of this site in particular, as well as bird-friendly glass and textured concrete. This is a rendering that shows not only the first phase building, but the connection to the second phase building. The Phase 2 building extends the architectural language and is positioned to create a campus experience. And here's a full view of the Phase 2 building. It's important to note that specific attention has been given to the spaces between buildings on this campus, and not just the architecture itself, and the incorporation of native landscape as a foil to a very strong architectural expression. This second view of the Phase 2 building shows opportunities for incorporation of public plazas and art across the campus. The design team recognizes, again, the importance of developing not only the buildings themselves, but the spaces between buildings. These next two images illustrate signature metal profiles made of Corten steel and fritted glass central to the design. Importantly, these sections highlight aspects of bird-safe design that will be implemented not only in these first buildings, but throughout the future development phases. The detailing is not only brought to the design through the windows and metal details, but also through the use of custom form lighters to bring architectural detail to the precast walls. The following elevations illustrate in 2 dimensions the palette of materials and the heights of the first buildings to be constructed on the site. Of note is the proposed height of 50 feet. And now I would like to turn it over again to Mariah to talk about our traffic study.
Thank you, Anne. They don't let me do the pretty picture slides. So Sam Schwartz, the traffic consultant, did complete a traffic memo for the first phase of development. Through an engagement process with the community, the developer team directed Sam Schwartz to expand the study area to address the community's questions about patterns of travel to and from the city. DuSable Lakeshore Drive was realigned in 2014 in connection with a prior development effort, again, that did not proceed, along with other roadway improvements in the area. The existing roadway network has sufficient excess capacity to accommodate PsiQuantum's development. Future phases of development will be evaluated as they come forward. The project will fully comply with the city's stormwater management ordinance, with stormwater design focusing on water quality protection. The project will achieve 100 points on the city's sustainable development policy menu through a combination of strategies focusing on energy and water efficiency, landscape and green infrastructure, bird protection, transportation strategies, and sustainability excellence and innovation. Anne noted some of the bird-friendly design features. Reduced water use will be met through low flush fixtures, pre-rinse spray valves, and other features. I would also like to note that U.S. Steel undertook environmental remediation of the site in anticipation of prior development efforts, again, that did not proceed. As a result of that remediation, the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, IEPA, issued a no further remediation letter, meeting IEPA standards for residential use, which is the most stringent cleanup standard under state law. Related Midwest has extensive experience working with IEPA on large and complex projects requiring remediation. Environmental requirements will be evaluated and met with each phase of development. In connection with future phases of development, and again, to promote the enhanced connectivity, the developer will build and dedicate an extension of 89th Street shown here on this slide, including a connection to 87th Street, providing another public path connection to the park. PsiQuantum's project will comply with the city's landscape screening requirements. 241 trees are required and 250 are provided, not including the trees lining the private drive that will eventually be dedicated as part of the 89th Street extension. This exhibit refers back to the river setback plan that Anne covered early in her presentation. You'll note the river setback along Calumet River is actually a 50-foot setback that was previously established through a conservation easement of 30 feet. In addition to that, the project would add a 10-foot multi-use path that does not exist today along the Calumet River, as well as along the South Slip. As James noted, the project has been the subject of a rigorous community process and review by multiple city departments and agencies. Among the changes made in response to community input, the developer is providing public access to areas along the Calumet River and the South Slip, in addition to the already designated conservation area that is being maintained as a natural habitat. New open spaces are being designated along the North Slip, again with that enhanced connectivity. Permitted uses in subareas C and D, these are along the kind of western boundary of the site, adjacent to the existing neighborhoods, were modified to encourage commercial development. And the urban design guidelines that Anne discussed will further ensure appropriate land use placement in proximity to neighborhoods. The project will provide substantial economic and community benefits. We've noted in this presentation the prior donations of parkland and the additional public access that would be provided through the designation of the PD. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Don Bernacki to describe Related's commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Good morning. I am Don Bernacki, Executive Vice President of Construction for Related Midwest, and I'm very happy to be here this morning. So I will start by saying that the participation goals for this project are 26% MBE, 6% WBE, 50% participation of Chicago residents. I'm also here to tell you that we will definitely achieve those goals, but we see those goals, quite frankly, as a floor and not a ceiling. Related Midwest for a, let me just catch up with this. Related Midwest for a number of years has taken very seriously our position in the community, and to use that position and the projects that we have done over a long period of time to grow and support minority and women-owned business participation, and to increase a workforce and build a workforce that comes from communities throughout the city. There are 5 main topics I want to touch on today, not only in terms of what we have done in the past, but certainly what will become a key component of what is an incredibly unique and significant opportunity and platform from which we can truly grow businesses from within our city, businesses from within the community, and to also provide a pathway for jobs and, more importantly, careers that are in this industry we call construction and development. First, contracting diverse and inclusive teams. This has been a mainstay of many of our projects over the last number of years, and I'll get into a couple of examples of that in just a couple of moments. But it is so vitally important that as we build in Chicago, we must build with Chicagoans from all parts of the city. It is that diversity that is rich and enriches that which we build. Building is not just about the brick and mortar. Building is what we build around that brick and mortar, inside that brick and mortar. And we have really worked hard to try to promote that in every single project we do at Related Midwest. Many of you may only know us as the high-rise builder in Chicago, but we are on affordable projects throughout the city and in the state of Illinois. And we carry this directive to every single one of those projects. And we will do the same thing on this significant project. We talk about engaging an inclusive supply chain. Supply chain is so critically important to every single project that is accomplished. It oftentimes is 40% of the total spend. For a long time, this supply chain has not been encouraged to participate and help to grow the very same businesses that we are trying to build from, again, within the community. So we will engage that supply chain. And I will tell you this, on some of our more recent projects, we have found that many of them were just waiting to be asked. They didn't volunteer, but they didn't have to be forced. They just wanted and needed to be asked. And so we will do the same thing, the same very deliberate efforts and strategic efforts to do that on the 8080 project. Creating sustainable careers. This is what is so vitally important. We need to be able to stress, especially to the youth in our community, that there are careers in this industry, that there are careers that can come from what we do as builders. That's in addition to what Mo spoke about with regard to the careers that will certainly grow around quantum. We do this in a number of ways. We have to provide opportunities for youth We have to connect with the schools, junior high through high school. And Mo talked about already how we have met with the principals of the schools, mainly about quantum, but we are going to meet as well in terms of the efforts that we can make to attract young people to start thinking about careers in construction, architecture, engineering, all of those things that support our ability to build in this great city. And then I think this is also equally important. Changing the culture of our teams in the office and in the field. Still today, if you were to walk on a construction job site, you might see and hear things that wouldn't be tolerated anywhere else. I see a lot of heads shaking up and down. We have to change that. We have to change it because in many respects, it affects the men and women that work on those job sites. I am always shocked when somebody tells me that in the construction industry, suicide is at an incredibly high rate, one of the highest in any of the industries that are tracked. So mental health is important to the safety of the workers that work on there, but it's also important to people wanting to go to work, wanting to be there and wanting to feel welcome. That's how we're going to be able to maintain diversity on our job sites. That's how we're going to be more inviting to women wanting to be on our job sites. That's what we do, and that's what's important. And that will be incorporated in the very programs that we will put in force on this project throughout its duration. And we're very fortunate to be working with Clayco, which has embodied many of those same values for many, many years. And we will continue to grow from those. And I think create a workforce that will be diverse, a workforce that will be inclusive, and a workforce that wants to be there, that will enjoy being there and part of this absolutely groundbreaking opportunity. This is a little bit about related, just some numbers. You can see the amount of contracts that have been awarded to MBEs, WBEs from our projects alone. As I said, it includes all of the projects that we do. Community residents have been hired across 29 projects. That hiring is so important. We want to be able to support the fact that building in a community should represent that community. And we have worked hard to do that and will continue to do that. This third point, I think, is also important. And there's a few people that are sitting out in the audience today that have been the recipients of first opportunity contracts from us. You must get the first opportunity. A business can be growing and growing and hoping, but if somebody doesn't give you the opportunity, doesn't take the chance on you, you're never going to get to where you have to get to. It's an important part of how we look at projects. We do a very moderately sized mentoring program, but an important one, because this is our teams within Related. It's in addition to all of the other mentoring programs that we support in other organizations that are doing great work in the community and that we partner with. But each week, small businesses, mom and pop shops are coming into our office to get our observations, thoughts, practices, and how they can not only do better as in their current state, but more importantly, how they grow to the next step, what it takes and what they need to do and achieve to be able to get there. We also do that with some of our superintendents every single week. There's a mentoring program that happens every Saturday. It's run by our superintendents from job sites, showing about the practical things that happen on a job site, how to read drawings, how to implement those drawings, how to work through conflict that comes on a job site. It's so critically important. And this as well will be a part of what we do. I want to focus on two projects as kind of recent examples of how we operate. The row at Fulton Mark we finished last year. It's our first 80-20 building in the city for affordable 20% affordable apartments on the site. But it was also the first high-rise in Chicago co-built with an African-American general contractor, BOA Construction. There was a day where I think people in the city would say, that's never going to happen. It never going to happen. Well, yes, it can. Yes, it can happen. It did happen, and it's going to continue to happen because that's how we change our culture and change our industry. And Roosevelt Square, which I think is an excellent example of how we have to marry, and we will marry, not only what we do on the construction site, but what we do on the professional services side. And I can you can see those statistics. It was a 100% MWBE general contracting team. And it was 75% of the architecture was done with MWBE, 75%. So we're very proud of this, and it takes work, and it takes time, and it takes strategy, but it is well worth what we do. And I think it is in that point that we, as all Chicagoans, are able to take advantage of all the value that architecture and building can bring to the city, but to the people of the city. This is just a little bit about our business mentorship that I talked about, but I think the thing that's important is, we are mentoring businesses from throughout the city. They are not just coming from the area where a particular project may be happening. They are ongoing, and they represent different parts of our city. And finally, I'll end with this. Our Next Gen Youth Program, and this is just an example of what we do, but it is so critically important, as I said before, that we be able to talk to the youth of our city, that we be able to engage in conversation with them about what the future holds and the hopes that they can have for the future, and to help them achieve those goals. We do that in working with schools. We do it by opening our job sites for them to come and be a part of and see what happens on those sites. And it is something that I think will become very, very important at the 8080 project, because the community, in meeting with residents and meeting with businesses and meeting with leaders, absolutely wants to be able to do this. They absolutely want and are there for the youth of their community. And I think we know that we want to be a part of working with them to achieve this. And so we will continue to work with the local organizations. We will continue the workforce organizations, the business organizations that are there, trade associations. These are a normal course of what we do. But as Kurt referenced before, 20,000 jobs is what we estimate that will come as a result of this project. We want to take advantage of every single one of those jobs and bring benefit to our community, and in doing so, bring benefit to our city. Thank you.
Before I turn the presentation back to DPD for their recommendations, I want to thank you for your consideration of this application. We have a number of subject matter experts and development representatives on hand to address questions. I believe Alderman Chico is here, and Alderman Mitchell are also here to speak to their perspective on this matter. And on behalf of the entire team, I respectfully request your favorable recommendation of this application. Thank you.
Once again, this is James Gwinner with the DPD. Okay. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed development is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. The proposal is supported by adequate infrastructure and services. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features in the surrounding area. The proposal includes a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. The proposal promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, and promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the plan development and zoning map be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Let the record reflect that now the following commissioners are in attendance: Commissioner Barclay, Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Burnett, Commissioner Carney, and Commissioner Castañeda. We will now go on to the public speaking section of the meeting. We have over 70 speakers signed up to speak. So if you do the math, times 3 minutes each, we will be here for hours. So please be as brief and concise as you can. I will be calling 5 names at a time. So please line up and be ready to speak. Mr. Adam Davenport, followed by Kate Timmerman, then Priscilla Horton, Mr. Victor Lehman, and Kathleen Gillespie. Are you ready?
I am, thank you.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Adam Davenport, and I teach physics at James H. Bowen High School. I also write and implement quantum science curriculum for high school classrooms with the University of Chicago's Teach Quantum program. And together, we've recently hosted a quantum science game night for our South Chicago neighborhood. My principal, who's going to speak shortly, has a lot to say about the positive impact of building community around quantum science, but I'd like to tell you about the most invested members of that community, the students whom it is my privilege to serve and my responsibility to prepare for a world that is embracing a new and growing quantum industry. The IQMP gives our students a real, tangible target for their post-secondary aspirations. Developmentally, our students are at a stage where they are defining who they are, finding the place in the puzzle where their particular piece fits. It's common, as we all know, to try and force the puzzle piece to fit the puzzle. In neighborhoods like ours that languish under the weight of systemic poverty and generational trauma, too often the place where students are meant to grow and share in each other's worlds becomes one that they seek to escape. So rarely is it that we get a chance to shape the puzzle in true partnership rather than shaving away at the edges of the pieces. This is one of those times. We can use the IQMP to proudly proclaim that science is not something that we put on a high shelf, that it's something that we allow students to hold in their hands, that it's not something that we give them because the nature of discovery and wonder is that it already belongs to them. To stand up and say, we set this precious responsibility to forge the future of science into the hands of our children, and to say it in this place, and to say it in fellowship with the people who live here and work here and strive to protect their posterity from the crushing weight of neglect, is to declare that we are ready to actively partner with South Chicago and realize its potential for innovation. Listen to the neighborhoods. They're telling you that they are ready to reshape the puzzle. This is your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Kate Timmerman.
Hello, I'm Kate Timmerman. I'm the CEO of the Chicago Quantum Exchange, and I'm here to speak in favor of the development, which is really positioned to drive economic impact and job creation across our city and lead the fast-growing quantum technology industry. Analysts, as Mo mentioned earlier, analysts project up to $60 billion in quantum tech economic value creation across our region by 2035. About half of that will be here in Chicago, and the Illinois Quantum and Microelectronics Park has the potential to be the core of those efforts. These are not benefits that will solely go to corporate executives and PhD scientists. As the Midwest ecosystem continues to expand, it will need people with a variety of backgrounds and skills to join. Right now, across the country, about 2/3 of quantum technology jobs in industry are open to people with bachelor's degrees, associate degrees, or no degree at all. Many of these jobs are jobs for people who manage supply chains, assemble hardware components, etch wafers, work on circuits, and other jobs without high degree requirements. And many of these jobs are high paying. Employers tell us that they seek candidates with transferable skills and curiosity, and a small amount of retraining. For example, one quantum company here in Chicago hired someone who had been working in the California cannabis industry for about a decade, as the skills and equipment are similar for her job. Another point is that the quantum technology growth will be, job growth will be steep, as high-end projections put this job creation at about 190,000 for the region by 2035. Here's the thing, we will only see this future if we let it in. Other areas of the country are also vying to become centers of quantum innovation. And right now we have an advantage with the proposed development and the opportunity to create sustainable and inclusive tech economic growth right here in Chicago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Priscilla?
Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today. I am the proud principal at James H. Bowen High School, located on the southeast side of Chicago, home of the Boilermakers. My school has been around for over 100 years. And so I'm excited about what this project could bring to the community, because for me, it's about opportunity. What are the opportunities that we are offering our students, and how are we preparing them to take advantage of those opportunities, right? One of the things I wanted to talk about, and I promise I will be brief. You give a principal a microphone, it's dangerous, y'all. You heard it here first. But we hosted on October 22nd, we hosted a quantum game night. And so when you think about how you build up children, how you open their minds to potential pathways, they got to be able to imagine it. They got to be able to see themselves in those career paths. And it is our responsibility to build the bridges. It is our responsibility to collaborate to make sure that those bridges are available for students to cross. So when I talk about this game night that we had, you know, I talked to my kids, I'm like, we're going to have this quantum game night. The kids came. They're like, Ms. Horton, what is it? I'm like, come, bring your parents, bring the communities. And they actually did come. We had games where the quantum ideas and concepts were the foundation of the games that the kids are playing. So at the end of the night, I have kids saying to me, Ms. Horton, I can do that. I didn't know I could do that. So when you hear the term quantum, sometimes people think it's unattainable. They don't realize what that encompasses, right? So we have a responsibility not just to collaborate, but to also educate the community, to also bring them in. And so I'm excited about all the conversations that I'm hearing, because I see a pathway to make that happen. So we had the games based on quantum ideas and concepts. We had drones. I had kids coding, not just playing with drones, because you don't play with games just to play, but they were learning about the code that makes those drones do different things. So I am here as a definite supporter of this project, and I hope that it gets approved to go next, to move forward to what's next, because I think the opportunity that can be provided for children and the community can be amazing. And principals, we ready. We got our plans, we got our ideas, we are ready to collaborate, we are ready to do the work for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horton. Next, I have Victor. Not here, okay. Ms. Caitlin?
Kathleen Gillespie.
Kathleen, yes.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Flores, commissioners, architects, developers, and others. My name is Kathleen Gillespie. I'm a migratory bird rescue volunteer with Chicago Bird Collision Monitors and a member of the Chicago Bird Friendly Chicago Coalition, here to offer comments on the 8080 South DeSable Lakeshore Drive project called Quantum Computing. This project has the potential to represent our best values as Chicagoans, with nature, community, and industry as partners. We sincerely appreciate and are impressed that the plans include bird-friendly measures and the inclusion of native plants in the design. To be a successful cutting-edge project, this project must include smart bird-friendly materials designed buildings, the use of diverse multi-layered native plants and landscaping along the river and in grasslands along the border with Park 566 to retain critical wildlife habitat and be accessible to Chicago citizens, especially those in the immediate 7th and 10th wards, neighborhoods among others, accessible to their families, their children, their grandchildren, to all of us who call this beautiful lakefront home. Respectfully, we are delighted to learn what was said today. We believe that to achieve a successful, enduring building project worthy of your efforts and our city, we need to have you work with the development team to ensure that these recommendations are incorporated in the project. One, a commitment to earn sustainable development policy credit A2 enhanced bird protection, incorporating bird-safe building features throughout all physical structures, and include light pollution mitigation and window glass treatments to deter bird collisions. Two, to require the use of multi-layered diverse native plants in landscaping along the river and grasslands along the border with Park 566 to retain critical wildlife habitat, as has been discussed today. Three, to ensure maximum building height is set at a level that will accommodate only phase one proposed structures. Four, to allow authorized bird surveyors and bird collision monitors access to the entire building site except as safety measures dictate, to monitor bird populations and collect injured and dead birds, and to allow public access to the lakefront and this wildlife corridor, and to implement a sound study whose findings will result in an installment of a meaningful noise mitigation plan, and to protect critical natural areas and waterways from pollution. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. The five next speakers will be Kirk Fleming, followed by Chris White, Eric Macias, last name Manning, and Mimi Cohen. Go ahead.
Hello, how y'all doing? I'm Kirk Fleming, Senate Organizer of the Lions of the Southeast. And I oppose this just to slow down a bit because there's over thousands of residents throughout the southeast side of Chicago that isn't here. The word is getting out. I know folks are busy, they have lives to live, but we need this to become an input from them. There's over 357 multi-unit single-family homes that's developed like maybe 1,000 foot away from this campus that's going to be developed. And right now it's no input from them, right? These are low-income residential families that don't know if they're going to be displaced or how they're going to even benefit from this project. So just to give them more insight and try to figure out a way to reach to them, go to them. They can't always get out. Get the message to them. Find out how you all can get to them and get the message to them and get an input from them. See how they feel. See how the entire community feels. Get the voices from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Chris White.
Hello, thanks for having me speak. My name is Chris White. I'm the organizing director for Alliance of the Southeast. There's a few points. The lack of specifics and details in this proposal sets a dangerous precedent for any project. The renderings, which are marked draft and what was posted, seem to have short buildings, right? But the specs say, you know, you could have 16 merchandise marts. Which is it, right? Why are we giving them a blank check, right? The other thing is the residents are very concerned about the contamination. And every time they say, we just want an independent study, we just want you to convince us it's safe, they say, we have a letter. I heard somebody that said they were going to start bringing toilet paper to the city meetings because they feel that has the same capability as the letter, right? Neighbors have seen with their own eyes leaking tanks excavated from that land since the letter was written. We don't want to argue about it we just want a clear independent study. That's what the neighbors want. And also its process, all these great promises, but put them in writing. Like the Bowen game night was very nice. It was very hard to find out about it. The Alumni Association had to hear it from me. Anytime a neighbor hears something from me, somebody has failed, right? And so what is going to happen at Bowen after the game night? Will any of that equipment stay? Can we have any of these processes in writing? How will the hiring be done? We're not getting clear answers. Neighbors are getting talked at. They want clear answers and they want a binding agreement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lalaya Faye Manning, and I am a current resident and have been a resident of this area for almost 5.5 years now. My biggest concern is that I have children, and there's also many elders in the area. There's also um, different programs that are currently supportive of our neighborhood, of our communities, but oftentimes during what I call political pressure, whether it's because it's time to vote, whether it's because another local government or governing agency needs a seat to be filled, there's always promises. The reality is, though, is that that is literally the dumping site for all of whatever is supposed to be beneficial to all of Chicago, the metropolitan Chicago surrounding areas. But we're the ones that suffer. We already have eroding pipes. We already have air pollution. We already have water pollution. You can literally witness the foliage that's growing in the area with different spots and red veins and things of that sort in the actual trees. There's something in there about being concerned for the birds there, but we also have a lot of natural prairie elements that are not being considered. My children and I used to go race at the lakefront over there. There's supposed to be some proposed allowances for us to still be able to have some proposed access. It's a lot of general open ended verbiage that really kind of says, oh, we're kind of talking to you and we're kind of considering that maybe it might be effective to you, but it's really good for you and you're really going to benefit. But there's nothing specific that's actually saying how it's going to help us further our well-being, our livelihoods, our homes, our community spaces, and everything that's essential to that particular area. It's always supposed to benefit us, but in long run and in the end, it never really does. And it's enough already. Like, if you really want to help us, then the way to help yourselves is by actually communicating with us and then involving us specifically in every aspect, because we're the ones who are actually affected by it, and we're the ones who actually are supposed to be benefiting from it. So you can't help us or even involve us if you're not speaking to us and then actually taking real feedback from us so that we are integral in the actual implementing of what's happening with us, because of you all claiming what's supposed to happen when that's really not the case. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mimi Cowan. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Field Museum. I am going to read a letter that Dr. Julian Siggers, President of the Field Museum, submitted. The Field Museum would like to express support for a yes vote on the rezoning of the site to facilitate development of the Illinois Quantum and Microelectronics Park. This proposed use of the site offers many opportunities for the entire city, including a unique chance to further both the research and environmental conservation mission of the Field Museum. First, we are excited at the prospect of collaborating with PsiQuantum on what could well be one of the most impactful scientific endeavors ever undertaken in the city of Chicago. Quantum computers contain almost unimaginable potential, including enormous potential for scientific discovery. The Field Museum's collections include millions of specimens that contain answers to questions we haven't even thought to ask yet. Quantum computing promises to ask and help answer them. Second, we look forward to partnering on sustainable development on the long vacant site. We feel confident from discussions we have had with Related Midwest, Clayco, and PsiQuantum that they are committed to community access to park areas within the site. We are also impressed with their commitment to planting native species, monitoring native habitats, and building bird-friendly materials. This is critical to our support for the project. Our scientists would readily serve as subject matter experts to assist with these initiatives, and we would really like to further those conversations. The Field Museum is proud to promote scientific discovery and conservation here in Chicago, and we hope the city can build on and benefit from both through the quantum computing campus. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, Julian Siggers, PhD, President and CEO of the Field Museum. Thank you.
Thank you. The next five speakers, Dr. Fossen. Next, Gabriela Perez. Alan Cunningham. Paul Panciera. Yeah. Villanueva, I think, the last one.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ronnie Nicole Faison. I'm the proud principal and CEO of St. Francis de Sales High School located on the Southeast Side. I stand before you today just not as an educator, but as a proud resident of the South Chicago community. I've grown up here. I'm deeply invested in the future of our community and a proponent of this proposal. The South Chicago and East Side neighborhood share a rich story of grit and perseverance, qualities that cannot be taught, but are woven into the very fabric of our lives. It's a story of resilience. Professionally, I've always understood the importance of giving back to the community that has given me so much. As the leader of St. Francis, I've made it my mission to serve not only our community and our school, but everyone. This commitment manifests in tangible ways, moving thousands of pounds of food during our monthly food distribution and ensuring thousands of students will make sure that they have Christmas presents under the tree this year. We see the need firsthand. 100% of our kids qualify for free lunch. They're living at or below the poverty line, with the average family bringing in about $20,000 a year. We see the need. This need, right, needs to be filled. And I believe that this project is part of the solution of what we need for our community to grow and change. I remind my students time and time again that no one will come and save our community. It is up to us to do the work, to be the change that we wish to see. I know that many of us harbor fears about change. We've been conditioned to be mistrustful, to doubt, but I stand here today filled with hope and belief about the potential that IQMP campus has to inspire transformation in our community, to be part of the change. I believe it can elevate the quality of life for all who live here and bring the economic revitalization that we so desperately need. My dreams for the Southeast Side may seem daunting to some, perhaps even impossible to many. But let me remind you that all dreams sound impossible at first. A kid living below the poverty line, one parent suffering from addiction, no financial capital, earns a doctorate and becomes the first woman of color to lead the oldest Catholic coeducational high school in Chicago sounds impossible until it's not. When I first read about the campaign to bring IQMP to our neighborhood in Crain's magazine, I immediately reached out to a friend. His reaction, they'll never pick us. But they did, and now I'm here to stand in support of all of the opportunity that it can bring, not just for us, but for generations to come. Young people cannot dream of what they do not see. Having this remarkable organization in our backyard gives students the permission to dream big. It tells them that they can grow up in a seemingly overlooked part of the world and still be part of something extraordinary like PSI Quantum. All it takes is a spark, and I believe we are overdue for that spark. Together, let's ignite the flames of possibility for our community, for our children, and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Perez. I'm a 48-year resident of South Chicago at 83rd Street. I currently work as a marketing representative for Nike. I'm also an avid runner, a 29-time consecutive Chicago marathoner, 7-time 50-miler, and Ironman distance triathlete. I do all of my training in South Chicago, and yes, I swim in the lake at Cal Park. In the last 30 years, I've run in upwards of 30,000 miles from South Chicago to the East Side. I say that for the environmentalists in the room concerned about the quality of air and water. I run through Steelworkers Park every single day since the opening of the new extension of South Lakeshore Drive since 2013. Because this land is special to me and my family. My father worked on this land for 30 years for U.S. Steel Southworks and then another 13 years in Gary after the official closing in '92. For the last 32 years, we have experienced our community rapidly deteriorate year after year, further and further. Regardless of this deterioration, there are many of us who remain here because we are holding on, believing our time for economic development is coming. When I heard of the new Quantum plans and all the development plans surrounding this project, I got really excited. I thought to myself, finally. The thing is, I have big dreams and big plans. Plans to create a road racing production company based in South Chicago that focuses on a series of races that take place on South Lakeshore Drive, Steelworkers Park, and all of South Chicago. This spring, I have a plan to produce my first 5K with the support of Related Midwest and Quantum to bring attention to this project and to the South Chicago community and its potential for business and economic growth. That's how excited I am. I am here to ask those opposed to this project a few questions. Do you fully understand the long-term effects on our community if you aim to halt the plans for the future? Do you understand what it is to live there as it currently is? Have you as a property owner felt the effects of the detriment of the bush? How about the effects of crime in the community due to a lack of opportunity? Have you yourself experienced armed robbery a handful of times in your family business and at your front door? We desperately need this campus to begin redevelopment of this incredible community and recreate the perception of South Chicago. If you continue to put a stop or halt to these plans, you're stopping the growth of South Chicago as a whole. You're essentially saying that it's okay to continue to ignore and disregard the existence of people that live there and what we want and so desperately need. For those of us that live there, we know that the future of Chicago is South Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Pansera. I'm an AmeriCorps Visa serving with Clarice and Associates. I'm here to read a letter written by Angela Herlock, who is the CEO of Clarice and Associates. To the members of the Chicago Plan Commission, on behalf of Clarice and Associates and its over 30 years of service to families in South Chicago, I share with you our support for the plan development application for 8080 South DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Clarice and Associates has been in existence in South Chicago since 1991, working with the community on various issues that threaten the quality of life of its residents, including affordable housing, safety, and workforce development, among many others. Amidst the background of decades of promises and overwhelming challenges, the residents of South Chicago and adjacent neighborhoods remain not only proud, hardworking contributors to society, but resilient and hopeful, working with unwavering commitment to building a brighter future for their families and neighbors. Clarice and Associates has assisted the South Chicago community in voicing its concerns and implementing initiatives to improve the future through the creation of the Quality of Life Plan in 2017 and currently are underway on an updated Quality of Life Plan to be released in 2025. While we have witnessed firsthand how the lack of investment in partnership with our community has resulted in stalled opportunities and unrealized empowerment of the families in this community, we expect the development team for this project, led by Related Midwest, to provide opportunities for the community to speak into the project and be the first ones to realize its full potential. Our community not only deserves opportunities to thrive, but also be active partners in the planning and the quantum computing project at 8080 South DuSable Lakeshore Drive has the potential to be the catalyst for generational wealth and economic mobility for local families. The quantum computing project can provide local families with job creation, not only during the design, but throughout the various construction phases in an ongoing manner once PsiQuantum and other companies begin operations, revitalizing the Southwork site for the first time in over 4 decades. I believe the renewed activity at the quantum computing campus will continue to spur much needed economic activity in the surrounding neighborhood and play a vital role in differentiating and expanding the local economy. The quantum computing project under consideration holds incredible promise, not only for local residents, but also for the entire city. As the once vibrant steel mill industry helped the evolution of downtown development, this project represents a pivotal opportunity to build more diverse Chicago businesses, create stable jobs, and generate economic prosperity for the Southeast Side communities that need it the most. This project will position Chicago as a global leader in one of the most transformative technologies of our time. We ask the Commission to support South Chicago and the surrounding community's ability to speak into this project by approving the plan development with intentional community participation, which would be the life-changing for countless Chicagoans. Working together, we can build a brighter, more inclusive future for all city. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Sincerely, Angela Herlock, CEO of Clarice and Associates.
Don't mind me, I'm an old man, a little nervous. Good morning, and thank you for the presenters, the commissioners, community at large. I certainly won't be 3 minutes.
Could you state
Uh,
your name for the record, please?
For the record, my name is Alan Cunningham, and I'm the marketing manager at Amanda's Dependable Service. I'm the marketing manager for Amanda's Dependable Service, and we're proud members of the mentoring program by Related Midwest. You know, when you have a project like this, so many people are concerned and involved. Our thinking, after a very brief survey of our constituents, concluded with, let's go forward with the program. Let me share a brief story here. This old man thought no one was looking, and he walked on water. The little girl was looking, and she snuck up to him and said, "Oh man, pray tell, how did you do that?" The old man looked around, no one was looking. He whispered back to the little girl. He said, "You know, little girl, you've got to know where the rocks are." The point gets to be to me that the facilitators and innovators of this dynamic project, they seem to know where the rocks are for the future, for the jobs, the single family homes. I applaud their effort, and at the risk of being redundant, allow me to reiterate, our consensus indicates that the community at large, the city of Chicago in general, is very happy, very proud to, let's say, proceed with this. And that's what's going on with us. Thank you very much once again to the presentators, the commissioners, and anyone who had the time to listen. Thank you so much, and wish you all have a great day.
Thank you. The next 5 speakers are Amy Heldman, Kylan Bartel, Kevin Johnson, L.E., address 5600 Dorchester, Mr. Fred Bates, and Julia Perez.
Hello, my name is Amy Heldman, Senior Planner and GIS Manager at Friends of the Chicago River. Friends of the Chicago River's mission is to protect and restore the Chicago Calumet River system for all people, water, and wildlife. The Cy Quantum proposal is located in a prominent and unique waterfront location at the confluence of Lake Michigan and the Calumet River, and therefore holds an especially important responsibility to local wildlife, adjacent community residents, and the river system. We think the development should reflect the community's desires for the future of the Calumet River corridor, consider and align with the goals of the city's upcoming modernization to the Calumet River Land Use Plan and design guidelines, prioritize safe and welcoming public river access and trail connectivity, recognize the importance of this site's location for protecting wildlife by maintaining and restoring habitat throughout the site, ensure the facility's use of water causes no harm to the sensitive ecosystem of the river and the lake. It is essential that this development, like all other developments along Chicago's rivers, sets a strong precedent for how to simultaneously protect public health, provide public access to the river, capture and filter stormwater runoff before it enters the lake and river, and support riparian ecological restoration. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's Kylan Bartel, and I live in Woodlawn. I think it's important to mention, this hasn't been said so far, surprisingly, but this project is funded by the Department of Defense, DARPA. Interesting that that hasn't been brought up. Anyway, I'm really concerned about this project. I'm speaking in opposition to this project. I don't think this project is going to be good for the community. The South Shore neighborhood has already been seeing rising rent prices rapidly due to the building of the Obama Center. People have been experiencing rent increases of $300 a month or more, which is pushing people out of this neighborhood who have lived here for generations. This project, this mega development, has the potential to further drive up rents and property taxes, pushing even more long-term residents out of the neighborhood. Mega developments like this one should have to go through a more advanced approval process than these like super fast process of where construction's trying to begin in 2025, and residents just found out about it this year. Also, the current zoning proposal would eliminate any possibility of housing being built on the site itself, which is concerning as we in Chicago and the nation are experiencing a housing shortage. So yeah, I'm speaking in opposition to this project, and I don't really think that this Department of Defense funded project is for the community. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Johnson, lead organizer for Working Family Solidarity, and we are here in opposition of the project originally for some of the main reasons, as my other colleagues have stated today. Not only are there issues around environmental issues, there are community issues that have been let known towards the city, as well as about this new development project in the South Side and South Shore side of Chicago. The CBA agreement that we've been trying to get to the table for months is still yet to be properly processed. But we're sitting here trying to firmly approve this project. It doesn't make sense that once again, the community residents and the community leaders and activists that you guys say you are looking to listen from and hear information from about what they need and what they believe is right for their communities, that here we are once again, and we're basically neglecting them. Not only was this project brought up extremely early, it brought up extremely quickly and pushed through the approval process, not extremely quickly to be such a large major development. However, these beyond just it being approved quickly, it's also not being done properly with making sure it's putting the proper interests of the South Shore community residents. We work with a multitude of organizations as well as members that we have of our organization that's a part of the South Shore community. And this is not something that they believe currently right now is the best beneficial thing for them, for their kids, and for their livelihoods and the future generations that they would like to continue to have in the South Shore community. We urge you all to consider and can make sure that you are ready to come to the table to talk about these proper agreements, CBA agreements, especially that can set protections and as well as guidelines on what should be done, not only for just this development, for other new large development projects that consistently are considered coming into the city of Chicago. I also would like to slightly piggyback off the last woman as well around the housing crisis that is obviously and the shortage that is not only just going on in Chicago heavily, but as well around the nation, right? There is aspects of this project that has and shown ideas that housing can be instituted around and near it, as well as what is it going to do to the current housing standards and the current housing individuals in those communities right now. We ask that you stop looking away, you pay attention, and you actually do what the community members are asking for. Thank you.
The next 5 speakers, Mr. Nosa Eninam, Dave Latich, Celia Celon, Ann Holcomb, and Sonia Patia.
Good morning. I'm Nosa. I'm a president and CEO of Boa Construction. I'm a proud resident of the South Side of Chicago. I live on the South Side of Chicago. I started my business on the South Side of Chicago. I'm raising 3 kids on the South Side of Chicago. The South Side, it's not just where I'm from, it's who I am. The Quantum Project is more than just a development. It's a game changer. This development will create thousands of construction jobs, elevating Chicago to the global stage as a leader in quantum technology and innovation. Quantum technology has the potential to revolutionize our approach to some of the world's complex problems and challenges: healthcare, energy, and transportation, and also national security. Most importantly, this project represents an opportunity for Black and Brown residents of the South Side of Chicago to have an opportunity to participate in the economic ecosystem of development. There's 2 major developments that are happening on the South Side of Chicago right now: the University of Chicago Cancer Center and Obama Presidential Project. Those projects end in about 12 months or so. We need more opportunities. We need projects like this, wins like this. Our community deserves investments that uplift and empower us. This is how we ended up in this situation decades ago, with redlining, systemic inequalities, and lack of opportunities on the South Side of Chicago. We can begin healing decades of these inequalities with mega developments like this. With Related and CRG at the helm, We can trust their expertise, resources, dedication to meaningful community engagement. You know, when the site was closed, I was 9 years old. That was over 32 years ago. My oldest son is 9 years old today. What would he look at 32 years from now? What would he say? Are we doing the right thing? As I always say, development done right, it's more than just building buildings. It's really a platform for social change. So let's make this happen and create economic empowerment for our next generation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Loddick. I'm invited to this meeting in the sense that I've received a letter. I live and own a property in the affected area. So last week I went to every house on Brandon from 79th to 83rd. I went to every house on South Shore from 79th to 83rd. And I passed out petitions of support. Everybody signed. I mean, actually 2 people didn't. But you know, now, I got to tell you, as far as the housing shortage, there's a lot of houses up and down there that are vacant because people don't have the money to occupy them. So this can solve that problem. And everyone I talked to was very familiar. I talked on the front porches for at least 5 minutes. You know, some of the people just wanted to talk and talk and talk, but the outreach or whatever worked. They knew what they were getting into. They had informed consent when they signed these, pages of support for the project. One of the sentences here is, we warmly welcome a world-class enterprise to our neighborhood. We want the real wealth of earned income. Some of us remember U.S. Steel pouring millions of dollars of paychecks into our households. In those days, there were jewelry stores on 79th Street because the people had money. This is a chance to, reiterate in a modern way what was. I just hope you all give this neighborhood a chance for its rebirth. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ann Holcomb, and I'm the co-chair of ETHOS, which stands for Environment, Transportation, Health, and Open Space. We are a grassroots community group of residents that reside in the 7th Ward, 10th Ward, 5th, and 8th primarily. And we have a few outliers. We have some as far as East Side and as far north as Oakwood. I'm here today to say that this plan has moved through government so far at a reckless speed, reckless. We're not opposed to Psi Quantum coming or even the campus, but we want a plan where we have community benefits, where we're able to negotiate for the things that the current residents need. And we've seen a lot of pretty pictures today. And in previous public meetings, we've heard a lot of really pretty presentations, because I've gone to all the public meetings, as have a lot of my members. And what they're not showing you is what is in the ground. A lot of us are concerned about being poisoned. We know that this is a toxic brownfield. We know that no further remediation letter that was just quoted a little bit earlier today, we know that is 14 years old. Inferior science, because that was 14 years ago, and science has evolved since then. We know that it is not adequate. We know that corners were cut when the sampling was done way back when. The only less than half the samples that are usually conducted were conducted. We know that. We have documented proof of it. So we know that slag has arsenic. We know that slag covers about 75% of the site. We know that there are PCBs in the ground in certain locations, and PCHs as well as a number of other inorganic compounds. But we have never actually seen, and I want to see it in my hand, The studies that are going to be done now, not 14 years ago, not 10 years ago, not even 5 years ago. I want to see an environmental review in my hand right now that tells me what is in the ground at what concentrations. And if I can't read it myself, I know 4 environmental scientists that can tell me, right? So I need to see that. Our residents need to be well. We need to see what we are living up against right now, and we need to see what's going to go in the air. When they start digging, dust. When they start digging, particulate matter. When they start digging, poisons go in the aquifers. The aquifers go into Lake Michigan. That's our drinking water. That stuff is going to be in our bodies, and we want to know what it is. Secondly, these plans are half-baked. I saw on the plans that they could actually build almost a 17-story building if they wanted to. Where is that on the plans? They've waffled on saying, oh, we're going to draw lake water. We know a lot of water is going to be used to cool this computer. So we're going to draw lake water. Now they're saying it's going to be closed loop and it's going to come from the Chicago water supply. And we're going to have cooling towers. Are those cooling towers going to be 17 stories? Where are they on the plans? Why is this coming now before the plans have been fully realized? We've heard that there's going to be a ComEd substation now on the site.
Ms.
Where in the heck
Holcomb,
is
can you
that going to
please
be?
wrap up your comment?
So we have a lot of concerns about these plans. They are inadequate, and we need to see them fleshed out before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sonia. I'm from the organization Southside Together. I'm here today to ask you to oppose this ordinance, not only because it's deeply underdeveloped and irresponsible, but also because the ramifications of this project could be really actively harmful. And the idea or the claim that the community has been part of this project or has been included into this project is a lie. I've been to the community meetings that they're talking about. They do not answer questions honestly. They answer by deflecting. They do not take community input. We've been giving our concerns. Those concerns have not been addressed, and they are certainly not addressed in this proposal. I've still yet to see them address the concern that this would push folks out of the neighborhood. The idea that this development would bring revitalization to the folks who have been living in South Chicago, in South Shore, on the east side is not true if those folks can't afford to live there anymore. We're also concerned, like the previous speaker mentioned, about the environmental impacts of building on land that has not been fully remediated and we don't know if it's safe, but also the fact that they haven't been clear about their plans to make sure that this computer, which needs to be kept at negative 450 degrees Fahrenheit, is going to be cooled in a safe way without cryogenic chemicals that are dangerous to the community, because they keep changing what they said about it. The first thing they said is they were just going to use water. Then they said they're going to use water, nitrogen, and helium. Yes, nitrogen and helium are safe, but are safe. But the fact that they have not had community input in the past or transparency in the past, I mean, they announced this in July and are trying to start construction in February, is an indication that at any time they could add harmful chemicals to this list of things that then pollute a community that is already experiencing disproportionate pollution. In addition to this, they're saying that they're going to have this facility be 100% carbon free, but haven't actually explained how they're going to do that. And I want to bring up again the concerns about DARPA funding this project and the fact that quantum computing, while it could be used for renewable energy and it could be used for medicine, most likely would be used for surveillance of already over-policed communities on the South Side. And so I want to really genuinely ask you to oppose this. This is moving too quickly. Even if you think that the quantum campus would be beneficial, this ordinance is not developed enough to be able to pass it now. And the idea of suggesting a mega development and less than a year later beginning construction on a site that we're not even sure is safe to build on is not only horrible, but exactly against the type of community benefits or community transparency or community involvement that the developers are saying they want to do. Thank you.
The next group of speakers will be Noah Kaplan, Peggy Salazar, Jen Kilgore, Dearly Velasquez or Velades, and Christina Veron.
Hi, everyone. My name is Noah Kaplan. Thanks for listening to me. I'm a resident of the Bush. I live on Brandon Ave and 82nd. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting that person, but I stand in strong opposition to this development. I have some major concerns. And let's go back to DARPA. DARPA. There's no innocent explanation for working with the Department of Defense. And let's all remember who's going to be the commander-in-chief on January 20th and who has explicitly stated his goals are to deport 10 million people in this country. So I do think that most people involved in this project have good intentions, but I think it's laughable that people involved in this project are going to hold the US military accountable. So I see this as a Trojan horse that's essentially creating a weapon of war in our backyards. And if folks on this commission are comfortable with that, well, God help us all. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Peggy Salazar, lifelong resident of the Southeast Side. Define oxymoron. Oxymoron is when there's a meeting held about a development for cutting edge technical computing and the technical jobs it's going to offer being held in a neighborhood school where only 15% of the kids are proficient in math and reading. Think about that. Think about that. And I can comfortably say that the other school adjacent in the community to this site has the same kind of scores. So we're here because we're asking for a CBA that would bring equitable opportunities so that those students and the generations of people who have lived in the community will have the opportunity to be employed at this facility. We're asking for guarantees. What we've been given so far is a wish list, a quality of life plan. That's a wish list. We've had those in the past. We need guarantees. And we have here this development company who says he is committed to communities. The first day of the first meeting, we asked if they would support a CBA, and we were told no. No. Why? If you're so committed and sincere, why won't you support it? So we're saying, hold off on this vote because we need guarantees. We need guarantees for the community. We have been sitting here forever waiting for the right opportunity, but we want to make sure that it's a win for the city of Chicago and the win for our community. And we should come first. All the public funding that's going into this project, we need it to be a win for the community. Anything less than that should be unaccepted. So we're asking you to defer this. I've been doing this for years. I know what my community needs. No one has talked to me. No one has sat down with us. We're asking that you do the right thing and defer this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We've moved to the afternoon. My name is Jen Kilgore. I'm the interim executive director of Friends of the Parks. And I want to take a pause and just look at this room. This is beautiful. This is exciting. This speaks to why this is such a high stakes project and why we proudly stand with over 80 organizations and residents calling for the Plan Commission to pump the brakes. This proposal, it's anchored on an address, 8080 South DuSable Lakeshore Drive. This one point on the map stands for 440 acres, 4 times as large as Lincoln Yards and the 78 combined. We have only seen plans for a fraction of that space, okay? It's confounding to us again and again. Chicago, we like to super speed, high speed mega developments. This is why we have public process. And a few meetings, monthly meetings that were really forced by the community is not rigorous public engagement.
community concerns, benefits, desires related to displacement. Yes, we understand that commitments are being made to access to the parks. We don't know exactly what that looks like. We don't know, there may be opportunities to even dream bigger. Any proposal involving our lakefront and ecologically rich open spaces requires the highest level of scrutiny. This is not vacant property as marked on the zoning maps. It provides home to a diverse array of wildlife, rest stops for migratory birds, and a grand expanse of prairie plants slowly healing the scarred and polluted land. We should not rush to bring in the bulldozers. And I also want to let you know, I have prepared sort of some snapshots of the extensive public comments that were provided, over 300 pages, most of which expressed either opposition or caution or concern. Sure, many of those were based on a template that people still took the time to express their concern. And so I have this prepared for you. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's come out today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Darely Valdez. I'm a proud Chicagoan, born and raised in Little Village neighborhood. I am also a City of Chicago MBE, DBE, Section 3, and a signatory contractor to Local 134. Currently, I'm part of the Related Midwest Mentoring Program. I am blessed for Kurt Bailey, Don Bernanke, and Yannette Garcia to have such a program. Their guidance has helped me sharpen my skills and grow my business into a stronger, more competitive company. In 2019, I took a bold step and launched my company right in the middle of the pandemic. I won't sugarcoat it, it was tough, but challenges teach us resilience, and nothing worth having comes easy. I am proud to say we survived and had continued growth year after year. I ask you to take that bold step and improve this. Now I stand here in full support of this project because I see its potential for Chicago as a whole. This initiative is about more than construction. It's about building a brighter future in our city. First, it will establish a strong presence here in Chicago, creating opportunities for collaboration with leading academic institutions. Second, it will open doors to highly skilled workforce throughout partnership with universities, national labs, specifically through the Chicago Quantum Exchange. Most importantly, it creates jobs, real opportunities for all trades. It's just as vital, it provides employment within our local communities. This project represents everything Chicago needs right now: growth, innovation, and opportunity. It's a project that will not only transform the physical landscape, but also the lives of countless individuals in our city. Thank you.
Now. Good afternoon, members of the Chicago Plan Commission. My name is Cristina Veran, and I am here to voice my support for the plan development application located at 8080 South DuSable Lakeshore Drive. I am a proud Chicagoan. I moved to the city at the age of 11 and was raised in Little Village neighborhood. I am also a proud graduate of Chicago Public Schools and Farragut High School. 10 years ago, I founded Chicago Voice and Data Authority. Today, my company is a testament to the success of the city's MBE WB program. The program opened doors that allow me to build opportunities, not only for myself, but for others. Our team of 75 is composed of 70% city residents and 70% diverse individuals. Working in an industry that is less than 2% diverse in Chicago, it is part of my mission to create meaningful careers for people who look like me in a city in the high-paying technology sector. This success was possible because of the mentorship and opportunities provided like developers like Related Midwest. Their leadership taught me how to grow my business and succeed in this city. My first project with Related Midwest, a $3.6 million contract, was the Lathrop Homes redevelopment, was a transformative milestone. Since then, my company has grown to generate $20 million in annual revenue. Leaders like Kurt Bailey, Don Bernanke, Yannette Garcia, Mark Oden, and Amy Meyers have shown unwavering support and accessibility. And I have seen many other MBE, WBE businesses thrive thanks to their efforts. I also want to commend Clayco, another outstanding organization in diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as the community engagement. Bob Clark, Kevin McKenna, Mary Person, Sam Points, and Otto Nichols have gone above and beyond to ensure that businesses like mine have access to meaningful opportunities and their projects. The quantum computing project under consideration today holds incredible promise, not just for companies like mine, but for the entire city. It represents a pivotal opportunity to build diverse Chicago businesses, create high-quality jobs, and generate economic prosperity for the inner city communities that need it most. The project will position Chicago as a global leader in one of the most transformative technologies of our time. I urge the Commission to approve this project, which will bring life-changing for countless Chicagoans. Together, we can build a brighter, more inclusive future for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baran. The next group of speakers, TJ Salsak, Chris Roseno, Annette Pedraza, Michael Michioli, and David Sagigi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's TJ Sajak, 58-year-old, lifelong resident of the 10th Ward of the City of Chicago, President of the East Side Chamber of Commerce. The East Side Chamber of Commerce strongly supports the project. That'll be the first thing I'm going to say. I grew up on Commercial Avenue, 97th and Commercial. When I grew up, what we used to call Uptown, Commercial Avenue from 87th to 93rd, everything was flourishing. Every storefront was filled. Business was booming. And we had the mills. The mills were the economic engine. This is where everybody wanted to live, in the 10th Ward. Everybody. Over the last 30 years, we've had nothing. No investment. We're at a disadvantage on the east side because we have Indiana. Our sales tax in the county is 13%, Indiana's 5%. It's hard to attract business. We have a lot of open space, industrial space, that should be used for industrial projects. But we have a select few, a group of people that want to oppose everything. And it's a joke. It's a joke. So I heard something previously about a CBA. CBA is great. But remember, community benefits agreement. There's not 35 or 36 organizations in the 10th Ward and the 7th Ward. These are organizations, this happened before McCaffrey tried to develop the property. North Lawndale, Inglewood, no offense, 8th Ward we're hearing today. It's not in their community. It's the 10th Ward community. It's the 7th Ward community. Let's take care of the community, not worry about the rest of Chicago. With the project coming here, the other thing this does is it generate tax. So when you got tax, you have money to do things. If you have nothing, you have no taxes. You have no jobs. It's dead. It's time to stop being dead and start to come alive again. It's time to make the 10th Ward what it once was, the greatest place in the city of Chicago to live. Support the project. I request it. I ask you, whatever. Support the project. Thank you for your time. Go Quantum.
Good morning. My name is Annette Pedraza, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about a project that's going on the south side of Chicago right now. I represent the Restoration and the Preservation Committee for the Our Lady of Guadalupe Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall. This has an undertaken project by the American Legion South Deering Veterans Post 1238. They have taken on this project. I'll tell you a little bit about that. The mural is currently located at the 9100 South Brandon in the South Chicago community. Approximately a year and a half ago, The Claretians, who own the building on which the mural is currently painted on, notified the community in our Alderman Chico that they were going to be doing construction for affordable family housing. And the building needed tuck pointing. So the vets were concerned that this would be, that the mural would be lost or greatly damaged. So what recently the momentum has started up again about getting the wall, either the mural moved or something else done to it. So currently at the last meeting, Alderman Chico has been moving forward with getting some of the vignettes, which are the pictures of the 12 soldiers on the top, removed so that we could get the tuck pointing done. But we also started thinking about why put the mural back on the wall of the building since we don't own the building. So we're looking at doing these on panels. This is the project again that we're looking to hope to get more research on, learn and guidance from construction companies and whatever it needs to do that. Recently, we saw that a mural was going on in the it was a library, and it's the Vodak East Side Library where there was a mural going on the building. We hope to learn from that as well. So we're doing some fundraising and whatever it takes to get the murals moved and redone and repainted on those panels. This community, we're trying to document all the work from the community and what the alderman has done. And we're also doing a documentary to document all of that. Now, the history real quickly about the mural. The Our Lady of Guadalupe Church was the first Mexican-American church in the city of Chicago. And between the years of 1966 and 1970, this parish had the most fallen soldiers in the whole United States. So that's why the veterans of the area decided to do the wall to begin with. And so now we're looking at restoring it and making it better. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Mike. I'm a physicist at the University of Chicago, and I'm here to speak against the rezoning for the construction of the Quantum Proving Ground. In 1942, the world's first nuclear reactor was built beneath the bleachers of the football field at UChicago as part of the Manhattan Project. This radioactive site was built with no radiation shielding, endangering workers and local residents. In the 1980s, radioactive strontium was found still in the soil at Site A facility, also operated by the university just outside of Chicago, despite being open to the public. This material was not removed until the 1990s. Meanwhile, UChicago still celebrates and memorializes its contributions to the creation of nuclear weapons. Despite tensions skyrocketing in the Middle East, Russia and Ukraine, and in the South China Sea, the university has never critically reflected on its role in creating nuclear weapons which seem more and more likely to be used and exterminate humanity once and for all. 82 years later, the University of Chicago is salivating at the opportunity to collaborate on what has been promoted as a Quantum Manhattan Project. Like the original one, this quantum campus is moving forward with no regard for the safety of workers or local residents in Chicago. This facility will not be used to improve society through knowledge. It will be a Department of Defense bankrolled operation designed to intensify surveillance technology through encryption breaking and accelerate our killing capabilities through more deadly weapon systems. The US has been recklessly provoking Russia and China in a new Cold War that is turning hot, and this war project, masquerading as scientific innovation, will not make us safer. It will harm the local Chicago community, as well as push us down a path towards direct confrontation with other great military powers, a war which cannot be won by anyone. Halt this project before it is too late.
Hi there, my name is David Zagiji. I'm a physicist at the University of Chicago, also a member of the Oryx Outside Together, and I'm also here to oppose against this proposed quantum facility. As many of my colleagues and fellow scientists would say, science is a very slow and incremental process. If you see science actively bulldozing and pushing through something, that should give you a red flag. This is not really to help the people, but it's really here to damage us. Take, for example, cryptocurrency, like that was big promoted by tech and also said that this will provide a lot of benefit and security to people. However, what we see is that we just see massive data centers that are currently continue to increase our carbon emissions. Same thing with AI. It said it'll revolutionize the world. Currently, it's making a lot of our products worse and also continuing to blow us past our carbon emissions. And seeing this like quantum proposal being proposed in just a few months, when we've usually seen like some of our science projects take multiple decades just to make sure they don't damage the environment, that should give you a good sign that this is not going to be good for the people of South Chicago. Just as my colleague Mike shared, last time, like one of the big examples that this project is often compared to is the Manhattan Project, which if we want to learn anything from that, it led us into a nuclear cold age, that Cold War, and that like continued to like have lots of repercussions in global politics, and we're now going to be entering through a quantum Cold War with this proposal moving forward without any like understanding of the repercussions. In addition, like when many of the developers says that this will bring jobs and benefits to the community, like most people here do not have PhDs in physics. Like most of these jobs are not going to be helping residents in the community. And just as similar to the Obama Center when it said we're going to be bringing money into the community, not displacing folks, what we saw is that rents kept going up, property taxes kept going up, people kept getting evicted. You're saying that people living in the community are going to enjoy this as a benefit. They can't if they're going to be actively displaced and can't live here anymore. Also, we're giving a tax rebate to this property. Like, why? Like, how come we should? But we're going to be ending up like potentially raising property taxes on all Chicagoans. Like we keep giving lots and lots of tax breaks and TIF districts to all these mega developments that currently are not moving forward, like the 78 that Kurt Bailey is helping lead, like Lincoln Yards. And we wonder why we have a $1 billion budget crisis every year. And we're wondering why we keep having our property taxes raised on us, but instead we get to give property taxes to semiconductors and qubits. And also with regards to affordable housing, like Kurt Bailey, Relate Midwest has done an awful job with redeveloping Roosevelt Square. When you've been trying to, like many tenants in Parkway Gardens, they've been expressing complaints, safety concerns about like needing repairs, but Relate Midwest has continued worry, like have not fixed those issues. I frankly wouldn't trust living in any housing development that Relate Midwest builds for people in the community. Thank you.
The next group of speakers, Taylor Swensky, Analia Nieto Gomez, Kenneth Newman, Rafael Hernandez, Rubén Gil, Andrés Garibay,
Hello, my name is Amalia Nieto Gomez. I'm the Executive Director for the Alliance of the Southeast and also help staff the Coalition for Southwork, CBA. So we are urging the commissioners today to slow down this process, and I encourage you to defer. We have there are over 300 pages of comments, and much more than the majority was asking you to either oppose or defer action. We have a petition that we submitted that was 87 signatures asking for this development to be slowed down and to offer community benefits, including protecting the environment and our health, jobs and education for a community, and development without displacement. We have also submitted comments. One of the letters is signed by 80 community organizations asking for 10 specific community benefits. So this development should not move forward without concrete defined community benefits, especially in regards to the environment, jobs, and education, which many folks have talked about and would like to see those promises fulfilled. But we need those things in writing. We have seen a lot of empty promises and nothing concrete. I was going to talk about today how this should be filed as a master plan development. I was very surprised to hear that it was, especially because, yes, there were 3 community meetings, but they did not discuss this plan that is being presented to the Plan Commission. There are very few details, and this is required as part of the master plan development of this plan commission. It does not, we have not had working groups or scoping groups, which is also required by master plan development. And as such, this should be deferred. We also ask why this zoning amendment applies to the whole site. The only thing that has been discussed in the community is the local part where Quantum is going, and we still don't have a lot of details for that. So I encourage the commissioners to ask why we need to have this zoning thing apply to the whole 440 acres when we have only talked about the Quantum part of it. I know there are promises to have housing. There is no housing that is part of this plan. The housing that Related Midwest is talking about is to do infill housing, which is to buy up city-owned properties next to current residents, which we will fear will lead to more gentrification. Of all the community partners that were listed, there was not a single community partner that was listed. We need community benefits. They need to be concrete, and we have 80 organizations here asking for community benefits, 129 community residents signed petition asking for community benefits, and these are all very specific and laid out. So I encourage the Plan Commission members to please ask questions about this plan. There's very little details on here. One of the things that it also says is that it will allow recycling companies, freight companies, and coke companies, coal companies, which are all companies and industries that this community, which is an environmental justice community, has fought against. Thank you.
It's afternoon already. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruben Gill, and I'm here to support the 8080 plan development. I'd like to bring a kind of a personal point of view here. I immigrated here to Chicago at the age of 8, directly from a small town in Mexico to South Chicago. And I benefited tremendously from the status of South Chicago as a community that was a solid middle-class community. And like me, countless kids grew up in South Chicago, went on to complete high school, went on to complete higher education, and went on to build businesses that many of us are in this room, businesses that have employed lots of people. I was also there in South Chicago. I was there until I got married. I married a girl from the North Side, and you know how that goes. But anyway, I was there. My mom lived in South Chicago through this whole time, and I was there to see the painful demise of South Chicago, and the whole time by building a new healthcare facility in South Chicago, by building a new elementary school, and countless other projects at what used to be South Chicago Community Hospital. I have, over the past 40 years, done everything where possible to help South Chicago recover. I think this is an opportunity that really can't wait. We've seen other opportunities dissipate, and I think in order for Chicago to take the lead in this, I strongly encourage that this plan development be approved. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name's Kenneth Newman. I am very interested in seeing this project eventually get built after there is more remediation of the site, because frankly, some of the previous speakers have talked about various chemicals that are in the slag. I have held the slag in my hands many times. This site has great potential. I was a member of the original planning committee for Steelworkers Park. I'm very concerned that Steelworkers Park and Schaefer Park could potentially be contaminated by construction trucks semis, bulldozers, you name it, who are coming on the job site and then coming off the job site. Tires hold a lot of dirt. I've worked in construction before. I've held a jackhammer. I've dug ditches. I know what kind of contaminants can leave a job site of a major construction project. So the commissioners need to understand that the future of this project is after we know that the area is completely safe and that the parks nearby are completely safe from any contaminants that may be dug up and in the air because of that. The lake water could also be potentially contaminated by dust entering, going over Steelworkers Park or into the Calumet River. Finally, the pictures that have been shown on these slides and in this handout from a few weeks ago show buildings of different sizes, different shapes, and we're not really sure what the actual buildings are going to look like when they're finished. I don't want to see what looks like a 4 to 6 story building right next to the walking path of Steelworkers Park. That building should be moved back a couple hundred yards from the water's edge so that the shadow of that building does not interfere with Steelworkers Park. Schaefer Park on the west side of Lakeshore Drive certainly has a great future. Along with the south of it is the farmers market. Well, those areas could both get contaminants from the air, from semi trucks and other trucks on Lakeshore Drive going to and from the site. There was also some talk at one point of using barges on the lake to haul material away from the construction site. I don't know how they would do that with Steelworkers Park in the way, unless they go to the river. So please make sure that these parks are safe before this actual project goes through so that everyone can enjoy the parks in the future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andres Garibay. I'm a lifelong resident of the 10th Ward. I'm actually third generation. My grandfather was born in 1927 in South Chicago. My grandfather worked at U.S. Steel for over 35 years as a union pipe fitter. The opportunity that the steel mill gave my grandfather put 4 of his 5 kids into college. All 9 of his grandkids have graduated, and now his great-granddaughter started college as well. I remember what South Chicago was as a child. I remember Commercial Avenue. I remember all the stores. I remember all the businesses. But when the mills went away, so did everything else. The land that we're speaking about today has been vacant for over 30 years. And in those 30 years, so many people have left the community because we could no longer work in our own community and we couldn't live there. It was difficult for us to survive. We had to go outside the community to find anything we needed. I'm happy that someone's finally seen the value in our community. And I like to thank Sign Quantum and Related for that. They're looking to bring something back to our community. What they're going to give us is an opportunity. That's all we've been asking for, is an opportunity to work in our neighborhood, to live in our neighborhood, to bring back the small businesses that were there during the 80s and the 90s. I see the site being built, and it brings joy to me because I see what it can be. It can be what's good for the next generation. We may not see it, but our next generation will. This is going to be the first supercomputer for quantum in all the world. And they picked Chicago. They picked South Chicago. We have been flown over by everyone in the city. You tell people you're from South Chicago East Side, they say you're from Indiana. You know, no one knows where we're from except from those who are from the neighborhood, because we take pride in our neighborhood. We know what our neighborhood was built on. If you're from South Chicago, it's because someone in your family either worked in the steel mills or in the railroads. That's what brought you to the neighborhood. That industry is dying out. But now we have a brand new industry willing to come this way. Yes, not everyone's going to hold a PhD from the neighborhood, but they're going to need more than just PhDs that work at that. They're going to need people who run payroll, who run HR. They're going to need operating engineers. There's going to be good work there. To build this site, union jobs. To build this is what we're looking for, good paying jobs in the neighborhood, and this is what they're going to bring us. Thank you.
The next group of speakers, Mark O'Malley, Fred Carrizales, Edward Warden, Jeffrey Sun, Charlie E., James Robinson.
Thank you for holding this forum. I think it's very important for not only myself, Mark O'Malley, I'm with Paquette Corp. We're right next door neighbor. We're just off the pictures that you saw on the left side on the river. It's very important to get community feedback, and I think it's important for everybody. I've been in the community myself since '95. Paquette has been in the community since 1957. We took over an old Nelco chemical plant that used to service the steel mills and converted it into a packaging company. We have 65 employees, growing from 11. That's part of the opportunity here in the South. The fact is, I've been here since '95 and I've seen the decline of the neighborhood, and it's very depressing. This is an opportunity that's a no-brainer in my mind for friends and neighbors in the community to be objecting to this is just totally, I think, short-sighted. The future of the status quo of South Chicago is failure. If you want to leave it the way it is, with grass growing, the trees growing, fine. But there won't be any tax revenue, there won't be any jobs, and in the long run, the community will fail. I guarantee you. I've seen it. I've seen it over 30 years. It's not getting any better. This is a huge, huge windfall benefit for the community. And if we miss this opportunity, I don't see anything else down the road that's going to potentially be anywhere near the potential of this site. So I am in firm support, and I am a board member of the Calumet Area Industrial Commission. That commission is in firm support. We need business, we need jobs, and that's what this project will give. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me, everyone? Good. My name is Fred Carrizales, longtime resident of 10th Ward. Grew up on 91st and Houston Avenue. I'm also a Vietnam veteran. I speak on behalf of our veterans, South American Legion, South During Post 1238. I'm also part of this project for the restoring the mural in our community. I'm also a graduate of Bowen High School, if she's still here, 1966. As a longtime resident of our community, when I seen this, when I seen Midwest and the announcement that was made at the Southworks, I said, here we go again. Another project coming to our community, bringing false hopes into our community. We had been through this a number of times, but I see something different with this group. They're bringing hope. They're bringing economic opportunity. If you live in the bush, there is not one grocery store in the bush. That is unbelievable. The bush at one time had a bus route running from 95th to Dan Ryan all the way to 83rd and Burley. That's the heart of the bush. Our community at one time, Commercial Avenue, was the hub of this community. We were a vibrant community, just as this young man said before. You grew up in South Chicago, you were proud of your community. We have a lot of potential here. We want this economic growth to come back. We want our community to be vibrant. There's many benefits that our small businesses are looking for. We have the small mom and pop stores that are still here. We have some Hispanic businesses that are looking forward to have this, hopefully will be successful for their businesses. There's much opportunity here. Driving through this, if I like to go downtown driving, I'm an avid golfer, so I golf at Jackson Park, but driving through, you could see the lakefront. What the beautiful lakefront. The beautification this project will bring to this area is much needed. This community has been overlooked for 30 years, if not more. And I'm tired of someone coming in here and bringing us hope, but I understand, I see promise here. And this community needs it. We need to be vibrant again. I like how they're going to mentor. They're going to bring the young youth into our program for future internships and support academic scholarships. This project is much needed. Remember, Chicago is a global city. This will be a life-changing plan for our residents. This will make a status to our city of Chicago as a global city, as a letter. Thank you all. God bless you all as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey. I'm a former chemistry student at the University of Chicago. I would like to speak very briefly before I say what I came here to say about what I've been hearing about the need for economic support and attention to these neighborhoods. And I have absolutely heard that need. And I promise you, this project will not bring you that money. I'd like to speak very quickly to these, to PsiQuantum and these people. I have free advice. Actually define your project so that I don't have to define it for you. We've heard very little about what a quantum computer actually is. So I'd like to just dispel some of the fantasies that they're playing with. This is not Apple 2.0. This is not a supercomputer that is better at everything that a computer does. A quantum computer is very good at very specific things. The only proven and known thing a quantum computer can do is encrypt and decrypt messages. Everything else, if you heard carefully what they were saying, it has the possibility to solve climate change. It could provide upwards of $50 and $60 billion. They have not provided a single person with a single idea because it doesn't exist. The only known thing a quantum computer does which is why earlier I think people were speaking about defense related. This is a military project. It's the only way it can have money and have that funding. So very quickly, the reason I say this is a quantum computer, a regular computer works along linear structures. So you got like the data and it goes from X to Y and it processes that information. It says it's 1 or 0. A quantum computer, like Mo Green said, and I don't blame Mo Green because I know Mo Green was hired at the end of September after their plans were already developed just to sell this program. So a regular computer does calculations from X to Y and it finishes those calculations. That's the progress bar from 0 to 100%. A quantum computer, if you think of a quadratic equation, there's a parabola and you got if you got the thing that intersects it at 2 points, quantum computer can hold those 2 points simultaneously. That's what's special about it. But that's also what makes it very, very limited in what it can do. So I ask you to ask these people what their quantum computer does, not what it can do, not what they promise it might do. It has the possibility. I remember someone from the Field Museum came up here and said something like, impossible to fathom knowledge is. She's correct. It is impossible to imagine what else a quantum computer will do except military projects. And that means that when it's finished, the military is going to come in with their guns, with 150 more people, please don't laugh at me, sir, with 150 people who are paid to operate this computer. It's not US Steel, it's guns, and it's going to be increased rent for Department of Defense people. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Morning, Chairperson Flores, commissioners, developers, architects, and leaders here to help us shape our city. My name is Edward Warden. I'm the president of Chicago Ornithological Society. I'm here today representing the Bird Friendly Chicago Coalition with a group that represents more than 20,000 members and supporters. I'd first like to take a moment to thank the developer and Illinois Quantum and Microelectronics Park and the architect, Lamar Johnson Collaborative, for choosing sustainable development policy credits for bird protection and for selecting some native plantings in their landscape design. Both of these decisions are essential for any new projects going before the Plan Commission, and we thank the DPD for helping encourage these selections as well. The site has been a critically important area for both nesting and migratory birds for many years, and its location along the lakeshore and the Calumet River make it even more important for wildlife conservation. Therefore, we are asking the Commission to delay a vote on this today until some guarantees can be put into writing. We also stand with community organizations that are requesting a community benefits agreement before this project is approved. We're asking that the development team add to the plan development statements a commitment to earning Sustainable Development Policy Credit A2 for protection enhanced for all current and future buildings. The proposed PD establishes a maximum building height of 170 feet, a height far exceeding what's addressed by the protection credit currently selected. We also ask that the team to mitigate light pollution and participate in the Lights Out program. And adding the enhanced protection credit to the plan development statements and participating in the Lights Out program is the only way to ensure that this project does not become another McCormick Place massacre. In addition, diverse multi-layered native landscaping along the river and grassland habitat bordering Park 566 should be used. No use of cultivars or nativars on this site would be appropriate, and we request the developer partner with the Park District's Natural Areas program on the landscape design. Finally, the facility should allow authorized bird surveyors and collision monitors access to the entire building site, except as safety measures dictate, to monitor impacts to bird populations and collect injured or dead birds. Again, thank you for making your progress towards these goals. Please reach out to my team for any further questions, concerns. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eli. I am here as a University of Chicago student. I'm studying law. I'm also here with Southside Together. I am here to ask you guys to oppose this project. My family is from the South Side. I didn't grow up in the South Side, but I came to the South Side quite often. I've gotten a lot of sharks in my life. My grandma loves sharks, if y'all are familiar with the whatever. I don't think this is the way to go. I think this is going to be very detrimental to the community. And I think I will just echo what people have said before. This is going to cause significant environmental harm and also contribute to the housing crisis, which is already like a big problem and issue on the South Side. And the development of Quantum would not be able to provide the job opportunities and the economic benefit to the regular working class citizen. This is mainly targeted towards those with college education and background, and I don't think that's right. I think that we need to rather, instead of putting money into a mega development and slapping that down, we need to put money into local community development and give back to our community in a more impactful, tangible way. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name's James. I'm a University of Chicago student, and I'm not going to speak for community because I think the community spoke for itself, but I'm going to do three things. The first thing, I'm going to pick on Mo again. So Mo was actually hired before the second community input meeting, which means that in the planning phases, they actually do not interface with community at all. And I think that's very, very important. And additionally, he doesn't have a notebook, and this is the best community meeting that they've had interfacing. Secondly, they gave more airtime to birds than actual people that will be harmed by this project. The remediation project that the Illinois EPA submitted 14 years ago is outdated. There needs to be another remediation project, or at least we need to know what's in the ground. And the jobs that they offered are construction jobs that from the community. That means people in the community are going to be on that land and working and inhaling all of those toxic chemicals. We need to know what is in the ground. And thirdly, they've also hired a PR team instead of actually investing and interfacing with community. And that PR team is already working here today in this community meeting. So I please urge you, commissioners, to please put a halt on this. Please Let's know what's in the ground and let's actually build a mega development project that is safe for the environment and good for our future. Thank you.
Next, we have Arnold Bradford, Jason Greamy, Iyana Simba, Juan Calorano, Teresa Winfrey, and Jorge Perez.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? We've been very patient. I want to thank the chair and the planning commissioners for allowing public comment under open meetings. I know that's the law, and we don't always have the advantage of being able to speak as a community. So I appreciate this opportunity. Also, I'd like to shout out to our 7th and 10th Ward aldermen who actively support development, and I support development. I love development. I just don't like development with displacement. I don't like development that's poisoning our community. I like jobs. I love jobs. By the way, I live in the community. I live in South Chicago. Who said that we didn't live in South Chicago? I'm a community activist. I'm a senior. We have 5 senior buildings over there. Did you come to our buildings? And oh yeah, you did. Mention something about this project? Let me tell you what we feel. We don't like to be excluded. We want to have our voices heard. And this is a wonderful opportunity. Unfortunately, there's some questions that have not been answered. You know, many of the people here are not only scientists, but they've done development work. They've worked for the government like I have. I've been displaced several times by your wonderful city projects. Yes, displaced. I know what it's like to have my rent go up, taxes increase. Yes, and I live in South Chicago. So I just have a few questions. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm concerned about access, lakefront access. Why can't I get an answer? What are you going to be doing with 87th Street? How are we going to get to Steelworkers Park if there's no street? This is all part of your development. It's enclosed. How do we get there? Now you say, well, it's in the plan. Well, DARPA is in the plan. Did you hear that today? DARPA is a defense research agency, and their concern is for the safety of our country. I support quantum physics. I support it because it helps to protect our country. The encryptions that it comes up with will protect our banking system if it's done right, But you know what I don't like? I don't like to go over to Steelworkers Park and have a helicopter over my head with a microphone. I don't want to see guardrails and gates and those barricades and things that the government usually installs with these kinds of projects. So I'm going to ask the commissioners, as you look at the physical structures on that site, please, will you take a look and see if we will in fact have access to Steelworkers Park and SLIP and all those other things that the community loves. Thank you so much for your time and have a wonderful afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Chicago Plan Commission. My name is Juan Calajorano, and I'm here representing Chicago Needles and Construction. As an executive director, we have some members of the audience, part of the group as well. Chicago Needles and Construction is a newly formed advocacy membership organization, and we are here to voice our wholehearted support for PSI Quantum project in the south side of Chicago. The project is developed by Related Midwest, CRG Real Estate, and managed by general contractor Clayco. The PSI Quantum project is a groundbreaking initiative that will significantly enhance Chicago's reputation in the field of quantum computer technology. With impressive $9 billion investment, this project is set to bring about a multitude of benefits, including the creation of thousands of high-quality jobs during both in the construction and operational phases. This infusion of opportunities will attract top-tier talent and businesses, making Chicago a hub for technological innovation. Related Midwest and Clayco have proved themselves as leaders in their respective fields with a strong commitment to quality, sustainability, and community engagement. This exemplary track record in minority inclusion ensures that the project will provide sustainable opportunities for minority and diverse contractors, promoting equity and inclusion within the construction industry. My experience in the construction industry spans over 17 years as a compliance consultant representing a local membership organization. I work on Related Midwest Habla and Lathrop Homes projects and witness firsthand the commitment of Related Midwest to the inclusion of minority firms and these projects, as well as the participation of minority workforce with training and work opportunities. In the Lathrop Homes project, we train over 60 individuals, including more than 30 from the community and Section 8 housing. These individuals receive OSHA 10, CPR, Flagger, and the scaffolding certifications, as well as opportunities to work in the industry. Both Clayco and Related Midwest have been leaders in the industry and ensuring that opportunities to participate in the projects are presented to small and diverse contractors. They have also conducted training and mentorship programs to enhance the capacity of these contractors. Furthermore, this project will greatly benefit the residents of the 7th and 10th Ward and surrounding areas by stimulating economic growth, generating job opportunities, and advancing technological progress. The PSI Quantum project will positively impact the local community. The involvement of the 7th and 10th Ward residents, along with support Alderman Mitchell and Alderman Chico, ensures that the community's needs and interests will be prioritized. In summary, the PSI Quantum project, under the expert guidance of Related Midwest, CRG, and Clayco, promises to bring about transformative change to their community. Their dedication to excellence and innovation, coupled with their commitment to diversity and inclusion, made this project a beacon of progress. I urge the Chicago Plan Commission to approve the PSI Quantum project and support the efforts of Related Midwest, CRG, and Clayco. Thank you for attention and consideration. Once again, my name is Juan Calajorano, and I'm the Executive Director of Chicago Needles and Construction. Thank you.
Okay. Not good morning, but good afternoon now. Good morning or good afternoon, Commissioner Flores and commissioners and other stakeholders as well. My name is Ayana Simba, and I am the City Programs Director for the Illinois Environmental Council. We represent about 100 different environmental groups throughout Illinois, including the Alliance for the Southeast and the Southeast Environmental Task Force, and many other organizations and individuals that do here work in Chicago. We are deeply concerned by the speed at which the commission plans to approve the rezoning of the 440 acres for the former Southworks site. We are excited and supportive of the economic and technological benefits at this site, but we believe that the proposed site plan does not adequately account for the potential environmental harms. Overall, we are deeply concerned by the vague details of the project regarding proper remediation, protection of natural spaces, and lack of plans to integrate 100% renewable energy into the project's operation. IEC has participated in the public forums and environmental stakeholder meetings. And while we appreciate the proactive engagement from IEPA, DCO, Related Chicago, PSI Quantum, many critical questions remain unanswered. As such, we strongly urge the commission to defer this item in order to allow for robust collaboration with environmental groups, community-based organizations, and other stakeholders. This will ensure that Chicago develops the IQMP campus that is not only historic, but is also equitable and environmentally sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, Commissioners. My name is Jorge Perez, and I'm from South Chicago. I'm from the Bush neighborhood, and I get a chance here to wear two hats. On one end, I'm the CEO and founder of a new economic development organization for South Chicago called Lake Effect Community Development. And my other hat is as a resident and owner of a business called Chico's Oven, located on 83rd Street in Houston, 83rd in Houston, in the Bush community. First off, as Lake Effect Community Development was started as a 501c3 organization a few years ago, its mission is to positively impact the economic landscape of the southeast side of Chicago. And we've been doing this through partnerships. We've currently partnered with two other nonprofit organizations to redesign and rebuild their facilities. One is a youth service center on Commercial Avenue called La Casa Community Committees, and the other is with the Hegewisch Little League. Both of these projects are currently in the design phase, and we have 100% MWBE participation on our architectural engineering teams. And I might add that both of those firms have local residents who work for those firms as well. So on behalf of the Lake Effect Board of Directors, we want to support this request for the waterway plan development by Related. And for the IQMP, we understand that this meeting is part of the process, and we encourage you to move forward and vote yes on this. Now, secondly, I would like to comment as a lifelong resident of South Chicago and the Bush community. And this is a truly unique opportunity for me to be able to do it both from a professional nonprofit economic development perspective, but also as a resident who's been longing for something to just something happen on the Southworks sites for the past 30 years. I own a business called Chico's Oven, and it's located 3 blocks from the site. And I might add that we were selected Donut Shop of the Year in 2022 by Southside Weekly. I opened this bakery 3 years ago in the same location where I grew up, which was my parents' grocery store that they had from 1979 to 1994. I bought the building from my dad in 1996 with the hopes of one day something would happen out here. And I promised my father that I would actually take his recipes from his panaderia and that we would reintroduce them to the community. And for 30 years, he always questioned what I was doing. So I had to go off and do a professional career in advocacy and small business representation. But here we are today. I reopened the business knowing it'd be very difficult to open a business in South Chicago, particularly in that Bush community. There had been no new business license east of the Metro tracks there in probably 25 years. I reopened knowing that half the population had left between 1990 and 2020. Just look at the census figures, there's nobody there. That displacement happened because Southworks closed, high crime, right? Everything that comes as a negative multiplier when a big anchor like that leaves. That's what caused displacement. Those are the folks that we're trying to see or to highlight that they left. And even our beloved St. Michael the Archangel Church closed a few years ago, and its wonderful tower looks over all of the bush. I got to tell you that I did this knowing to be difficult, but my business strategy was a little different. And so we've been able to grow our business since then. Now, in my career, I worked in advocating and representing small businesses locally on the Southeast side and throughout the state. And I've always marveled for the ability to reintroduce, like I said, my parents' baked goods, but doing so and creating a new market where one doesn't exist. And that's what we have here, an opportunity to create a brand new marketplace. This would be the bookend for development in Chicago. You have O'Hare 21, and now you have the Quantum Campus. So I encourage you to please vote yes and build it fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Next we have Jose Suarez, Doug Nelson, Oscar Sanchez, Marie Collins, and Jim Kinney.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jose Suarez. I am a newly found member of Chicago Unidos in Construction. I'm here to advocate the support of the economic development proposition that's been proposed today. I guess from a professional standpoint, I work with a lot of contractors. I work on the business development side. I work with a lot of minority, women-owned, disadvantaged companies. And I've seen the opportunities that these projects and contracts have done to boost not only their companies, but also the communities that they serve. I've seen firsthand the way that the money trickles down into the communities, how it gives back to families, to communities, how it helps businesses grow. A couple of business owners that are here started with 1 or 2 people in their office, and now have over 100 to 150 employees and generate revenue for not only Chicago, but for all of the state of Illinois through the advancement of Latino-owned businesses. The other hat that I wear, I guess, is I'm a lifelong Chicago resident. I was born and raised in Chicago. I was born and raised in Humboldt Park. It was a very, very tough upbringing in the 80s and filled with crime, gangs, violence. And I've seen firsthand what gentrification, whether it's good or bad, has done to revitalize that community, to create a ecosystem of both an area where you can have residents who are born and raised there, and also have developments that are bringing back and bringing new folks in the community. I believe that the South Shore, this project, can have something similar, where you can have an ecosystem where you can have community residents that are thriving, but also business and economic development that is going to continue to sustain something for the future. I believe in the city of Chicago. I've had many of opportunities to leave the city, but I've stayed because I believe in it. I believe in its residents. I believe in its leaders. I believe it's in its developers, its projects, and I'm one of the few that are going to say, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to see the city continue to thrive and continue to bring positive development. And we want to thank everyone. And just for the record, I am not opposed to this project, and I fully support fully support it going through. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Doug Nelson. I'm the Environmental Director of the Calumet Area Industrial Commission. I'm also a resident of the 10th Ward of Chicago, and I've lived or worked in the 10th Ward since 1974. I support the planned development rezoning application for 8080 South DeSable Lakeshore Drive. As a former steelworker and official in the Steelworkers Union, I've been saddened by the lack of investment in sites where steel mills have previously been located. I'm aware that some special interest groups are saying that the brakes should be put on this project and that things are moving too fast. No, things are moving too slow. It has been 32 long years that this huge site has sat vacant. The residents of South Chicago and its adjacent neighborhoods are hardworking, educated people, and we need projects like this to keep the neighborhood stable. This site received no further remediation letter from the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency and has met all the environmental standards for the proposed project. I wish it had not taken so long for a development like this to get the backing to proceed. The quantum computing project represents a new generation in job creation for the southeast side, not only at the site itself, but through vendors, housing, and the many small businesses that will be created in the area. As most longtime residents will tell you, South Chicago was a wonderful, thriving neighborhood when U.S. Steel Southworks and other nearby steel mills were operating. The PSI Quantum Project represents new technology and industry for the area. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Oscar Sanchez, Co-Executive Director of the Southeast Environmental Task Force. We urge the Plan Commission to slow the process down and defer action on this proposal. We're not saying against. To folks addressing environmentalists, we're saying we will not accept breadcrumbs. We're saying the communities should be at the table. For years, this has been home. South Chicago is where many of us here grew up. I think of grandma's house. This is our community, and the community members are the ones taking care of the community. During the pandemic, it was Alliance to the Southeast and the Southeast Environmental Task Force and many other organizations at the front line. And I asked those supporters here, where were you? We've seen the struggles and we see the empty promises. This wouldn't happen downtown. Related Midwest spent $10 million on a park for the former Chicago Spire site, but when it comes to our community, they're hiring a PR firm. Don't thank us when you're working against our best interests. 59 million square feet. 59 million square feet. Yes, there's been community meetings, but they've been lectures, not conversations. We've been told how Quantum Project will solve all our problems, but never show how. Where's the commitment to our children? Because we do not deserve breadcrumbs. We owe it to our children who are constantly tokenized to have commitments for their future. Game night was nice, but will they ever see that equipment again? If they're so committed, why don't they put it in writing? Our children deserve clean air. A child passed away due to an asthma attack in the southeast side just this past month, but no one will mention this. Our children deserve housing. Why not have the city commit to cut property taxes like the White Sox Field residents? Or is that only an offer for Site Quantum? South Shore just voted a majority to have a CBA for the Obama Library. It's not uncommon. This plan is premature. Why is the Plan Commission voting against its own authority and superseding zoning ordinances? What future review will ever happen? This application claims to meet the points of the Sustainable Development Policy, but again, what are the real commitments? What are the real clear commitments to community benefits when it's part of the metrics? Energy consumption. How can we ensure South Chicago doesn't face more blackouts when we're already struggling with power issues? If there's a plan, it's not being shared with the community. We demand transparency. We demand real commitment. And I'm glad it was shared that these projects take time. So take the time to slow down and listen to the community. And the community is saying, sign a community benefits agreement. Thank you.
My name is Jim Kinney. I'm resident, South Chicago. This is probably going to be the shortest thing going. Yeah, I just have one question for the commission. How much public money is going into this project? That's it. Thanks.
Next, we have Mario Romero, David Artenas, Harley Johnson, Luis Pugh, Valerie Goss, and the last one does not have a name, but it has a business name, Amanda's Dependable Service.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the commission. My name is David Arenas, and I'm with All Construction Group, a third generation Latino family-owned general contractor. I'm here to express my strong support for the Quantum Campus project, a groundbreaking initiative that promises to solidify Chicago's position as a leader in advanced technology and innovation. This project will bring immense benefits, not just to our economy, but also to our local Latino and Black communities and the environment. I understand and respect the concerns raised regarding the environment and preservation of green space and public access. These are values that we all share. However, I believe this project represents an opportunity to address those concerns while also addressing and creating a transformative progress. The Quantum Campus project commitment to sustainability is woven into the very fabric of their design. The campus plan includes expansive green rooftops, public park areas, and eco-friendly building practices, ensuring that we are not just preserving the green space, but enhancing it. This project doesn't take away from our open spaces and parks. It invests in them. It will make the surrounding areas more accessible and enjoyable for the community. Furthermore, the economic and educational benefits are undeniable. PsiQuantum will generate hundreds of high-paying jobs and forge partnerships with our local universities and schools, creating pipelines for talent and opportunity. This is a once-in-a-generation chance to anchor our city as a hub for quantum computing, an industry poised to revolutionize sectors like healthcare, transportation, and clean energy. I urge us to think not in terms of opposition, but collaboration. With your support, we can integrate the values of environmental and green space advocates into this project, ensuring that it reflects the best of our city, where innovation and conservation work hand in hand. Together, we can create a legacy that honors our natural beauty, empowers our residents, and drives Chicago forward into the future. Let's seize this moment and build something truly extraordinary. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marco Romero, and I've been a resident of La Villita. I want to thank the members of the Chicago Plan Commission. I am here to express my support for the proposed development of 8080 South DeSable Lakeshore Drive, particularly the inclusion of the groundbreaking quantum computing project. This initiative represents a bold step forward for both our community and the future of our nation. Quantum computing has the potential to revolutionize industries by solving problems that are currently beyond the reach of even the most advanced traditional computers. from advancing healthcare research and climate modeling to optimizing transportation and energy system. This technology promises to position Chicago as a global leader in innovation. It will attract top talent, foster collaboration between academic institutions and private industries, and create opportunities for local residents to engage with cutting edge science. What makes this project even more meaningful is the commitment to inclusivity and community empowerment. Related Midwest, a trusted developer in Chicago, has consistently demonstrated its dedication to uplifting diverse communities throughout workforce development programs, partnership with minority-owned businesses, and investments in affordable housing. Related Midwest has proven its ability to deliver projects that not only drive economic growth, but also create a pathway for underrepresented groups to succeed. For the residents of the South Side, the quantum computing project will open doors to education and high-tech job opportunities in a rapidly growing field. It will inspire young people in our neighborhoods to envision careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, reshaping what is possible for our city's future generations. Moreover, the project's proximity to historical underserved communities ensures that those who have long been excluded from economic progress will have a seat at the table. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Harley Johnson. I'm a professor at the University of Illinois, and I'm the director of the Illinois Quantum and Microelectronics Park. I've been a professor at the U of I for almost 25 years. My area of expertise is materials for quantum and microelectronics. Now in the role of leading the IQMP LLC, I have the opportunity to work with an organization that will, thank you. Our organization will govern and operate the park. We will work closely with Related Midwest and with PsiQuantum, and in the planning stages so far, I can say they've been great partners. I'm an educator, and my area of expertise being in quantum, I can tell you that the science is solid, the technology is safe. I'm very excited about what we can do with this. I think that we're at a moment when of real opportunity. Furthermore, I think the plan, which actually extends access to the lakefront, is going to be bring great benefits to the community in that sense. One last thing I wanted to say is based on something that we've heard a lot when we meet with the community, and that is, I think overwhelmingly the community is interested in bringing benefits to the kids in the schools. The fact that our organization, the IQMP LLC, is governed by the universities and the research institutions around the city and around the state, I think gives us an opportunity to do just that, to reach into the schools and create programs that bring opportunities to the kids in the neighborhood and the community. My hope is that someday we'll look back on this and think about the fact that the kids in this neighborhood will be sort of the first generation of kids to understand this technology and to be prepared for careers, not just in quantum computing, but in computer science and other related areas. So I want to thank you for your time and also thank others for making their comments today. I think the community input's been very important. The environmental issues are important, but I think the story is real and the science is solid, and it backs up I think a very important opportunity and a moment that we have to take advantage of. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Puig, and I'm a local mason contractor, general contractor in Chicago. My parents were immigrants, came to Chicago. I was one of those stupid kids who could not get a job. Like everybody says, the stupid kids won't be able to work at Quantum. I barely graduated high school in 1977. In 78, I was running the streets with my friends, and I ended up getting shot at Inglewood High School. My brother got into the trade, so I decided, you know what, I'm going to try the trades because I can't run the streets any longer. And I got into the trades, and he was making good money, so I started making good money, and I thought this is great. So from that, Harold Washington ended up doing the MBE program. I got involved in MBE program, started growing a business, and now I'm one of the largest Latino contractors in Chicago. The reason I'm saying all this is because there's a lot of kids out there that are in trouble, that are causing trouble, and the only reason they're doing that is because they have no opportunities to work anywhere. I have a workforce development now, and I'm bringing kids in from the south side and the west side. My office is in the west, and trying to get kids trained to be bricklayers, carpenters, laborers, so they can have a good job and they don't have to go out and rob everybody and steal. The only reason they're doing that is because they don't have any work, and it's so simple to understand. So just from my example of the way I grew up, I think I could help. We can help a project like this, and people like Related who are very, very interested in helping the community, kids from the community, young kids come up. I think we can do a great job, and we could help. We could help all the kids. We could solve the crime problem in Chicago by projects like this, and working with these kind of people. There's not that many. It's not that often that happens, and I'm very, very glad it's happening now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody can hear my voice.
Yes.
In my former life, I was a cheerleader, so I hope I can do well here. My name is Dr. Valerie Goss. I'm a professor of chemistry at the Chicago State University, not far from here. We educate predominantly Black and Brown students in the Chicago area. And I myself am a product of the Chicago public school system. So I know what we can do. I think in terms of quantum, what we need to focus on is educating and getting ourselves, our communities, our students, everyone informed about what quantum is and what quantum can do. So I am in support of this proposal. I appreciate that Mo Green gave an introduction to us about what is quantum. What is it all about? I want you to understand that myself, I'm gonna go back a little bit. 2015, there were 3 scientists in a room at Chicago State, all Black and brown. That's rare. Russell Ceballos from this community, myself from this community, as well as Dr. Peters and also Dr. Pittman, also engineers and physicists and mathematicians. And y'all know what we were talking about in 2015? How we can get our students involved in the quantum revolution. We want to be at the front of the line, not at the back of the line. We see this as an opportunity for that to happen for us and for all students of color to have an opportunity and a platform to be involved in the quantum revolution that's happening here. So thank you for your time and have a good holiday season, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Moss, or Goss, I'm sorry. We are moving on to, we want to address some of the comments before we open it up to the commissioners, specifically the one on the environmental issues. If someone from the presenting team can address that.
Thank you. Don will come up and address that as well. We have other subject matter experts, including from the state of Illinois here, who are available to address that.
Thank you. Again, I'm Don Bernanke. And I'll start, and then if it's okay with commissioners, I'd like to ask our expert and environmental engineer to join me. So I want to say, first of all, with regard to the environmental conditions of the site, we take, as we have over all the projects that we've done, we take our responsibility to make sure that we are doing our projects and our construction mindful of the environmental issues that might be associated with that. We have done a number of large projects that have had challenges with regard to environmental. That would include Lathrop Homes that has been talked about in reference today. That would be Roosevelt Square, which is also over 100 acres of land. It would include 500 Lakeshore Drive and 1 Bennett, which both were built in thorium zones that we have had to work not only with the IEPA on, but the federal EPA. And also another project that was referenced here, which would be 400 Lakeshore Drive in DuSable Park. So I tell you that before I ask our engineer to join us. I tell you that because we are aware, we are very much aware of not only finding what is in the soil, studying what's there, working with IEPA. We are committed to following those regulations. We inform ourselves of what the situation is. And in this particular case, there are thousands and thousands of pages of documents that relate to this and a history behind here. The NFRs, quite frankly, are a part of that, but they are not all of that. And so I want to assure the commissioners and assure the community that we take that responsibility very seriously. And we have been very successful in overcoming some of the challenges associated with those other sites I talked to. And part of the reason for that, a big part of it, is the relationships that we have established with IEPA and the regulatory agencies in terms of making them aware of what we might find. We talk about things in the soil that maybe have not been identified, whether they're tanks that potentially we come across. I think somebody had referenced that. We understand the process for having to deal with that. We understand those things. I think the other point is we will have a specific plan. We're really, by regulation, mandated to have a plan that talks about construction and what needs to be done during construction to keep the site safe, to keep the surrounding area safe as we handle the soils and handle the things we might come up across. So I want to start with that because I don't want you to think that somehow we are not seriously aware of what we have to deal with. And we will deal with it in the appropriate way that meets the regulations, whether those be city, state, or federal regulations, depending on what is there now or what we may find during construction. So with that, I would actually like to have Jeff McClellan join me. We also have a representative of IEPA that's here as well to talk more specifically about this site and where we are at now in learning more about it and working with the IEPA.
Hi, I'm Jeff McClelland. I work for Pioneer Engineering. My name is Jeff McClelland. I work with Pioneer Engineering and Environmental Services. I'm a licensed. Can you hear now? I have to put it right there. Sorry, my name is Jeff McClelland. I work with Pioneer Engineering and Environmental Services. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Illinois, environmental engineering degree with 30 years of experience. I'm going to go a little bit off script and just say that I've personally worked with Related Midwest for 25 years. And everything that Don said is true. They've always wanted to do it the right way. And when this project kicked off, he called me and said, Jeff, this is a big one. Just like all the other projects, we need to make sure that we get this right and do everything. And with that, we reviewed all the documents. We understand, like Don said, that it's past industrial operations. We understand that there's no further remediation letters. We understand that that regulations have changed and things are different. And because of that, one of the first things that we did is Don and I drove down to Springfield. We met with Illinois EPA. We got involved, told them the general plans because I think some of it still is early. But we also have been going out to the site. We've done a lot of additional investigation. We're figuring out what current conditions are. We're figuring out how that compares to current regulations. We're developing plans for addressing tanks. Maybe there's hotspot areas that have to be remediated. And similar to any other site in Chicago, really, over my past 30 years, a lot of it's going to come down to capping the site, putting clean soil on top of it, putting asphalt, putting concrete on it, and making sure that people aren't exposed to contaminants. And that's really what happens everywhere in the state and throughout the city. So in many ways, the way I look at this is that yes, there's an NFR letter that allows residential property use, but really what's being done here is the plan is going to make it better and safer than what was previously allowed. And that's the plan moving forward.
Thank you. We also do have a representative from the Illinois EPA. If you could please step up and speak to the conditions and some of the comments that we've heard.
So my name is Brad Frost. I'm the manager of the Office of Community Relations at the Illinois EPA. Oh, at the Illinois. Sorry about that. So I guess just to reiterate what he's already said is, the Illinois EPA is aware that they are planning to come into our site remediation program. There's been talk of former NFRs at the site. Those are, the site has been investigated in the past. Those NFRs are valid. But from the standpoint of, we have regulations, our 742, our tiered approach to corrective action or corrective objectives. We have actual remediation standards. So, a company or a developer like this can look at those remediation objectives and they know exactly when they go out and investigate a site, what they are going to have to do to make sure that the site is remediated properly. So, but those 742 objectives are updated over time. So the facility or the developer is planning to come into our SRP program, investigate the site, develop objectives, and remediate the site such that it's good for the type of use that it will be used for. I guess the other thing I'll say is once we do get those reports, we will make them public. I know that that's been a concern. We have participated in the various meetings that the city has put on. We, from an Illinois EPA standpoint, we want to be transparent and communicate with the community members about the site, about our process, and we will, we're going to make those reports available to the public when we have them.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I think with that, we'll open it up to the commissioners to see if there's any questions or comments.
Testing. So can we ask if our Commissioner of Environment can give us her opinion also? Who's here? Yeah, as it relates to the NFR and right, to be able to move forward with the development and, folks talking about going into the park and dust going into the park and all of those things.
Sure. Thank you, Alderman and Commissioner, and thank you all. So I will say a couple of things. I work on behalf of the residents of the city of Chicago at the pleasure of the mayor, to pursue clean water, clean air, and clean soil on behalf of all of us. That is my job here at the city of Chicago as the Commissioner of the Department of Environment and as the Chief Sustainability Officer for the city. I have heard, and I want to just, say that I appreciate everyone here who has raised environmental concerns. This was a heavy industrial use. People are rightfully concerned about land contamination. And those were things that we have raised since the beginning of this process. And those are important things. We have raised them to the development team. We have raised them directly to the IEPA. And I want to just double click on what Brad has said and what has been stated by the environmental remediation contractor that Related is working with. The site will be re-enrolled in the site review process. When the city of Chicago does brownfield remediation, we send that to the IEPA for evaluation. Their job is to uphold the highest standards of land remediation on behalf of the state. And so if we, as the city, were to pursue brownfield remediation, that is information that we would send to them for a no further remediation letter. And I understand that this is very technical language, so I will just state it simply again. From what I have been told, and I have been reassured by both the IEPA as well as Related, that there will be additional exploration of land contamination that will be given to the IEPA for reevaluation, and that those concerns will be mitigated, if that is helpful, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So I think this is a great project. I think it's very important for the city, the state, in that community. I know, from a ward like mine, sometimes you get projects that are about the community, but sometimes you get projects that are about the city of Chicago. And this project is about the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois, right? And it's unfortunate that we don't have as many cranes up as we used to have. I think you can count how many cranes we have up on one hand. Kirk said 2. One of them is yours and one of them is Clayco's, right? So it's 2 cranes up in the city of Chicago, which has a major impact on our economy right now. And this is very prevalent right now for myself and my colleagues, because we're sitting down in budget hearings right now. Right now we're here, we're supposed to be at the budget hearings, but those things have a large impact on the budget for the city of Chicago. So having a project like this would bring a lot of economic development to the city of Chicago, but also it would attract a lot of other development to happen in the city of Chicago. And we're talking about a area where we have had environmental contamination for years, right? And who's to say that none of that contamination has overflowed into the community already from rain and air and all of the other things that have been going on for 30 years, right? So now we're talking about an opportunity to clean that up. But we're talking about opportunity to clean that up with them saying that, I think you all were talking about how many thousand jobs? 75,000 jobs. 175,000 jobs. 175 permanent jobs. And then how many construction jobs? 20,000. 20,000 so y'all had to get one up on me with the United Center, huh? 20,000 construction jobs on the south side. And that will have a major impact on that community. Folks who get the money from working there will spend money back into the city of Chicago. I mean, this is big for the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. And then what I found from organizations and developments like this, because I got Google in my ward. And when Google moved to my ward, I started getting a whole bunch of other companies opening up in the area, moving to the area, which brought more development, more jobs, more people to spend money in the community, which attracted more businesses to the neighborhood because they wanted to accommodate all of those folks moving to the area. One of the things that I want to ask, and I just asked one of my colleagues over there, who I commend, both aldermen, Chico and Alderman Mitchell, from the southeast side. I commend them on this development and having this happen. Finally, something is going to happen over here. I asked them, is this a holistic plan? Are you all, I know you all, and I came in a little late and I apologize for that, Someone told me to go, they said Harold Washington. I went to the Harold Washington Library. That's why I came in here with snow all over myself. Then I got turned around and walked back this way. But holistically, I know like with developments like Google, across the street from Google, they built a hotel, right? And the whole main reason for building the hotel was because of all of the business people coming to Chicago to do business with Google and needing a place to stay, right? Are you all, do you all have anything like that in your plans? Because you're not only going to attract people to move to the area, but you're going to have people coming from outside of the community coming to the area and spending money too.
Yes, Alderman Burnett, thank you for that question. There is the engine of the actual site, right, which is going to drive those 20,000 jobs. And as Mo describes, the third-party study is up to 175,000 of jobs kind of around it. There are also a significant number of other things that we want to do on the site. So we are working on a major other employer that would go on the north end of the project, working with Alderman Mitchell on that, which would be another big development that would happen, not having to do with Sci and or the tech side of the campus. As well, with this project, when we buy the land outside of the boundaries of what we're talking about today, actually, we get a number of home sites, I think about 42 different home sites. And we're going to work with local partners. We've got about 4 of them identified right now to build new single-family affordable housing as well. Something that hasn't happened for at least 20 years in the neighborhood. So we believe that through the engine of this project, that yes, you will see an enormous kind of amount of development that happens around it in positive ways. And I think both aldermen are absolutely committed to that happening, as are we. You're familiar with our work. We want to do something great on the site, but the critical piece here is that it goes out into the communities. And 10, 15 years from now, there are jobs, there are places to shop, and there are a lot more homes for people to live in there as well.
Well, I commend everyone that's involved with this, speaking on behalf of my colleagues, but also as the vice mayor, on behalf of the mayor, we're very excited about this. And I know that the governor is very excited about this. I think everybody's all in on this. I think this is important today at this moment for the city of Chicago to let folks know, as one of the gentlemen said earlier, that we're still alive and things are still happening in the city of Chicago. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. And I want to thank everybody who was attended today. I think it's very clear that this is an issue of great importance to the 10th ward and to the city. I appreciate all the people who came for public comment, shows your commitment to the city. And I think I heard from both, from the applicant as well as many community leaders, that community process makes the project better. I'm glad to see all the persons of the ward. I always respect the ward in terms of community engagement. To me, I am a little concerned about the public engagement when a project of this size, you're talking about at least for immediate development, 128 acres and a total of 480 acres that will be impacted. That is a huge project. In my experience with development in such projects, it takes months to even get the community to get engaged. My question is, do we think that truly 3 public meetings are real community engagement? Because what I heard today from people, and I'm talking about reputable, organizations with a lot of experience doing this, from the Alliance of the Southeast, from the Southeast Environmental Task Force, Friends of the River, people who I respect their opinion. I also heard the need for development in the area, but with a community benefits agreement. And I just don't see a lot of the leaders in the community when we talk about 80 organizations. For what I can hear in the testimony, there's only 40 businesses engaged, 7 organizations, and some perhaps hundreds of people who perhaps have signed in support. This is a community that has thousands of residents that have been impacted by environmental injustices, hundreds of businesses, and a lot of community leaders that I think are not saying no to this, but they're saying that we like to have a community benefits agreement and that we like to have more conversations. To me, again, and Alderman Bill will let me lie on this, I have tried to do projects where like 2 acres of land, and my colleagues have said that that I've done it in months and I should take a little more time. So for the sake of consistency, I just say that a project of this size, with the level of engagement that you just saw today, in my opinion, deserves to be discussed further with the community. I do think, and I agree with the applicant, the community process makes projects better. I do think that we have a transformational opportunity here, and it has to be done with the community. So my questions are, do we think that, one, the 3 meetings, 3 months are enough community engagement for a project of this size? I have no doubt that this can be of great importance and great benefit to the city of Chicago and the 10th Ward. My concern is 3 meetings are really enough to engage in such a big project? And 2, with a community benefits agreement with the residents, who will benefit by housing, by economic development, by job opportunities, by trade programs, by connecting with the schools, wouldn't more time help us all to get to the finish line in a project that I think can be a mutual benefit? Those are my 2 questions.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm going to start, and then Yannette Garcia, we've had 3 big public meetings. We have multiple meetings with the community, and we've stayed very, very focused on the community. And as you outlined, there are a lot of people that were here today and a lot of people who spoke. We have stayed hyper-focused on the 10th and the 7th wards and been working hand in hand with those aldermen to create a plan for how we address all the things you talked about. For one, we're doing a big quality of life study. So they get really granular, like you spoke about, into the community. You need to have multiple series of meetings over a long period of time. So that's what we're doing. Again, working with the 2 aldermen on focusing on the quality of life study and getting to those answers. And one thing at the end you addressed, which was the schools, and we couldn't agree with you more, which why it was so great to hear the 2 principals of the most important schools here talk about how much behind this project they are, which is, I would guess, a testament to all of the incredible meetings that Yannette has had along the way. So she can talk further about the more granular meetings we've had. Thank you.
Commissioners, Yannette Garcia, Related Midwest. So yes, as Kurt said, there were 3 meetings, large community meetings. We also had 1 focused meeting with Bush residents. What we understood at the beginning of this project was that we are not from this community. And it was important for us to immediately start engaging with organizations, with businesses, with residents on one-to-one small group meetings. So we've had over 30 something meetings with local residents and community leaders from the 7th and the 10th Ward, where we have heard all of the things that concern them, that worry them, the things that they look forward to, the hope that they have, the focus on their kids and education in the community. So we have taken all of those conversations and translated them into the plan in which we're working towards, so that we can build not only a PsiQuantum campus, but really, how do we extend the benefit out into the community? And it's only through listening to residents and hearing them and not telling them what they need, or being from somewhere outside of their community and telling them what they need, that we're going to understand them. So I think we've done a whole lot. We have a lot more to go. It's not the end of it. We're going to continue to have these meetings and these conversations so that we continue to know who they are and what they need. I don't know if anybody else from our team wants to say anything else. I hope that answers your question, Alderman.
Thank you. I hear again the presentation that this is an ongoing effort, right? I always, and especially because I've been on both sides, I've been an organizer, but also an elected official, and I do think the plans are just as good as they're in writing. So that's what I think the community benefits agreement, I think, and I'm glad that you are discussing having more community engagement that you have, because there seems to be a lot of work is still pending around remediation, around, really addressing the concerns of the community, housing, and the opportunities here. I do think that there will be missed opportunities here if there's no things in writing with the community. I've seen it with the Obama Library expansion, right? Which I do think is a good project, but yet has also have the unintended consequences. Again, with the size of this project, my concern is that if the community, which I think for what I hear, seems like this could be a great opportunity, but doesn't have assurances in writing early on, I do think that it would be a concern to move forward steady fast without having those commitments, one in writing, and two, with full engagement. I get 3 meetings, I think a good starting point, but for this kind of project, in my own experience, I do think that these kind of projects take more time. So my concern is that this is still not in writing. I hear that there are 25 schools that are engaged, but the path to employment, local hiring, as we know, we do have issues on the trades, on how we're gonna, I see it every day. Local people from all communities not being able to get into full employment. We have an opportunity to put this in writing. We talk about a $20 billion investment. This is not pennies here. So I think to my colleagues in the Planning Commission, I don't see issues with taking more time when we are going to reach a much robust community participation in a much robust benefits for the community that ultimately is going to be impacted. So again, my concern is that a lot of things that we're hearing today are just not in writing. And I think for environmental justice, for housing, and for many unemployment, my experience has been, if it's not in writing, things tend not to happen. So that will be my commitment to hear, that these things are in writing. A CBA, I do think, can only benefit the community of the 10th Ward and ultimately the city of Chicago.
Thank you for that comment. Maybe to address some of that, is there a tentative schedule of future meetings that we can talk about so the community knows?
So I think it's always important in instances like this. So every alderman work in their ward, right? They work with their constituents. They know who's from their ward, who's not from their ward. A lot of people get up here and say stuff who may not even be from their area, right? And I think we should acquiesce to the elected officials who've been working these community meetings so we can know who's really in their ward and who's really, who they really got the agreement with. Because I give you an example. I'm dealing with the United Center right now. I got people all the way from the South Side trying to get a community agreement with the United Center. And they don't even live in the neighborhood. And I'm like, dude, you don't live in the neighborhood, right? I need to talk to the people who live in my neighborhood. That's who I'm trying to get an agreement with because they're the ones that's going to be affected. There's people from all over the place. So I think it's important that we know where the alderman is, what kind of work the alderman have been doing in his ward and in their wards. Just like my colleague here, a lot of folks, he do stuff in his ward and other people get up and say something and everybody believe what the other people said, but don't know what he did in his ward and who he worked with in his ward. And I think we need to give that respect to the alderman.
To answer your question regarding future meetings, there's a meeting on December 10th that will be posted shortly that we will be hosting. It's going to be a large forum meeting. After that, we're also going to be having a pre-bid meeting with the contracting community on December 5th.
Thank you. Do we turn it back to the alderman? Okay. Okay, because there's plenty of other that wants to speak. So Commissioner Laspada, you wanted to speak?
Yes, I have questions. I have written down about 11 individual questions. So I'm going to ask 5 of them in what I would call like a round 1, and then I'll give the mic back to my colleagues to see if my questions come up naturally in the discourse. And then if not, I might take a round 2. None of these are duplicative. So number 1, thank you for the presentation today. I appreciate my colleagues being here. I remember we were at this economic development meeting and I said to Alderman Chico, I think I could fit most of the first ward in this project. And I couldn't, but I did the math on Google Maps and I could fit almost the entirety of Logan Square that I represent in the area that we're discussing today, which I think speaks to, on that scale, the urgency and the interest that my colleagues bring, and also I feel like the level of scrutiny that the Plan Commission is bringing. So my first question has to do with the presentation today. I think the majority of the focus of the presentation was on sub-area F, which seems to encompass most of the phase one. I did not hear a lot about sub-areas A through E1 and E2, and I'm wondering if someone could elaborate on even the broad strokes of those aspects of the plan development. So for the audience, I'm referencing several areas A, B1, B2, E1, E2, C, and D.
I'm gonna go to a map.
Okay.
So we can, I like pictures too. Here we go. So thank you, Commissioner. To answer your question about the scope of uses in A through E2, E1 and E2, the rest of the plan development is designed with a broad range of commercial uses that are intended to be derivative of, supportive of the industrial and technological uses that will be in the campus, but also commercial uses that will be provide amenities for the neighborhood as well. There are also, I think as you saw in the presentation, sub areas E2 and E1, or I'm sorry, B2 and E1, which are in the detail, shown in the detail here, are designed for those public access areas that you saw in Anne's presentation.
When we look at number one, I appreciate that. When we look at the application, when I look at, for instance, like sub area B1, for example, some of the buildings that seem laid out are the equivalent of buildings that look like they're 10 acres large. I feel like I may be misreading the presentation, or
You might be misreading the presentation.
So
With all
what-
due respect,
so what is the scale of the development that we're looking at in something like sub area B1?
sub area, I'm not sure, Anne, if there are, I'm not sure, Commissioner, what you were looking at. Yeah, well, I'm trying to
for the
reconcile
Commissioner.
with what you were referring to.
Let me add for the Commissioner real quick. Noah Safranik, Planning and Development. So Commissioner, we'll go to the slide that's going to show sub-area F. That's the only section that they're in for any buildings, any development, anything shown at all on the slide. All those other sub-areas, A through E, they're going to come in future site plan approval phases. They're going to come in for future traffic studies. They're going to come in for future engagement studies. There's nothing planned north of 87th Street. You see here, that's sub-area F. 87th Lakeshore Drive to the lake, to the river. That's the only sub-area that we're looking at today.
So at once I get it. And I ask this question to acknowledge, though, that we are being asked to not just vote for a plan development for that sub area, but for the whole of this plan development. Is that an accurate statement?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll leave that for right now. So my second question was, so I saw a lot that defined one-story buildings. We talked about building heights of up to 50 feet. The plan development as laid out allows for maximum building height of 170 feet. I'm wondering if you could speak to where we would see that scale of development within the plan development.
Sure. I would like Anne to come and kind of speak to the design guidelines, because those really are intended to be the framework that will guide the future approvals as actual projects are presented. And those design guidelines are intended to ensure the appropriate placement of buildings in proximity to the neighborhood. So Anne, if you wouldn't mind kind of reiterating some of those important features.
So just to reiterate some of what Noah just articulated, so just to articulate or restate some of what Noah said, the only specific proposal that we have today for building is on the sub area F with the side quantum buildings. The other sub areas, we do not have a specific building plan, but as specific proposals develop, those will be brought forward through site plan review. And what's very important about what we're presenting today is this is a framework for the evaluation of those future proposals. So for instance, when we talk about sub area F, one of the
the elements we talked about in the urban design principles was this issue of connectivity. How important the community has made it, they've made it very clear that they need additional access to the existing park space. So when we look at sub-area F, when we come back with a specific proposal, we will embed additional connections to Park 566. Again, these provide a framework for you to evaluate that. Have we provided that access in the best way possible? So that's one example. So as we develop across the other parcels of this project, we'll be able to use those urban design guidelines, which are embedded in this plan development, as a way to evaluate whether those proposals meet the goals of this project.
So that maximum building height of 170 feet sets, while we don't know where those buildings would be within those sub areas, it sets a maximum that could be applied anywhere throughout the plan development.
Yes.
Okay. My
But
third,
again, you'll be able to evaluate when we come back. That, that also comes into play when we talk about some of the bird friendly or bird safety. So there's been some talk about wanting to have enhanced bird safety. For the projects in the specific proposal we have today, those enhanced measures do not apply because of the relatively low height. But as we look at a potential proposal for a future phase, it may have a larger building where those enhanced measures would be appropriate.
okay, I appreciate that. My third question was related to sources and uses. And again, it may not be realistic in this moment, given the 440 acre scope, to understand the full spread of the sources and uses for the whole of the project. I'm wondering then, specifically related to sub-area F and the quantum computing site, if we can speak to the audience and to the commission about the sources and uses for that phase of the project.
Sources and uses sounds like my department. So if we could flip to the psi quantum piece at the bottom. So as we spoke about, the idea is to get moving quickly. We are in kind of a race for psi to be able to get going. These first two buildings, the phase one by Wright building, and then the second one next to it, we're hoping to get under construction. The first one in the beginning of next year, and then subsequent, let's call it April, May, June on the second one. As well as a number of other things that are going to be happening on the site. The cryo facility, which will be built by Illinois, by the state. You're looking at probably in excess of $600 million of construction going on within the next 6 to 8 months. So where does that come from? As you're saying, sources and uses. We are in the market actively trying to get financing, partnership financing for that. You have very strong sponsors, if you will, with us and Clayco as the sponsors of the project. But even with that, we're not writing a $600 million check. And so what we're doing is we are out looking for a capital partner, and then we will get debt to build those things. The Alderman Burnett spoke very effectively about what's going on or what isn't going on in Chicago right now. And it is not easy to attract capital to this city, as you're well aware. There's 2 cranes up. This project, I think, will be able to attract capital too. But how this capital looks at how we move through these processes, the strength of the push behind this from the state, the county, the city, is very important. So how we move through these processes, the cooperation of everyone is critical so that we can tell that story to these capital partners and we can begin to really get cranes up and investment back in Chicago. So status is I'll get financing. We're not fully financed as of yet.
No, I dig it. And while I have you, I mean, it's kind of related to question number 4. It strikes me then that one of the most significant current investments is the $250 million reported DARPA investment. Can you speak at all to their initial interests and intentions with the site?
Yeah, I mean, Josh may want to come up here or Mo, but here's how DARPA is working so far. It was a matching commitment that the state of Illinois then had to match of about 140 million, right? And so Psi Quantum is at kind of in the lead, if you will, in quantum computing. And so DARPA administers tests for how federal money is going to be put into whatever company is trying to pursue something that is very important to national security. And we can debate like what that means, but clearly it's important that the government has some grip on this and what it means and can harness it in some ways. So DARPA administers these tests. PsiQuantum is the leader in those tests. And so DARPA continues to fund them as they pass these avenues. The next one is a very, very big one, and I believe will involve billions of dollars of investment. That's how we get to great kind of breakthroughs in technology. The federal government is a partner. The state of Illinois, by building the cryo, is obviously a partner. And then you have a lot of private capital as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My last question for, I guess, what I'd call round one is we talked about 3 community meetings that have happened so far in August, September, and October. For community processes, by my experience, we look to see how the impact and input and feedback from the community led to iterative changes in the project. And I'm wondering if anyone on the community engagement side can speak to how we saw the inputs received from the community result in iterative changes to the plan development.
Yeah, one of the things that continues to come up, and then Jeanette can talk, or Ann, but it is access to the public space. It's a beautiful park. I hope everyone has been down to Steelworkers Park. It's amazing. 566. It's really beautiful. So one of the things was access, and we will always keep access to the public spaces. 87th is a public street. We couldn't do anything if we wanted to, but we don't want to. We want to improve access. And so what we've done, what you're seeing here is then, and this is a place that they're called the North Slip, that people actually like to fish here. The fish make a mistake. They think they're going down the Calumet. Instead, they go down here and they bang their heads at the end, and it's a great place to fish. So today, that's not open to the public. Now, there are people that fish there, but it's not open to the public. It's private land. We intend to donate all of this land so that the public will have access all along here and up out to Lakeshore Drive and then back here. So that if you talk about the plan for Chicago and having all of this great public open land on Lake Michigan, this is going to do that. So you're going to be able to go all the way down here, south along our site, and then you're going to be able to go out and out to Lakeshore and then back up north and connect back at Rainbow Beach. As well on the south side, and if we could go to the next one, you're going to be able to come down here through the park and access along Calumet, a public way. So you'll be able to come all the way south on the site, down through here, up and back out onto Lakeshore Drive. So you're talking about, I don't know the exact distance, we should. It's probably an additional mile of lakefront that we are donating and working with the city on having this great new path. So as opposed to today, we end at Rainbow Beach, you can get to the park, but you got to go all the way out 87th Street. And for us bike riders, we ride all the way down there, we get out there, it's great, and then we're too tired to ride home. But this is an enormous change, an enormous connectivity piece that really gets very close to fulfilling kind of the Burnham plan. So that's a direct, hear it from the community, make a big change to our plans.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kurt.
And I could just add a couple things. So the other piece that we've heard from the residents is their interest in what's happening with single family housing. And so with the lots that we have there as part of this transaction, we will be making sure that we're infilling the middle in the lots in the area so that we can get more housing that is for residents there as well. The other thing that with the slip is the ore walls. The residents are very proud of the steelworkers legacy there, and the ore walls was something else that they wanted to get full access to, and preservation and activation. And so those are the other things that we're doing there as well.
The single family infill that you mentioned, is that thank you. Is that within the bounds of the PD, the various sub areas, or is it?
It's west of the site, so west of DeSable Lakeshore Drive, and it infills. So, Kurt.
Okay.
Right. So there's about 42 lots that are part of this, part of the purchase that we will be developing with other local developers to infill and build new housing. But it's outside of of this area. Yes.
Outside of the PD boundaries,
Yes.
that's correct.
Noah from Planning and Development, again, just to add for the commissioner. So this PD contains an underlying zoning of C3 before it becomes a PD. There are no residential uses permitted anywhere within this PD at all. If and when there was an appetite to have residential, it would be a mandatory plan development to add any residential.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Sure.
Not a question just yet, but I just want to remind the commission that in terms of engagement, I want to remind you all that they're not done with engagement. They have their own community meetings that they still have scheduled and ongoing communication with residents. But I want to remind you, as it relates to the commission, that they come back for courtesy presentations to the Plan Commission with the future phases. Additionally, they have to come back for site plan approval, review and approval as necessary. Reminding the commission that they have to come back for courtesy presentations for future phases. And so they're not done with Plan Commission. They're not done with engagement from community. Also, it's essential that they come back for site plan review and approval as necessary. So I just wanted to put a pin in the ongoing review from the commissioner standpoint for future phases, just so there's no confusion. This is not one and done. This is the first phase that you're seeing for an overall PD that's being asked to be approved today.
You also mentioned to me that as far as with the community benefits agreement, the alderman the alderman can work that out with the planning department in the redevelopment agreement, right? So that's like a final community benefits agreement that the alderman can work out. And then I'd be remiss if I did not say that the commissioner says she has. Okay.
I was challenging the cranes in the sky and my pipeline, but it's not related to this. So.
Commissioner Escareño.
Thank you. Just want to make a couple of observations, and then I do have a couple of questions. So I think it's just very important that the community know that the Park District has been in conversations with the city, is very fully aware of this project. My team has been in regular conversations. For us, this is a wonderful project in that, for those of you that know the Park District, but for projects like this, we have no funds or very little funds to actually develop and further strengthen and enhance our park amenities. So for us, when we look at Park 566 today and Steelworkers Park, we could not and will not be able to develop those unless we see an infusion of dollars. So this type of a project not only is going to ensure that we are further enhancing these parks, and now with what was just committed to here publicly, the donation of these private spaces to allow the openness into this entire lakefront access is what we strive for. Our goal to expand green space and to ensure that the green space is made public and accessible to all Chicagoans is really what we advocate for in these projects. So for us at the Park District, not only are we not just happy and done, our goal has been committed and stated by the commissioner, and through this process, we will continue to be at the table. We will continue the conversation. Our jobs as stewards of, parks across the entire system, this is really, really important. We hear the important comments that have come forward. We appreciate that. As a matter of fact, we hear all of this every single month at our board meetings. So we will be at the table. We're very excited about the fact that 87th Street will be open. And for those of you that have been to Steelworkers Park, know that where we're talking about individuals actually fishing and having access to all this nature and natural beauty, it isn't developed. It's actually quite dangerous. I've walked it. It is a really, really dangerous. And so we're looking forward to what's coming next. I do want to just say that the Park District actually acquired Steelworkers Park in 2002. So imagine how long it's been. It isn't until recently in 2014 that we actually named Steelworkers Park. For Park 566, we've acquired 70 acres of that in 2011, and then again another tranche of the land in 2014. It is currently a natural oasis. We've not been able to invest further and further beautify it because, again, we look for opportunities. We need partners. So this is really, really important. Having said that, and let me just one last reminder. We are in the business of environmental justice. So when you think about Big Marsh Park, which was contaminated site for years, we stepped in. We're doing that remediation naturally. And so right now it's a beautiful oasis. I invite you to go there. Little Village Park is another great example of how the Chicago Park District is invested in environmental justice. And I also invite you to our headquarters, which we've been there for a year, which was also a dirty site with multiple tanks. Now in Brighton Park, another opportunity for us to revitalize and build green space. So now I do have a couple of questions. So can we talk a little bit, or can you talk a little bit, because we've heard some comments and I'm just not familiar with the concept of what this massive quantum computer actually does. Can somebody explain what the actual business of running this massive computer, the impact that this will have on the environment, and what how then you plan to mitigate any of the potential harms or issues that may result as part of running this massive computer on the lakefront?
Yeah, so Josh Richmond, PsiQuantum. Thank you for the question. Mo talked about it in the beginning, but essentially quantum computing is a completely different type of computing. It's not a faster computer. Instead of taking regular bits that are zeros and ones, it uses qubits, which essentially can be 0, 1, anything in between. And the bigger and bigger the quantum computer gets, the more exponentially powerful it gets. So when you think about applications, one area to look at is just chemistry. It can simulate much larger molecules, and that has applications across material science. You can design new materials, batteries. You can design new battery chemistries. You can design new life-saving drugs with pharmaceutical partners. So to answer your question of what we're going to do with it, we right now are working with major pharmaceutical companies on designing new molecules that would address certain diseases that there aren't solutions for right now. We're working on the algorithms with them that we would then run on the hardware when we built the quantum computer. Similarly, we did a project with a big automotive company to design new lithium-ion battery electrolyte, which would improve battery chemistries. So these are all the types of applications that we're looking at right now, and that when we turn the computer on, we'll have a long list of customers and partners ready to run these algorithms on these quantum computers. One of the things that attracted me to the company when I joined 5 years ago was our founder and CEO wrote an article about how you could use a quantum computer essentially to solve the climate crisis, and talked about running algorithms that would design new molecules to suck carbon out of the atmosphere, so to do direct air capture much more cost effectively, to design new molecule catalysts to create new green hydrogen, ways to create green hydrogen so you don't have to use natural gas and the dirty process that's used to create fertilizer. So these are all there's so many applications, and that's what we're doing right now. We have a team dedicated to this. We think it's the best team in the world working on the algorithms that we would run on the hardware. But that's another part of this broader ecosystem that's going to be built, right? There are going to be startups that are going to be growing. There are going to be partners from national labs, universities are all working on algorithms that will be ready to run on this hardware when we build it.
Are there currently regulations, federal regulations, in terms of ensuring that as we're building this new mega computer, that there are protections for the environment, for the communities, and for nature? And what are those standards? Just because I understand it's the first of its kind. So what are some of the ways that the company and the business will be more transparent as you go forward? Obviously, we're far away from that, but I'm hearing a lot of concerns and questions around this. So what are the guarantees that the community, can take away right now, knowing what are those kinds of protections that will exist into the future.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, frankly don't understand a lot of the environmental objections. We're going to be running on zero carbon power. There are no smokestacks. There are no toxic emissions. This is, this is not what was happening at the U.S. Steel site before. This is not going to have any of those environmental problems. So, yes, everything we do will be governed by, the local environmental regulations, but we're not really, they don't really apply because we're not going to be, emitting any toxic emissions into the air or into the water. None of that's going to be happening. There are export controls that exist at the federal level for what you can do with a quantum computer to make sure, it remains in the hands of the good guys and not the bad guys. But and that's stuff that we are constantly working with federal government on as well, as are all of our partners.
Okay, well, I'm done, and I just want to close by saying that I know that this community has gone without for so long. For us in the park at the Park District, it's really what I'm hearing from community, and I'm hearing it all the time. It's access. It's making sure that that if anything, that we're gaining access to that lakefront, that an entire area is going to be open to the public. And I'm grateful to hear that those are some of the guarantees that are being made, and that the conversation is not over. And I do want to partner with you if you think that we can be even more stronger partners to ensure that we're communicating with the advocates, all the park advisory councils, and all the residents, that this is really what they treasure. I look forward to those ongoing conversations so that we can bring greater transparency to this project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Soto?
So just a couple of comments and questions. Is this the first time that Related Midwest is going so far south in the city on a development?
Thank you. No, I mean, we've worked, I think, in at least 20 different communities in Chicago. We're kind of all over the city, if you will. We are the largest developer and owner of affordable housing in Illinois, and we have developments kind of in every neighborhood, if you will. This is kind of on the southern end of the city of Chicago, so it may be the southern tip, but we have again developments and things that we work on all throughout the city.
I think that the majority of the commissioners are aware of who Related Midwest is, but the community is not. So you have a very big task before you in terms of community engagement. I'm hearing a lot of different voices and a lot of different organizations, which is going to be very hard to mitigate. And usually what happens is that the loudest voices are the ones who get that community benefits agreement. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's representative of community. I have been on developments where it becomes a checklist that gets negotiated, and it's very low-hanging fruit that has immediate impact but does not have generational impact. Where individuals, where they ask for instance, construction jobs. We know that this is a union job. We know that it's extremely hard for individuals from the community to get brought on into a position of meeting and participate on this project when it is a union job. We know that you have to be creative. You have to look to the professional service firms to include opportunities for individuals. You have to get individuals into the union for more long-term development. And I would say that those who are pushing for the community benefits agreement to dream bigger when you're making these asks. Related Midwest has a reputation of creating impact in construction, and hopefully now more in the professional service firms, not just through yourselves, but through the other organizations that you partner with. Are you open to, I'm assuming you're open to hearing what the community wants and needs and doing the best of your ability to make that a reality?
Of course, and I appreciate those words. I mean, Don can talk to it better than I can, but we spent the last decade plus trying to break every record each project we do on participation. Kind of culminating right now with Roosevelt Square, which is 100% MBE on the construction side and 75% on professional services. So we want to duplicate that here. I think what we're so excited about is that while we have been implementing this for over a decade and having great success on projects, even the big ones, right? The NOSA talked about, the row in Fulton Market, which was a $200 million project. This is the opportunity for us to take that kind of expansion of opportunities to the next level, not only in scope, but in length, right? And in so many ways, I want this to look like what U.S. Steel was all those years ago, which is this massive engine for employment there as we're building all this. And then all of these jobs and careers that get started there get to go out into the rest of Chicago as we get more and more cranes, as Commissioner Boatwright says, in the air. And these folks, hopefully thousands from the community that have been trained and gotten into the unions on our job, get to go build all over the city of Chicago and have great lives and great long careers. So that is the focus for us. As this young man correctly said, we haven't gotten started on the 78. That was always our dream to do it there. It looks like we're going to get to do it here sooner. At the 78 at some point. But that's what we're focused on. So we think it's taking from hundreds to thousands is what Don says. So thank you.
So as a resident of the community as well, of South Shore community, I actually had a deer come into our parking lot. So I know that there's a lot of wildlife in this area. What are your plans to help mitigate that, to not displace them to, well, they're obviously going to be displaced, but has that been discussed at all?
No, Ann, you want to talk about it? Ann's going to talk about this, but open space, separation, green areas on all of the edges of the project. The 125 acres that U.S. Steel donated to the Parks Department previously. What we were going to do, keeping a massive green belt kind of everywhere around the project is a critical piece to us, and Ann can probably speak more to that.
We did talk a lot about in the presentation and about birds and pollinator species, but you're right, there is other wildlife on the site. There's also other ecological concerns. We don't pretend to be experts in everything, and this is why the partnerships that I talked about are so important. Yes, we want to do right by this development and by this community, and I think our track record shows the ways in which we make that engagement. And when you talk about the other wildlife on the site, we're going to look to strategic partners like the Field Museum and Open Lands, who will help inform how we deal with those issues as well.
Okay. My last comment is just be very transparent and reporting, right? There's no mechanism now in place to talk about all the things that you're planning or that you're doing. But I think that you have to do an excellent job of reporting back to all those individuals in the community and outside of the community to see that these things are actually happening and that they're not just empty promises.
Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you. I would also like to thank the community as well as my colleagues from the 7th and 10th Ward for having a robust discussion around this project. I also want to thank the governor and the General Assembly for really having the foresight to take a look at investing over $500 million in putting forward that cryo facility that will ultimately continue to attract other IT firms here. The governor has jokingly said that he wants to make this a Silicon Prairie, and as the chairman of Economic Capital and Technology, I hope he does, because the quicker we can get in technology investments, the quicker we can change the narrative around the city of Chicago. Kurt from Related had mentioned about looking for financing and out on the markets, and I can tell you that talking to other developers that Chicago has a challenge. But I think that if we can move quick on these types of projects, and again change the narrative and let people know that we're open for business, we can seek these fundings for these types of projects.
Just look at the Lincoln Yards in 78. Projects that have been discussed for years. And when I first got in 2015, those were exciting projects and they have to be developed. And as a result, we've left hundreds of millions of dollars of property tax on the table. No wonder we have a deficit. Is because in some cases, the city of Chicago can't get out of the way. Here's an opportunity. This is a race. Illinois was one of the states that was selected. Multiple states were pursuing this investment. And Illinois, specifically Chicago, have put forward the best proposal. We're talking about the south side of the city, South Chicago, that historically had the mills. And since then, there hasn't been anything that's come. There's been multiple projects that have been proposed, false hope. But here's a project that really has some legs, and I think can get going as quickly as possible to generate revenue for the South Chicago, but also for the city of Chicago. 175,000 permanent jobs, 20,000 construction jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars in property tax revenue, despite the tax incentive that the city of Chicago put forward, which after 30 years will go away, which will create hundreds of millions of dollars in additional property tax revenue. So we've got to be really strategic here and supporting projects that are trying to create revenue for the city. And this is something that I wholeheartedly support as a commissioner, but also as the chairman of the Economic Capital and Technology Development Committee. So I really don't have any questions. I just wanted to say that this is an exciting project and looking forward to seeing it actually come to fruition. I am excited that also you have contributed acreage of lakefront property, so that way the community can have an opportunity to take a look and enjoy the gem of the city, which is our lakefront. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the speakers for sharing your perspectives on this development. The steel mills were around for roughly a century, creating jobs for generations and contributing to fueling the neighborhood economy for decades. Can you speak to what the life expectancy is for quantum technologies?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Again, I'm Harley Johnson from the University of Illinois. So I think when we think about quantum, there's quantum computing, which is, this project is a lot about quantum computing. There's also quantum sensing and quantum communications. All these things are moving forward. There's potential in all these areas, and I think what will happen in this project will contribute to all of them. Quantum computing, as it matures and starts to take off, will turn into something that becomes part of other industries, right? So banking, pharmaceuticals and so on, as we've heard, will start to use it as a tool. So I think there's legs there. And I think if you look at quantum communications, quantum networking, there's a lot of potential there too, sort of the next generation of the internet. So, I think this is a milestone to sort of be the place that develops the quantum computer. But there's potential for a lot more to come beyond this, including what will happen at this location. Yeah. And so I can't give you a number of years. I don't know if you were asking number of years. It's sort of the future in computing.
It's continued to evolve. This sounds like this is the start, and it's got legs.
This is kind of a cusp, yeah. And then it goes into the future. That's what we expect.
Okay. And then clarifying question regarding the jobs. The 20,000, is that construction jobs, or that's construction jobs, and the 175,000, is that jobs within the entire PD or the sub area F?
That would be, thank you. I'll let Mo respond to that latter.
So that's based off a study that Chicago Quantum Exchange and World Business Chicago did on the impact of quantum in the Chicagoland region. They're projecting by 2035, there will be 175,000 jobs in the Chicagoland area, because this is going to be a catalyst for economic development. Just what the Alderman was talking about near United Center with Google. As one company comes, a lot of other companies will come, and there'll be even more jobs and more jobs and more jobs. So economic impact study. Yep.
And last question, what's the timeline to
start construction, complete construction for sub area F?
So the goal, getting back to Alderman Laspada's question on sources and uses, is that we will start in February, March on the first building and the subsequent building. So the one on the far right is the first building that we'll get going on. And then the one directly to the west, there would be the second one that would start roughly 3 to 6 months afterwards. So both of those going for about 12 months each on the outside and the fitting, and then the equipment would get brought in. So soon.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Boatright.
Yeah, so I don't have any questions. You guys answered all of the questions. I just want to thank the project team, the commissioners, and all the residents that came to speak today, because this is an important project and the robust discussion I think was necessary. As a native Southsider and your planning commissioner, I recognize how important a project of this scale is, not just for the southeast side, not just for the far south side, not just for the city, for this county and for the state, as well as the broad coalition of supporters that value the potential of long-term, deep investment, sustainable for our city. This is the largest vacant development site on all of the Great Lakes. It's a huge deal, and it's sat vacant for over 30 years. We often talk about catalytic investment and catalytic development to describe projects, and this truly is an appropriate term for this project and this entire development that's underway. I just want to state, too long this site has sat vacant. This is much needed investment that will go beyond just your PD boundaries, but investment that's going to spur deep investment in our corridors. We talked a little bit about housing and the lack of housing or vacant housing. We talked about our struggling commercial corridors. Retail will always follow rooftops. This is so important for both alders, the 7th and the 10th ward. And so as a commissioner, I just wanted to state how important this is for our city, how investments of this scale is essential to ensure that our city continues to thrive and our neighborhoods that have been neglected for decades and decades get the investment that they deserve. I also just want to acknowledge the developments team commitment to continue to engage authentically. This is beyond checking a box. You guys have committed to engage residents, and it's appreciated. And I know that there's opportunities to iron out other details that are to be determined with future phases, but I do want to appreciate the time that you guys have committed. And last but not least, I want to compliment my team that has worked so diligently to move this development along. We talk a lot about this neck-breaking pace. The reality is it's a timely review that characterizes virtually all planned developments. This project was not fast-tracked. This is how we want to see development move because our city is desperate for quality, equitable development. And last but not least, I want to thank my team for their willingness to work with both alders as we think about development and investment beyond just this site. This site is important and it's going to be a catalyst for future development. So just thanks to the development team, all the partners, for residents that have stayed for hours and hours to state their important perspective, and for everyone here, commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Going back to, yes.
Okay. Sorry. And that was brilliant and beautiful, and I appreciate it. I just have a couple more questions, if please pardon. So, going back to a couple of the environmental issues, and I know we're not talking about smokestacks here, but there were a couple points I just wanted to have an opportunity to follow up on related to water utilization, because we know that there's a lot that goes into cooling on the site. I've heard terms thrown around like closed loops. I'm not sure if that's what we're doing. In the presentation and the materials, I heard that no water will be discharged into our waterways. Our wastewater is going to go through the MWOD process. I was curious though if you could share where the water used in cooling is going to be coming from. If somebody can speak to that piece. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding the cooling process altogether.
Okay, so I think I can speak to that briefly. So the Harley Johnson, University of Illinois, and director of IQMP. So the designs call for using water from city water, not surface water, right? So we talk about lake or river water as surface water versus city water. The cooling designs call for using water from the city water. It will be brought into a closed loop or hybrid cooling system. Won't be in contact with any of the machinery. It's just exchanging heat with the machinery. And it will be the heat will be released through the air in the form of a cooling tower. So that releases a little bit of water that's called blowdown. That water that's lost goes back down into the city sewer.
Okay.
No water from the lake, no water from the river. That's the design.
Can you speak to both in the sub-area F first phase development, but also the total scope of the PD, what level of water utilization we can anticipate?
So I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer that. I might have to turn to
Sure, if you
the
could just address the
Psyquantum.
sub-area F.
Yes, oh yes, sub-area F. We're talking about what's on the screen here. I can't speak to what's outside of sub-area F. Sub-area F is IQMP.
And within sub-area F?
And within sub-area F, as again, the designs call for using only city water and not surface water.
The quantity though, the quantity.
Yeah, I don't have a number. I can't speak to that number. Somebody else can speak to it. In terms of gallons, I don't know
Okay.
the number. Yeah.
Oh,
And then I'll just handle the A through E again, Noah Safranik Planning and Development. So for sub-areas A through E, that's the beauty of the site plan approval process. When those projects come in and, CDOT themselves will relook at it, planning will look at it, all the various entities will look at it and review. And depending on the uses proposed for those sites, that's how we'll determine what water uses is necessary. The team's been meeting with DWM all throughout this process, so water management's been involved.
thank you. My next question now, I'll just have 3 final questions. We talked about zero carbon electricity. I'm assuming this means some combination of either renewables or nuclear. Can somebody speak in more detail on that?
I think that's a fair assumption. We haven't gotten into the contracting yet with the generation source, but we're committed to zero carbon electricity, and then it'll be distributed and delivered by ComEd. But the generation source would be zero carbon. The mix and which plants that'll come from is something we haven't started the contracting process for.
And who is the generation source that's working with y'all?
When we've had conversations with Constellation, for example, and others.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to ask if we could get some details on the job site. So we've had a few different numbers. I know there's the 150 permanent jobs are related to site computing. I was wondering, it's a 2-parter here. If the commissioned economic development study can be forwarded to both the Plan Commission, but also to alders. The work I've been a part of over the last 10 years has made me admittedly deeply skeptical of economic development and jobs reports, particularly when we get into the realm of indirect impact, induced impact. There's studies that would say that I produced every 100 jobs I come in contact with in a daily basis. Like my grocery store would close if I didn't show up there in the morning. And I want to believe the numbers. And so if the report could be forwarded so I can understand it more accurately, I would appreciate that. The last thing that I would ask about is related to park number 566. Actually, I'll leave that because I feel like Commissioner Escareno talked about this. We were talking about the traffic study that we received from Sam Schwartz. And what was said was that the first phase of development, that there's sufficient infrastructure to accommodate the first phase. And I'm curious if that can be elaborated on, and if we're just going to do additional traffic studies for each phase that follows after this. If someone can speak to the plan there.
Sure. I would like to invite the traffic consultant, Sarah Disney-Hoffey, As you noted, her memo did identify sufficient excess capacity. She can talk about maybe the realignment of DuSable Lakeshore Drive that occurred in anticipation of a much more intense level of development that never arrived.
The car traffic I get, it's everything, it's every other way that we would want people to be getting here
Sure,
that
sure.
concerns me.
You could, that might work. So this is fine.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Disney Hoffey. I am a Vice President and Director of Traffic Engineering at Sam Schwartz. And if you don't mind, Alderman Laspada, you're telling me there are other modes of transportation that concern you. Could you please elaborate on your question?
I'm assuming you're not being facetious. I mean,
No.
So the other ways that we might want to see people choose to access this site for both employment and recreation, whether that is the bus, public transportation, cycling, pedestrian.
Yes. Okay. So when you said concern, you want to hear more about it. Excuse me for the nature of my question. So I'll tell you that in our evaluation, we were conservative in assuming that all of the trips to the property would be via personal auto. However, census data shows that in this area, more than 40% of people who travel to work in this part of the city are using non-auto modes. And so we did also consider that there is bike accessibility. There's a divvy station nearby. And so there would be a desire to create connectivity between this property and the bus on 87th Street, which currently does not come all the way to DuSable Lakeshore Drive to 87th Street Metro Station. At this time, based on the location of these buildings, it hasn't gone through the TDM study process that CDOT has in place. That is something that will continue to be implemented as this project advances forward, together with those additional traffic studies that are going to be conducted at each stage for site plan review.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would say that there's a necessity for mode shift in Chicago, particularly based off of 29% of our emissions coming from transportation. So hopefully that's something that we can lean into, not only the current today reality of how people would reach the site, but how we want to be encouraging them to reach the site. So
I was going to just elaborate on something that she mentioned that, we talk about traffic study and use that term globally. She mentioned the TDM, which is the travel demand management process, which is getting exactly at what you're speaking to, which is how can we reduce the dependency on single occupancy vehicles, encourage other cleaner modes of transit, and just get people in and around the site more efficiently. That's exactly what CDOT's TDM, Travel Demand Management Program, is intended to do. And this future projects will continue to be evaluated not only for the traffic study, but also under that TDM program.
I'm proud of what we're doing with TDMs. I think it's a great choice. I wish it sounded like we were doing it at this phase rather than for future projects, but I'll leave that as it is. I'll just say to close, like I commend what we're doing here. I would feel most comfortable voting after the December 10th community meeting. There's a lot of beautiful intentions and goals that have been stated today. I'm the sort who believes what is in writing. I would love to see it codified in a community benefits agreement that both sides can get on board with. I wish that was something that could happen at December 10th and find myself voting on this at December 19th. So while I'm not a no vote on this, and there's a lot to be excited for, but I will be an abstention on our vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sicho Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I just have two follow-up questions, and I know that our colleagues will close, so I have just one for them in terms of governance. Echo some of the comments of Alderman Laspada in terms of just codifying things, but Commissioner Escareno mentioned a very important point. I inherited from a previous remap, the Little Village Park. And that's what I think is very important to have a plan that is comprehensive around finishing up what we started. In fact, in the Little Village Park, the field house is still not completed. So even though we do take steps to remediate environmental injustices, oftentimes the park district needs the funds to complete those projects. So I have two follow-up questions. One, what funds, if any, will go towards the park district in the area that be donated so that they can complete, work for the park district, or they can use some of the work, some of the land that will remain in the park district towards some of the work that they are planning or goals that are intended by the community. Are there specific funds or plans so that we can help the park district indeed? Because that was my experience in Little Village. We donated the land, some work was done, but not all the work. And as a result, we still are yet to complete the field house in Little Village. That was a good point that Commissioner Carreno mentioned. So that's my first. Are there any funds that are going to be allocated, or what kind of benefits will the park district have in this agreement?
I think we've shown some plans around public access that, let me go back to some of those diagrams that show you the improvements that would be made. Here, for example, one, we see the green in the foreground. Those are Steelworkers Park and 566. All those areas back to the west, following the orange lines, are not currently part of the park system and would become, through this project, added a accretive value to the parkland process and provide that further connectivity. In addition, this slide is showing you the area of public access that does not exist today to, again, extend that further connectivity around from Steelworkers Park, around the Calumet River where access does not exist. There's a conservation easement and natural habitat, but that 10-foot wide pathway will actually be added to that location where it does not exist today. And then up along the south slip as well, where again, that access does not exist today. Those are physical improvements that are planned.
So just to clarify, so my question is, I understand that you will be access. Will there be any help to develop that along with the access for the park district? Because that's one of the issues that we have. Sometimes we have access, yet not enough funds to redevelop them for the public access.
The improvements that you're seeing on screen right here are specifically called for in the PD to be installed in connection with the development of the project. Those are things that the developer would do. So the physical improvements that you see, it's not just access to those areas for the park district to do what they want. These are areas that the developer will be providing the improvements that you're seeing here on screen.
This is just the framework, so there's not a specific numbers, I'm assuming, in terms of what will go
I don't
towards.
know that we have a specific dollar amount that we could cite to you, but we're showing, the physical
framework.
improvements the physical improvements that would be committed here.
Thank you. The other one is around the housing component. I know there's some concerns around off-site housing. In terms of on-house and off-site, I know that there's also some lots that I want to just be clear, if I'm not mistaken, there was about 42 residential lots as part of the same transaction, but not in the planned development. Are these city-owned lots, and they're private lots? And what will be kind of the framework around on-site versus off-site? Because those are the concerns around displacement that I'm hearing.
Sure. Before Kurt, I just want to provide the technical information. Just to be clear, this plan development does not allow for any housing. None of those lots are in the plan development boundaries, so they are purely outside of the boundaries. And they are part of, when it's spoken to as part of the transaction, it's land owned by U.S. Steel, not the city of Chicago. So we're talking only about a private transaction of property. But Kurt, you can speak to kind of the intent there.
Yeah, so again, these are 42 home sites, or maybe 43 or 41, but these are not part of what we're talking about today getting approved. We are going to get these as part of the transaction when we close on the land. And it's been, I guess, maybe my pet project, if you will, want to try to build new affordable single family homes in this neighborhood. And so we're going to find local partners. We've already identified 4 of them that we're going to work with, and we're going to build, again, affordable single family homes in the neighborhood, which we think will be terrific. We've had a great response on, and we think it's an important way to kind of give back. So it is not a component of this, but it's something we have chosen to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then my last question would be, and this will be just for my colleagues, I think that, again, just as Alderman Laspada mentioned, I think that there's a good framework. I think that as a chair of housing, I cannot tell you how great the need is and how little opportunities we have to create more affordable housing. So certainly welcome. In terms of the approval process, right? I think that we're doing, and I appreciate everybody who stayed this long, but it is a big project that I do think that needs this robust discussion. I appreciate everybody who stayed. I think that there's a lot of people from the community. Vice Mayor Burnett insisted that I welcome that. Always the feedback from community residents, that is entirely up to the local alderman. Is there, and especially for these kind of master plans, oftentimes looking at these local partners for housing, for employment, to address environmental remediation, if there's opportunity to have a working group, or what are the aldermen doing in terms of making sure, as Commissioner Boatwright mentioned, that we have a continuing engagement process that works with some of the local communities, business, housing, environmental remediation. You have a lot of expertise here in the community. So my question to my colleagues, is there a working group for this PD? What are the steps to make sure that we have meaningful engagement? Again, I think that there seems to be enough time to do a community benefits agreement, but as Alderman Espada mentioned, I do think that having some of these codified, if the wish is to do this quickly, again, I think some of us will feel better when there's like codification and maybe a working group from the community. You have many groups here that are here that can provide critical expertise. So my question for the 7th Ward and the 10th Ward Alderman, if there's any ideas in terms of a working group or framework that can continue this engagement. And thank you everybody for joining today.
Perfect segue, because now it's their turn to speak, right? Do you need this? No.
First of all, I want to thank everybody that stayed behind, and I especially want to acknowledge and thank the residents of the 7th and the 10th wards. I am Greg Mitchell, Alderman of the 7th Ward. This has been a really good engagement. I joked with Vice Mayor Burnett that said it took me 10 years to get here. So I appreciate all the help along the way, Burnett. I'm going to speak to you guys with 2 hats. The first hat, I'm Alderman of the 7th Ward. The second hat is going to be the 55-year resident, born and raised on the southeast side in Jeffrey Manor, that has walked every street of the 7th and 10th Ward, that have walked every alley of the 7th and 10th Ward, that have attended and played in every park on the 7th and 10th Ward, that have visited all the past businesses that have been mentioned on Commercial Avenue, where we had Goldblatt's and all the shoe stores in the neighborhood, that has got in trouble with the police in the 4th District, that has attended elementary school in the ward, that has attended Bowen in the ward. The decisions I make as alderman of my home is made through the lens of that young man. So to arrive at this point where I am supportive of this project with these entities, working side by side with myself and Pete, I didn't arrive at it lightly. Along this journey, I have sat at the table with dozens of people, heard dozens of proposals for the southeast side, airports, sausage factories, prefab housing. I've heard it. I have talked to a gentleman from China that had more money than a small country's GDP. He wanted to buy that site, pay cash for it, and he told me, I don't need anything from the city. I don't want anything from the city. I want to pay for this land, and you guys get out my way. We didn't talk to him no more, because that is not what my residents, my family in the 7th and 10th wards want from me. We talk about this engagement. This is the journey of 1,000 miles. This is the single step, okay? I'm glad it was stated that we will have more time for engagement. As more projects come aboard, we will talk about those specifically. Related, Clayco, they are all committed. PsiQuantum, all committed, okay? My decision to support was not in fanfare or in awe about quantum technology. For those of you who don't know, I'm 1/3 nerd. I'm a former tech. I built data centers. I built computer campuses. I've seen contracts redline them. I've been here. I come to you with a very unique perspective, business and financial acumen, born and raised in the neighborhood, responsible to all of my residents in the 7th Ward. My mom is my constituent. So you guys that know me, I will never let her down. So I am 100% supportive of this. This is going in the right direction. Are we there yet? No, we're not there yet. But in working for the past 10 years with Related, I've had numerous conversations with Kurt and Don to the point I not only know them as professionals, I feel I know their heart as men. They know what we expect over here. They know. It is no doubt. I think sometimes Kurt can finish a sentence about something I'm talking about for the world before I even finish it. PsiQuantum, they have already presented themselves as genuine people who want to be partners to our community. And I take them up on that, okay? The developers, I mean, the GCs that's on deck, you know, Clayco, huge history. We talked about remediation. These guys have seen it all. And just for the record, my concerns are the same as the concerns you hear today. Yeah, the remediation efforts, what's in the soil, but we will never know until we get in there. We will never know until we try. And we have 100 years of experience between the developer and the GC. So I feel confident that we're going to be able to combat whatever we find. No one wants to say this, but there's very few places in the city that does not have any type of contamination. Some of your houses are built in contamination. If a site was there that had a boiler, it's an environmental concern. For our commercial corridors where there was a cleaners, that's environmental concerns. So that is something anybody worth their salt in Chicago or anywhere outside of Chicago, they are well equipped and know what their responsibilities are and how they're going to handle it. And I feel real comfortable working with these guys. I have talked to, in addition to just proposals, I have talked to dozens of developers, dozens of general contractors, and none of them got my support. Zero, not one. When you talk about community engagement, it is a subset of both our communities that will never come to these meetings. They will never show up. You will never hear their voices. But those are the kitchen tables, porches, and living rooms that Pete and I sit in, and we hear what they want. We're carrying out their marching orders. The couple that has been here 60 years owned their home. The couple that's been 30, 40 years, the former steel worker, the former retired Ford worker, my father's friends, the postal workers, the doctors, the lawyers, the administrators, everybody that grew up in these neighborhoods. Some of these people you will never, ever see. We open the door, they will never come, but they talk to us and we listen and we hear and we're bringing forth their desires, their hopes, their wishes, and they have our commitments. The 55-year-old young man that grew up in this neighborhood leads by character. I know what this neighborhood needs. I am very protective over this neighborhood, and we're going to make the right decisions. There is no problem with me and Pete taking a pivot if things don't go the way they need to go. There's no problem with it, and they know that. At this time, this could not have came at a better time. We have top shelf developer, top shelf general contractors. We have a commissioner of Department of Planning who is from the neighborhood, who has seen both sides. She has an excellent staff who taught me along the way. They are precise in their encyclopedic knowledge of things that need to go on in this ward. And for all the guys that he said have worked with me over the last 10 years, they will tell you, I am a thorn in their side. And Tom will be the first one to tell you that. Because I don't allow the wrong things to happen in our neighborhoods. They have to be decent, they have to be in order, they have to be beneficial to our community. And I will stand on that for this part of this project and everything else. We have had conversations leading up to this day about everything to the west. Just because we didn't have a development slated for this ward, that we didn't talk about this. Commissioner and I never stopped talking. She done bounced 3 or 4 different places. We still talk about what we're trying to do for this neighborhood to the west. So the things that you see at the site, we are making sure they are impactful to everything west. That catalyst that will transform that site has to transcend that site. And that's what we're working toward. This is only the first step. This is only the first step. This is the first step, the journey of 1,000 miles. And we're going to be there every step of the way. We're going to be there with you, okay? We're going to represent the people who you will never see in these meetings, the people who are confiding in us, the people who don't call us alderman. They call me Gregory and they call him Pete. These are the people we're going to make sure voices are heard. We're going to see, we know how to sift through the fluff, you know, makeshift organizations, people that don't live in our neighborhood. That fine. Okay, you had your 15 minutes of fame. Now let's get down to the people who have stood the storm of the 7th and 10th wards as we lost economic strength. We're going to build this east side back up. And join me, because if you don't, we're going to roll right over you. That's the commitment Pete and I have. This is the last opportunity that I feel we have to transform that southeast side, to bring us back. This is the design after the decline. We are going to make this happen. This decision was business. This was personal. This was, and in some small part, political. But it's largely personal. Usually I don't talk this much. Everybody can tell you, but we are not going to mess this up. We are not. We talk about this. I couldn't have a better partner. We still trying to figure out who Batman and Robin. I don't. We'll figure it out. But I couldn't have had a better partner. We talk about everything. There's no ego. We're humble with one another. We're respectful with one another, and we know our marching orders. We have an opportunity to transform the southeast side, the South Bend community with the Jeffrey Manor neighborhood, Calumet Heights, South Chicago, and South Shore. And in certain areas, we got the Bush. Heck, we're going to put our best foot forward. We're going to lead with integrity. We're going to show our character at every turn. We're going to be courageous and steadfast. And we're going to make all the people that put us in these positions proud that they have us here as a leader. So with that said, Commission, I ask for your favorable support of this project, which is step 1 to get us going. And I look forward to seeing you at the end of the tunnel 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. Thank you.
My last speaker. Thank you. I first want to thank everybody who stood here. I think we're going on over 5 hours. Chair, the commissioners, thank you for being attentive, for listening. I really do appreciate that. To all the audience members who've spoken from the 7th and 10th wards, thank you for speaking up. We heard you. We hear you loud and clear. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. To members outside of our communities who now have a vested interest in it, thank you. Thank you for showing interest in the community that has been disinvested in for decades. When I took over 18 months ago, I would say the first 2 or 3 months, I had people lined up to talk about this site. And like Alderman Mitchell said, we get thrown crazy ideas. Airport, minor league football stadium, just some off the wall ideas. And by the way, they never had any funding, never had any funding. And after about 2 or 3 months of meetings, I thought to myself, my number 1 campaign priority was to develop this site. And this was way harder than I think. So after a couple months, didn't really take no more meetings. One day, World Business Chicago walked in, and at a table just like this, they set up pictures, diagrams, different information. And for about a half hour, they went on and explained what they were showing me. And quantum came up and I thought to myself, wow, I thought I'm an intelligent guy. This seems way over my head. And at the end of the presentation, I said to them, let's cut to the chase. What's going on here? And they said, Alderman, your ward will be a great site to bring Quantum in. And I go, okay. And they say, we're going to ultimately help solve the world's most difficult problems in your ward. And I said, hold up. You're telling me we're going to help solve the world's most difficult problems in the 10th ward, on the southeast side, on 87th Street? Okay. So I left the meeting that day. I went home, and like anybody else would do, I started reading up on it, started making phone calls, started doing my own homework. And as I laid in bed that night, I thought about that meeting. And I thought about, what if they did come here? What if it did come to the 10th ward, southeast side? And then I thought about the history of the site, U.S. Steel Southworks, because every time I talk, I go into the personal relationship I have with that site and how if it wasn't for that site, I could guarantee you I wouldn't be standing in front of you today. My grandfather, who was my biggest inspiration in my political career and my career in general, was the first Hispanic union president on the southeast side. He represented close to 20,000 U.S. steel workers at Southworks. He was a representative to all those people because those jobs were how people ate, put a roof over their head, raised a family. My grandfather was held in such high regard on the southeast side and on that site. So fast forward all these years, his grandson becomes the first Hispanic alderman of the 10th ward. And we're looking at this historic development right here on the site where my grandfather once led. And as I pondered on that and thought about that, I thought about the unique intersect that will be happening in South Chicago on 87th Street on that site, the intersect between my grandfather, the union workers he represented, and the work he did, intersecting with his grandson, who is now the alderman of the 10th ward and leading the residents he represents. That intersect of old industry and new industry will be happening right here in the 10th ward on this site. That's pretty special to me. And it's something I don't take lightly. The idea that this site will be reactivated, putting people back to work, is something not only I dreamt about, but my residents all across my board dream about every day. This site was seen as a mythical figure for over 30 years. We talked about it, but nothing ever came. We could talk about the McCaffrey deal till we're blue in the face. We could talk about Solo Cup. We could talk about the fabricated homes plant that was supposed to come. And we were still left with nothing. This is real. This is real dollars investing on the southeast side, a community that started seeing deterioration in 1992 when U.S. Steel closed its doors forever. Over 30 years ago, the promise and the hope of so many of my residents went by the wayside because the jobs were gone. And now the opportunity is here. The day is here to revive this site, revive the Bush community, revive the South Chicago community, revive the South Shore community, revive the entire southeast side forever. So, commissioners, I stand with Alderman Mitchell, the mayor of the city of Chicago, the governor, state of Illinois, the county board president, asking you for your favorable support on this project. Thank you.
Let's try this one. Yes. Thank you to both of you for those closing remarks. With that, I'll open it back to the commissioners just for any last minute questions or comments from the staff, the alderman, or the applicant. We're good on this one. Okay. So with that, I'll ask for a motion on this item. I'll read it. Thank you. Do I have a motion on a proposed waterway plan development submitted by Related Chicago 8080 LLC for the property located at 8080 South DuSable Lakeshore Drive, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Villegas. I heard second by Commissioner Escareño. Roll call vote. I have 3 proxy votes, yes, from Commissioner Lyons, Commissioner Barclay, and Commissioner Castañeda. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Recusal. Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner La Espada? Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner Lyons was a proxy, yes. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Abstain. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Did I miss anyone? No? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. And now we'll take a 5-minute break, much needed. I didn't.
Yeah, good to meet you. We're up next. Yeah. Hopefully less than. You know what? I don't have it. Since COVID, Sure. Congrats. Yeah, I'll send you a note. Yeah, we've got a captain's department. But we know what's not yeah. Yeah, this is what I where they but my question is, well, yeah,
We're gonna get started soon. If everyone can take their seats. Okay, we're gonna get started again. The next item on the agenda today is listed as D2. A proposed residential business plan development submitted by 65 East Wacker Holdings 2 LLC for the property generally located at 65 East Wacker Place. The applicant seeks to rezone the property from the DX16 downtown mixed-use district to a residential business plan development to permit the conversion of existing office space into 252 dwelling units and residential amenity space. No on-site parking spaces are proposed. This is item 22575, and this is in the 42nd Ward. Louis Clayton will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 65 East Wacker Holdings 2 LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purpose of requesting approval of a residential business plan development to permit the conversion of existing office space into 252 dwelling units and residential amenity space. The subject property is located at 65 East Wacker Place in the Loop community area in the 42nd Ward. This request has been submitted as a mandatory plan development per section 17-8-0514 of the City of Chicago zoning code, triggered by the project's use of reduced minimum lot area standards associated with floor area bonuses. The Loop community area has grown 42.3% since 2010 and is characterized by a younger population, smaller households, and a high median household income. The Loop has a higher percentage of white and Asian residents, fewer Hispanic and Black residents, and 88% of its residents hold a bachelor's degree or higher. At this point, I'll turn it over to the applicant team to discuss the proposed plan development on the following slides.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Katie Janke-Dale with the law firm of DLA Piper, and we represent the developer or the applicant in this matter, which is an affiliate of Maverick Development. I'm joined today by representatives from the developer and the architect. This slide shows the project location, which is on the south side of Wacker Place, just to the west of Michigan Avenue. This slide shows the surrounding land uses, which are primarily mixed use, business and commercial, and the surrounding zoning districts on your right, which are primarily DX16 and a few planned developments. Here are a few aerials of the site with the subject building outlined, one from the southwest and one looking south from the north. And while not designated a Chicago landmark or orange rated, the building is almost 100 years old, originally built as a millinery mart focused on hat making. Today, the building has Morton's on the ground floor and office above, although the office has struggled and is mostly vacant. This slide shows the existing pedestrian context, both from Wacker Place and Lower Wacker. And here are some images with various views focused on the facade, which Ken will go into in his design presentation. The site is subject to the Central Area Plan, the Central Area Action Plan, as well as the Vision for State Wabash and Michigan. And the proposed redevelopment of the office building with residential is consistent with the policies of all of these plans, especially given that all of them encourage renovation and recycling of older office buildings, which is what we're proposing. The project team worked very closely with DPD, Alderman Riley, and other stakeholders on this project. That included working with stakeholders to amend the MLA requirements of the zoning code, which unlocked office conversions such as this. I'll now turn the presentation over to Ken DeMuth from Papa George Hames to go over the details.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken DeMuth. I'm a registered architect at Papa George Hames. We're in Chicago on the north side, and I'll run you through the plans. First image you see here is the site plan with Wacker Place on the top. That's Lower Wacker. It's a duplex street, so you're seeing the lower level where there's loading on the building. Along the right side is Garland, which is a sloping street that drops down from south to north as it enters the lower elevation. Oops. My goodness. Oh, sorry about that. This is the roof plan of the building, a site plan again. These are two images of the basement level, the lower level on the right, I'm sorry, on the left side, and the second floor on the right side, which is where an existing restaurant, Morton's, is located. They will remain through the renovation of the building. Third floor and typical floor plans. The third floor is going to be amenities for the residences in the building. The 4th through 24th floor will have 12 units per floor arranged around a single loaded corridor. There are a bank of 6 elevators in the building. We'll remove 3 that will allow for a new fire stair, and the fire escapes can come off the building. This is the top of the building where we have a rooftop, and we will have a public amenity space with outdoor and indoor community event space. Elevations of the building, we're about 290 feet to the top of the building. It's a steel skeleton construction wrapped in masonry. The windows are existing. So from the exterior, this project will not look really any different when it's done than it does today, but for the rooftop improvements. East side of the building, similar. Fire escapes, of course, have come off, and the facade will be cleaned. And then the south side of the building, again, no changes really other than a fire escape removal. West side of the building is blank. It's a party wall condition overlooking another building. We're going to be adding a few more windows that complete some of the openings up along the left side there. That's where you'll get a view of the river from the building. The existing office building will have, the new proposal will have 252 dwelling units in there. And this is just our traffic demand study that was done for the building. In terms of sustainable development policy, existing buildings are actually very well positioned to uphold sustainable goals. You're reusing not only the materials, but the invested intellectual property in those things. And these buildings tend to be turned around much more quickly than a new construction would. Some of the other features to get to the 50 points that are required is we are doing the basic bird protection. We have we have less than 40% glazing on the building, and we have 100% of the ARO units on site. And that's it. So I'm going to turn it back to Katie. Thank you.
Thanks again. For the record, Katie Jenke-Dale. As Ken just mentioned, we will be providing all of the required 20% ARO units on site. That comes out to 51 units overall at a weighted average of 60% AMI, 17 of which will be at 50% AMI or below, and 3 of those will be at or below 40%. And the unit mix and the AMIs are shown on this screen. The developer has initiated the process of reaching out to the DPS assist agencies as it advances towards construction of this $51 million investment. The project also clearly has the benefit of allowing the reuse and rehabilitation of this distressed office building. With that, we'll turn the presentation back over to DPD, but thank you for your time and consideration. We're available for any questions.
Again, for the record, Lewis Clayton with DPD. DPD has reviewed the proposal and concluded that it is appropriate for this site. It meets the criteria set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance, and its adoption will not have any adverse impacts on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Specifically, the proposal has undergone thorough public review by multiple city agencies. The proposal is compatible with its base zoning district of DX16 and will not negatively affect nearby developments. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that fit the character of the surrounding neighborhood and nearby properties. The proposal complies with all relevant standards and guidelines. It is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of use, density, and building scale. And public infrastructure and city services are adequate to support the proposed development. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for residential business plan development be approved and that the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant on this item? Nothing? Commissioner Burnett?
Just real quick, this is all private funds? Fantastic. So I just want to commend the alderman, commend you guys. I think it's fantastic to see we reconvert these buildings downtown, especially without any city funding. So congratulations. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Reyes?
So I appreciate that the affordable housing units are going to be in the building, the 51. I truly think that that's amazing. However, I noticed that 31 of the units are going to be at an income way above 60% because you're saying that the average, the weighted average is going to be around 60. So is there any opportunity that you can provide more units, more affordable? I'm not talking about 40 or 50. I'm not even going to mention 30. But maybe split what number of units are going to be at 60 and what others are going to be above 60 so you can get the weighted average at 60% AMI.
Thank you for the question. So we worked through the mix with DOH and according to what the arrow provides for. And in order, as you can see, actually you can't see it because the black box is covering it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
The way that does it lands at the overall weighted average being at 60%. You just can't see it because the 3 non-video participants are covering it.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Laspada?
I'll just be so brief. Love the project. This trend that we're getting to see in the conversion of commercial to residential downtown. Keep it going. Beautiful building. Love what we're doing. Also, to see you all doing the 2 bedrooms to like actually test a market that I think we're going to actually prove out is there, particularly in the affordable side for families. Love it. Really love the scope. And yeah, I need to dig more into the new sustainable development policy, but I like the way people are working it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can the development team just share with the commission, you have an existing retail tenant, correct, at the ground floor? Can you talk about the rest of the units? I know it's primarily residential, but it may be helpful just for the commission to just hear kind of what's forthcoming from a mixed use standpoint.
Anthony Rashowski with the development team. So currently the building has Morton Steak in the ground floor for the retail. There's a handful of tenants, currently office tenants in the building. It's approximately 25% occupied. And that is supposed to be roughly in February, 2% occupied. So 90% vacant building on the office. So once we go into the conversion, it will be effectively 2 floors of retail along the east half and then residential there above. It's currently very sort of spotty. There's some floors that have resident or office users who are like 2,000 feet, and then there's nothing else on the floor. There's some floors that, you know, are full, but there's no tenants that actually occupy the space. So I don't know if that totally answers the question, but that's sort of the dynamic that the building sees right now.
No, it definitely answered the question. And then just a quick follow-up, and I may have missed it because we went fast. Can you just talk about when you'll start the conversions from office to residential from a construction standpoint?
Sure. The goal is to commence construction sort of April, May of this year. I'm sorry, of next year. And it's about a 12-month build. So we're looking to deliver into what is a soft supply market in 2026 and late Q2 26.
Thank you. Commissioner Cadaquia?
Thanks. I just really want to attaboy when it comes up. You're doing a home run with doing the arrow on site, you're doing the bird glass, and you're reusing a building. And, you know, getting our loop occupied with residential and keeping it lively. So, you know, when I get a chance to say an attaboy, I feel like I should do it. So
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. And I see here that we do have a letter from Alderman Riley on this item. So if there are no more comments or questions, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 65 East Wacker Holdings 2 LLC for the property generally located at 65 East Wacker Place, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner La Espada. Second by Commissioner Boatright. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Abstain? Okay. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner La Espada? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Did I miss anyone? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Congratulations.
The next item today is listed as D3. A proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1408, submitted by MZ West Loop LLC for the property generally located at 1220 West Jackson Boulevard. The applicant proposes to convert existing ground floor retail space to 10 dwelling units. This is item 22574, and it's in the 27th ward. Omar, I can never say your last name, will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
I want to bring it over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Omar Smailobegovic with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1220 West Jackson Boulevard and is located within the near West Side community area within the 27th ward. The applicant, MZ West Loop LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of amending Residential Business Plan Development 1408. The applicant is requesting to amend the plan development to allow the conversion of existing ground floor commercial space into 10 additional residential dwelling units for a total of 176 units. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application due to the fact that the proposed changes result in more than a 5% increase in the maximum number of dwelling units allowed in the plan development. The subject site is located in the near West Side community area, which has seen very high population growth in the last 2 decades. The median estimated income is $83,575 with an average household size of 2.2. The site is located on West Jackson Boulevard between Racine Avenue and Throop Street. It is adjacent to several other existing residential buildings and a service parking lot. The site, which is located near a CTA Blue Line station and a CTA bus route on Madison Street, is considered a transit-served location. This slide shows the existing building in context to its surroundings, with the ground floor scope of the proposed changes highlighted. Here's another slide showing the building's context and its proximity to the loop. On this slide, these photos show the street level of the existing building and its surroundings. Photos 1 and 3 show the existing vacant ground floor retail space. Photo 4 shows the rear surface parking for the building. The applicable plans adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission include the Central Area Action Plan and the West Loop Design Guidelines. While the West Loop Design Guidelines have minimum minimal applicability to the proposed changes. The proposed increase in residential density is compatible with the Central Area Action Plan's goal of supporting dense residential growth to enhance the urban vibrancy and utilize existing urban infrastructure. I'll now turn the presentation over to the applicant team to discuss their proposal in greater detail.
All right, thank you, Omar. For the record, Michael Esger on behalf of the applicant, MZ West Loop LLC, and went the wrong way. Project timeline. This project was, as Omar mentioned, previously approved in 2018 after an extensive process at that time when it was in the 28th ward. It was approved, it was built with 166 units and ground floor commercial space that was attempted to be leased, but unfortunately was all this time never been able to be leased. It's an area on Jackson Boulevard that is west of Racine that is much more residential in nature. There's a lot of ground floor residential spaces, and so it was difficult to do that. So the proposal again is to just convert that existing 7,000 approximate square foot space into 10 residential units. We went through working with Alderman Burnett, the 27th Ward community process with meetings with the two community groups, West Central Association and Nowell. We also met with existing neighbors to the building to the north of us. And we have a strong letter of support from the West Central Association, as well as individual neighbors, two in particular from the condos to our north. Moving on, you can see the ground floor space. The area that is in question is obviously right in here. This is open retail, non-finished, not built out space, again, proposed for 10 units to add in. The blow up of this, you can see here, there are 1 bedrooms and 2 efficiencies, and landscaping will be improved because of the switch to residential. There's also, it's on a bike lane now. There was not a bike lane previously. That plays into our thinking along the lines of bicycles. We're adding 10 more bicycles, so we're maintaining the 1-to-1 bicycle parking, including outdoor bicycle parking spaces. The elevations are here for reference, but again, the only minor change would be on the ground floor here, for the change from like commercial glass and glazing to residential. You can see all 4 elevations, and here's the existing building again, with the bike lanes, and you can sort of see the residential nature to our west, to our north, all with ground floor uses. The building again, called the Jacks, is fully leased up with 20% affordable currently on site. At the time we did this, that was still at a time when there was a pilot and not everyone was putting all their affordable on site, but the development team chose to do that at that point. And working closely with Alderman Irvin and now Alderman Burnett is consistent with the 2021 ARO. In terms of sustainability, it was approved already with the 100-point matrix. And again, we're adding some features that help us with like the bicycle parking and also addressing bird-friendly glass. So we have an opportunity to upgrade that glass for the ground floor for it to make sure that it is bird-friendly. Stormwater is met and approved. And in terms of the ARO, although we're only adding 10 units right now, the team has decided, and we've been working closely with DOH to do something that hasn't been done that I'm aware of in the West Loop, which is to choose option 4. And instead of doing a 60% AMI, we're doing 130% AMI. So I know that you'll be happy, Commissioner Reyes. And that's something that, we worked closely with also Alderman Burnett in trying to strategize that. And we think that that makes sense. And the team was good to try to do this. We're also commitment, as always, in the 27th Ward for local hiring. And it's not a big job. It's just an interior build out of some switching the commercial to residential, but the commitment is still there. And we'll be working again with Communities Empowered through Construction CEC to do that. I'll turn it back over to Omar to wrap up. And then we're available for any questions. Thank you.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in general conformance with the applicable provisions of the zoning ordinance, and it is consistent with the applicable plans adopted by the Plan Commission and will not alter the existing building's floor area, ratio, bulk, or allowed uses. The proposed amendment is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. And the proposed amendment to Plan Development 1408 has been reviewed and received approval by the Chicago Department of Transportation, Chicago Fire Department, and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, and by stormwater reviewers for the City of Chicago. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Residential Business Plan Development 1408 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff or the applicant? No, not on this item. Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. I guess I can't vote on this, right? So, so I inherited this from the 28th Ward. Developer came to me because they haven't been able to rent out the commercial space. This is very similar to what we just did with the development downtown. It's just on a smaller scale. So this is a way to keep the economy going and keep bringing people to the neighborhood. Appreciate the 30% affordable housing. We had them meet with both of the community groups. One community group didn't like it, one community group did. So what I made sure they did was to get the input from the adjacent neighbors to make sure I hear from the people who's actually affected by it. And the people who are directly affected by it want that property to be filled in, and they support it 100%. So I really gave the vote to the people who live there. So they're in support of it. I'm in support of it. Ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the alderman or any other comments? No? Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development number 1408? Submitted by MZ West Loop LLC for the property generally located at 1220 West Jackson Boulevard, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatwright. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Reyes. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatwright. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield. Thank you. I have a recusal for Commissioner Burnett, Alderman Burnett. Commissioner Escareño. Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia. Thank you. Commissioner La Espada. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Reyes. Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. And that is it. Motion passes. Thank you.
You leave it?
The next item today is listed as D4, a proposed amendment River Edge Manufacturing Plan Development number 553, submitted by QTS Investment Properties Chicago LLC for the property generally located at 2800 South Ashland Avenue. The applicant proposes to construct a second data center building on the property consisting of approximately 366,000 square feet of data center space and 80,000 square feet of accessory office and loading areas. The existing data center would remain. A total of 309 surface parking spaces would provide accessory parking for both buildings. The overall FAR for the plan development will be 1.0. This is item 22536, and this is in the 12th ward. James Winter will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is James Gwinner with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, QTS Investment Properties LLC, proposes to rezone the subject property from River Edge Manufacturing Plan Development number 553 to River Edge Manufacturing Plan Development number 553 as amended to permit the construction of a second data center on the property consisting of approximately 366,000 square feet of data center space and 80,000 square feet of accessories, office, and loading areas. The existing data center on the site would remain. A total of 309 surface car parking spaces will provide accessory parking for both buildings. The existing electric substation will also remain. The overall FAR will be 1.0. The subject site is located in the Lower West Side community area in Alderwoman Julia Ramirez's 12th ward, immediately adjacent to Alderwoman Lee's 11th ward. The area contains 33,000 residents and nearly 12,000 households, and a median household income of approximately $52,000. Existing land uses in the neighborhood include or are primarily planned manufacturing districts and other PDs with a commercial or manufacturing focus. Now I will turn the presentation over to Mariah DeGrino, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of this proposal.
Thank you, James. Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper, again located at 444 West Lake. I represent the applicant in this matter, QTS Investment Properties Chicago LLC. I'm joined by representatives from QTS as well as from the project architect. As James noted, the subject property is located on the west side of Ashland Avenue, south of the Chicago River. The site was home to the Chicago Sun-Times printing plant. The Sun-Times ended its operations at the plant in 2011. QTS acquired the property in 2014 and has repurposed it as a data center. It is located in the 12th ward, but is also very close to the 11th ward border as well. The subject property is surrounded predominantly by industrial uses, kind of fanning out into commercial and then eventually residential in the broader neighborhood. If you do see the green area surrounding the site, that is public open space, Canal Port Riverwalk Park, which is owned by the Chicago Park District. It surrounds the subject property on the site on the north and west, separating the subject property from the Chicago River. The park was created in 2001 in connection with a plan of development related to the subject property as well as additional land to the south. The Chicago Park District, as I mentioned, is the owner of the park, and the area is not part of this PD. We're looking at an aerial view of the existing conditions looking north along Ashland Avenue. The development site appears in the background behind the existing building. We're now looking at an aerial view from the north, again looking south along Ashland Avenue. The development site appears in the foreground. We're looking at existing condition photos. I'll point out the photo on the upper left corner is showing you the entrance to Canal Port Riverwalk Park. And the photo on the upper left of this is also showing you the entrance to Canal Port Riverwalk Park at the southwest corner of the site. Existing views from the river as well as from Ashland Avenue. The site is well served by transit, well within the 2,640-foot radius of the Orange Line CTA station on Ashland. The number 9 Ashland bus stops in front of the property as well. The site is located in the Pilsen Industrial Corridor, which recognizes the importance of urban industrial uses as an economic engine. QTS has worked closely with the community, holding several meetings and conferences with the McKinley Park Development Council, as well as Alderman Ramirez and Alderman Lee. Throughout this process, the community identified a need for improved connectivity between Canal Origins Park on the east side of Ashland and Canal Port Riverwalk Park. In addition, QTS has incorporated a metal perforated screen wall in response to community input. We'll get to some of those details in further slides here. This is showing you the site plan with the existing data center building, which will remain, and the proposed new data center building built to the north. This is showing you landscaping improvements. The developer has agreed to populate the site substantially with trees, as you can kind of see in the colored areas. Just to kind of also orient you to some existing conditions. On the upper right-hand corner is an existing substation that will remain and will continue to serve the property. The developer does plan a new entry plaza area planted with native plantings. You're looking at an enlarged plan for that on the right-hand side of the screen. And we're showing you a rendered view of the new building, which you can see again in the kind of the right-hand side of the property. You'll note the red banding, which is consistent with QTS's brand, with office space in the front of the building, fronting on Ashland, kind of providing more of a commercial-oriented feel with the data halls behind it. And another view of the rendered image from the southeast this time. This view is showing a rendering of the new building, again, that red banding, consistent with QTS's branding. And what we're looking at in the foreground is the crosswalk from across Ashland Avenue from Canal Origins. And this is one of the things that was very important to the community that QTS has incorporated into their plan. The existing connectivity, the existing sidewalk connection between Canal Origins on the east side of Ashland and going into Canal Port Riverwalk Park on the west side is awkward at best. So what QTS has agreed to do in what you're seeing here in the rendered image is to extend a sidewalk onto its property, crossing its driveway and providing that connection into Canal Port Riverwalk Park, which appears off screen on the right-hand side. This is showing vehicular circulation throughout the site with entrances. The existing entrance on South Ashland will continue to be used. And then there's an exit point on West Marketplace Road, which is a private access drive, but looks and feels a lot like a public street. On the right hand is the pedestrian circulation. Pedestrians are expected to arrive via Ashland Avenue, whether arriving from the bus stop or the Orange Line CTA station. I'm going to spin through the floor plans. What you're looking at in yellow here would be the data halls where the servers are located. And the pink areas are more of the conventional office space that would be accessory to the data center. And a rooftop plan giving you a sense of the footprint of the building and the rooftop equipment. We're showing you the building elevations, a mix of glass and other materials. We're going to get to some of those more details on some of these subsequent slides here. Showing insulated precast, concrete, composite metal panels, showing you that red banding, again, calling out the QTS branding. I do want to highlight in the bottom image, this area here, the black banding is a perforated metal screen wall. And again, this was designed in consultation with the community. What we're not showing, but what will eventually appear on the perforations will be actual images. The perforations will be designed to create images. So we are working with the. Did you? Okay. I saw maybe a breath of question or something. QTS is working with the community and, led by Alderman Ramirez and Alderman Lee to understand the kind of imagery that the community might like to see incorporated into that perforated screen panel. And so that would be, of course, visible from the Riverwalk. And what it's doing is it's screening the emergency generators that are required to serve the data halls. another view kind of from the northwest of the building. You can see sort of this screening wall again from a different vantage point. These are the black and white 2D elevations, not as exciting as the previous images. So I want to point out here too, on this plan, this is showing you the sidewalk improvements that are proposed in response to the community's concerns about connections into Canalport Riverwalk Park. So what we're showing is the crosswalk at Ashland. This is where Canal Origins Park, that entrance, connects with the crosswalk. Currently, you end up on Ashland Avenue. The sidewalk is right on the street. There's no parkway there. So what QTS is going to be doing is actually extending that onto their property, allowing people to cross over the driveway. This will be a new sidewalk here that will connect into the park. This is showing you the fence line for the park itself, and so it will continue into Canalport Riverwalk Park. The project will achieve 100 points on the city's sustainable development policy menu through a variety of strategies shown here, including enhanced bird protection. Stormwater management will comply with the city's stormwater requirements through a new underground detention vault that will provide required detention for the entire site. As noted here, the vault will be oversized to accommodate the current volume control storage requirements. The developer is targeting 26 and 6% MBE WBE participation and 50% local workforce participation, and is looking into hiring a consultant to help them achieve and exceed those goals. The project costs are about approximately $300 million, estimated to produce about 150 construction jobs and 30 permanent jobs. Again, kind of somewhat dependent on the actual tenants and users of the data center itself. I've noted previously in the presentation about some improvements that we've made, the improved connectivity with Canalport Riverwalk Park, the perforated screen wall, and then of course increased economic activity with relatively minimal traffic and other sort of external land use impacts associated with the data center. I will let James wrap up with the recommendations.
Thank you, Mariah. For the record again, this is James Gwinner with the DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed development is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. It is designed to reinforce desirable urban features in the surrounding area. It ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. And through improved access to the Canalport Riverwalk, it promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, and promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the plan development and zoning map amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We did have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Christy Contores. I don't know if there's anybody left. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant on this item? Commissioner Escareno?
The access to the Riverwalk, that is not part of park property. Am I correct in that? Is that on the private property, and does it have access to the general public?
Thank you. The proposed access point would be on QTS property and would connect, so it would connect from that Ashland crosswalk, travel onto QTS property, and then connect into the Park District's property.
So it's proper flow from the Park District property through the, while it's not public, through the access of the river bank.
Yes.
If you will. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And then you will be charged with the maintenance of that river walk. I know that the commitment to the community was that crosswalk for safety purposes. In other words, right here. So this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we do not own the park district.
No, right. I'm talking about the right. All of the all around.
Yeah, I'm going to say the fence line to the park. I think the Park District's property is right about here. And so QTS would be responsible for this extension here and then connect the sidewalk connecting into the public right of way here.
And now a separate question is whether the access to the river walk along the river to the right of the image, that's all your property.
This is all Park District.
Oh, it's all us too? Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
sorry.
might be able
So
to
then
find a
that's us.
good-
So, but we're abutting, because you mentioned something about the river walk and it confused me a bit. So is there any access point that then you are now opening? Or no, you're still enclosed throughout that entire
Yes,
area?
our site is completely enclosed from the Riverwalk.
it.
The only points of access to the Riverwalk would be at the southeast corner. It connects directly into what's called West Marketplace Road. And I can go to a photo of that.
Yeah.
So what
Right here.
you're seeing here, this is, oops, wrong one. Okay. This is the southeast entrance to Canalport Riverwalk Park. This does not, this crosses over private property that is, I think, impressed with an easement. It's part of this marketplace access road. But this is really confined. It's direct access into the road here. This is not traversing over, QTS's secure campus here. So that's the access point on the southeast side. This is the current access point. Am I pushing the right button here? That you see here. This is direct access from the public right of way into the Park District's property. This does not cross over QTS's property currently.
And then maybe I'm overcomplicating it, but then I guess the divider between the park and your property, there is a fence or something that
There
separates
is a
it. Got it.
fence
Okay, throughout.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a good photo of it. I don't know if I can find a good photo of it. There is a fence. That's not getting there.
And it's more just for safety and,
Oh, yes.
you know what I mean? So I wasn't sure where the separating line was, more on the riverside and whether there is a clear separation. I know what the community wants, and I'm glad to see that you're actually addressing it here.
Yeah.
That's great. I was just talking about just the general separation between the actual private property versus the park property throughout the entire river.
There is a
front area.
clear delineation. There is a perimeter fence surrounding that the Park District actually has on its sort of exterior perimeter. And there is a security fence clearly delineating the property line between the Park District Riverwalk and QTS's site.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. And we do have a letter on file from Alderwoman Ramirez. Anything from Alderperson Lee? No. Okay. Okay, verbal support. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we do have letters of support from both Alderwomen Lee and Ramirez.
Perfect. Thank you. So if there are no more questions or comments, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment? River Edge Manufacturing Plan Development number 553 submitted by QTS Investment Properties Chicago LLC for the property generally located at 2800 South Ashland Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Escareño, second by Commissioner La Espada. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks. Thank you. Commissioner Burnfield. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño. Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia. Thank you. Commissioner La Espada. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Reyes. Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. Got everybody? Yep. Motion passes. Thank you. Two more. Nope. Okay, next item today is D5. A resolution seeking the adoption of the Cicero Avenue Corridor Study. The study was a collaborative effort of the Department of Planning and Development and the Department of Transportation to investigate transportation and land use policy improvements to support investment, safety, and revitalization along Cicero Avenue between I-55 and Marquette Road. The proposed included a year-long community engagement process between summer 2021 and summer 2022. In addition, the study was posted online and available to receive additional community feedback prior to this presentation. And this is located in the 13th, 14th, 22nd, and 23rd wards. Nolan will present the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Nolan Zaroff with the Department of Planning and Development. The item before you is the Cicero Avenue Corridor Study. This study was presented at Plan Commission on September 19th, and today we're presenting it again for formal adoption. The draft plan was posted online for public comment for 30 days, and we received no comments during that period. This study was a collaborative effort of the Department of Planning and Development and the Department of Transportation to investigate transportation and land use improvements along the corridor that could support new investment, improve safety, and revitalization. The Cicero Avenue Corridor Study encompasses a 3.2-mile segment of South Cicero Avenue between Interstate 55 and Marquette Road. The study was completed in coordination with the 13th, 14th, 22nd, and 23rd wards and covers portions of the Clearing, Garfield Ridge, West Elsdon, and West Lawn community areas. This presentation will provide a broad overview of the subject areas and types of content that are contained within the report. And I'm going to try and go fast through this, but the full 130-page report is available online. Here you can see the general study area with Cicero Avenue Corridor itself outlined in yellow. I will note these are the old ward boundaries, but the same 4 wards cover the corridor in the latest ward remap. The area has an overall population of about 112,000 people, 26% of which are white, 3% African American, and nearly 70% are Hispanic or Latino. The area is generally younger, and household incomes range from $64,000 to $90,000. The Cicero Avenue Corridor Study analyzed roadway conditions and private development along the corridor in order to develop alternatives for corridor redevelopment. The study includes both a transportation and infrastructure section and a land use section and outlines a series of goals that aim to address the needs of all users of the corridor and position Cicero Avenue for future investment. Ultimately, the study aims to provide an enduring plan for the revitalization of Cicero Avenue that improves vibrancy, livability, functionality, and safety along the corridor. In terms of public engagement, the study included more than 30 touch points with the community, local elected officials, relevant city and state agencies, and other key stakeholders. Materials were also provided in English and Spanish. Here you can see an overview of some of the engagement details of the study. Based on our analysis and what we heard, the existing conditions are summarized on this slide. The main takeaway, which is no surprise, is that Cicero Avenue is a car-centric corridor with safety and accessibility issues for all users. This includes speeding, a high number of automobile crashes at major intersections, and a lack of pedestrian safety with little buffer between pedestrians and cars, poor sidewalk conditions, and long street crossings. Land use follows a similar auto-oriented pattern. The Cicero Avenue study identified 4 distinct character zones along the corridor. Each zone varies in character based on land use, building pattern, and roadway characteristics. The northern and southern gateways have larger development typologies. The community commercial zone between 46th and 53rd Streets has a finer grain mix of buildings and business types. And then the Midway Airport zone is defined mostly by transportation infrastructure and airport uses. These character zones help to inform and define infrastructure and land use recommendations along the corridor. In terms of recommendations, the study examined existing street cross sections along the corridor and presents concept alternatives for increased pedestrian and vehicular safety. The analysis showed that eliminating travel lanes is not feasible due to high traffic volumes. However, by narrowing the center medians and right-sizing the wider travel lanes, additional space could be allocated to the pedestrian zones. Alternatives for improvement include either a reduction in the size of the landscaped median or a replacement of it with a 6-foot concrete median so that that extra width could be allocated to the pedestrian zones on the sides. All the alternatives would increase the number of street trees along the corridor. Second, a placemaking toolbox was provided to recommend improvements that would support walkability, safety, connectivity, greening, and community character. Improvements could include new lighting, street furniture, curb extensions, landscaping, enhanced crosswalks, gateways, and other bike and pedestrian safety elements. The study also developed urban design themes to sort of unify the branding of the corridor. These themes are based on various elements like the airport's location at the heart of the neighborhood, City of Chicago design standards, iconic landmarks, natural features, or the colorful images that evoke a sense of community and diversity along the corridor. The study also catalogs all vacant lots, buildings, and underutilized sites along the corridor and articulates a series of conceptual development scenarios that illustrate best practices for land use, site planning, and public realm activation. These best practices are illustrated across a series of 7 conceptual site development scenarios that provide ideas on how new development can best engage with the street, improve curb appeal, provide neighborhood-serving uses and amenities, and increase pedestrian safety along the corridor. The study also provides a set of design guidelines that cover areas such as public space, programming, site design, massing, facade, and sustainability. And finally, the study includes an implementation section that provides cost estimates and phasing for public realm improvements, funding options, and a resource guide for local investors, businesses, and community organizations to take the lead in improving the corridor. The Department of Planning and Development, in collaboration with the Chicago Department of Transportation, recommends adoption of the Cicero Avenue Corridor Study for the following reasons. It provides recommendations for public realm improvements for CDOT and IDOT to consider as they develop their capital investment and funding plans. It provides best practices for site planning, design, and land use to inform investors, developers, and DPD as it reviews development proposals. And it articulates an enduring vision for the revitalization of Cicero Avenue that city departments, businesses, investors, and community organizations can use collaboratively to realize. With that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Great summary, Nolan. Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I just want to congratulate Nolan and his team and just acknowledge the work that they put in. This has been years in the making and just real engagement. You all often hear me talk about authentic community engagement, and that's what my team is doing, working with the alders and working with the residents and stakeholders. So I just wanted to say great job to you and the team. This type of work yields economic investment, but this is the work that's necessary to attract the investment that we know our communities deserve. So great job, Nolan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Espada?
So it's, well, that's loud. It's an exciting plan. I'm excited to dig more into it. I'm very curious because there's a lot that is objective and data informed and deeply interested here. When colleagues, I'm looking at this character zone piece. Could you elaborate on that? I'm particularly interested from a subjective perspective. How do people want the corridor to feel? How do they want people to describe their experience of the corridor?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you. So as you mentioned, the character zones are really based on kind of an on-the-ground survey. So just experientially, how do those different areas feel, but also in terms of like development type. So again, the North and South gateways have more like national retailers, big box development. The Midway zone is very passive. It's a lot of landscaping. The community commercial area though does feel finer grained. There's smaller businesses. It feels a little more comfortable actually to like walk that area. I think, you know, through all of the engagement that we've done, you know, folks do want to see this as a vibrant, walkable, safe corridor. I think there's a long way to get there. And it also, you know, still has to function as a major thoroughfare and major, you know, connector to Midway Airport. But I think, you know, especially with some of the public realm ideas that CDOT has put together here, there are ways to, you know, increase the amount of pedestrian space, kind of provide a little more buffer between pedestrians and the travel lanes, and just make it a more comfortable experience. But they're long-term solutions, obviously.
Yeah, the Northern Gateway, this is up by the future and past Leclerc Court site.
Correct.
Very interesting.
And they were involved in the engagement too. So they've been involved in this as well. And we're making, you know, we made sure that kind of the design that they're doing at Leclerc Courts also complements and enhances the corridor.
Okay. All right. Excited to talk to my colleagues more about this. Thank you.
I want to ask questions.
So can you go back to the slide that shows the sidewalk? Are you proposing are you already selecting the alternative, or this is still pending?
This was all conceptual. I think for CDOT to move forward with actual design and engineering, there would have to be additional analysis and engagement done.
Okay, but so these are the two options that they are going to study.
Mhm.
Okay, so when more or less it will be the implementation plan?
The timing?
Yeah, yes, when this is going to be real, whatever option is decided.
So that would, in terms of actual public realm improvements, that would be a question I would have to defer to CDOT on, who were not able to join me today. In terms of the land use, though, we're implementing this stuff right now. So whenever, proposals for new developments come in, we're comparing those site plans and designs to the recommendations in this study.
Is this an IDOT or CDOT controlled roadway?
It's IDOT.
There's the rub. All right, thank you.
Is that because of the airport? Or
Cicero, I think is it's just a state road.
okay.
Yeah.
any other questions or comments? No. No. Okay. And there's a long list of other people here. Do we have letters of support? Okay, thank you. So if there are no more questions or comments, we'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a resolution seeking the adoption of the Cicero Avenue corridor study, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Second by Commissioner Tillman. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner La Espada? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, one more item. The last item today is listed as D6, a resolution seeking to adopt the ground floor commercial design guidelines. The guidelines build off of the previously adopted neighborhood design guidelines and the ground floor residential on commercial corridors design guidelines. The document provides specific recommendations and best practice examples for future design review of renovation and new construction ground floor commercial project proposals along Chicago's commercial corridors, and will create a set of user-friendly and best practice examples for non-design professionals, including small business owners and small property owners. These design guidelines are meant to be a resource and clarify best practices. They're not taking policy positions, changing ordinances, or imposing additional requirements or processes. And this is citywide. Frank will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. We're almost there.
Okay, good almost evening, everyone. I had morning written down. For the record, my name is Frank Krizak with the Department of Planning and Development. In September, we provided an informational presentation on the ground floor commercial design guidelines. And today I'll just do a very brief summary and walk through the changes that we made per the feedback that we received from the commission in September and then from 3 community organizations, which consisted mostly of just some constructive comments. The main changes that have been made are some new photos representing a wider array of Chicago neighborhoods, and a more robust section on security features and some photo examples of security features. Briefly, neighborhoods that are represented in the guidelines include Back of the Yards, Bronzeville, Austin, Chinatown, Pilsen, Logan Square, Avalon Park, Clearing, Hyde Park, Inglewood, Little Village, Bridgeport, and many more. So here's the timeline. As a reminder, we awarded Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill with a contract through a task order request in October 2023. And as previously mentioned, this is the third in DPD's package of design guidelines. So the purpose of the guidelines are to create a set of user-friendly design guidelines and best practices for non-design professionals for future design review and renovation of new construction on ground floor commercial project proposals. And for these guidelines too, once these are hopefully adopted, we will definitely be targeting going out into commercial corridors, marketing, doing webinars, and really trying to get these out, into the hands of business service organizations, chambers, et cetera, et cetera. So we will have a robust plan to really get these out there because we don't want this to just, sit on a shelf. So as I mentioned, these are primarily for renovations and new construction. And this is not an exhaustive document, but does have many, many examples and recommendations. And I like to clarify this every time I talk about them, but this document is not taking policy positions, changing ordinances, or imposing any additional requirements or any processes. Briefly, these are just the corridors that were part of SOM's initial exploration, so they had good coverage of the entire city. And then really, the reason we're doing this is because we're always seeing a lot of commercial design challenges for ground floor uses. And here are just some examples of some kind of common challenges that we see. And to follow that, here are just some solutions, some examples that kind of reference the previous slide. And I'll point out on this slide, some of you have seen this presentation before. The bottom left corner is a new photo in the design guidelines. Me, Nora, and our colleague had a bit of a field trip a few weeks ago and took a bunch of pictures on the west side. So MacArthur's is now in there as an example of good signage. The structure of the design guidelines it's broken down into kind of three buckets. So there's site design, facade design, and then finally at the end of the document are case studies. And then on this slide too, you'll see another new photo. The mural in the top right hand corner is from a building on the west side as an example of good mural artwork. So for the site design guideline objectives, we have landscaping and access and entries. The bottom left photo is another one we have from Bronzeville, Sip and Savor on 47th and Michigan. And then moving on, we have facade proportions and context, facade details and styles, and facade materials. And following that, we have doors and windows. And so this is the most prominent change we made in the design guidelines. From the feedback that we got, there were a lot of folks kind of asking about security features. What do they do, aside from security cameras? So we kind of beefed up our security section. So security features like shutters and vertical bars should be mounted on the inside, removable during business hours, and allow clear views through the glass when the business is closed. And if shutters can't be mounted inside, they must be flush with the facade. designed attractively to complement the building's architecture and open fully. So the bottom two photos are also new. Some good examples that we found from around the city. The one on the bottom left-hand corner is an example of kind of a creative, unique, way of doing this that does complement the building and the business's brand. And those open fully when the business are retractable. They open fully when the business is open. And then the one on the bottom right-hand side is an example. Oh yeah, you can see it. Those shutters are actually, the business is closed, so you can still see into the business when it's closed. So we thought that was a very nice kind of example of what we are highlighting. And for signage, we are looking at, signage and exterior lighting. An example on this page is another new photo we took of Batoy's on the west side as well as an example of good blade signage. And then the last kind of section for the document itself is case studies. So these examples are meant to kind of give users of these guidelines just sort of tangible examples of what you can do in showing, how you can kind of transform, building your commercial storefront, in a very, very tasteful way. So that is really all I have. There were not a lot of changes. We got some, like I said, constructive comments, but not a ton of changes were really brought up. So it was mainly that security section and providing coverage throughout the city. I'm trying to be fast.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Okay, any questions or comments from the commissioners? We all like the photos.
We love the photos and the thoughtfulness, and you responded very well. I think it was Alderwoman Dow that said, can we have more representation?
Yes.
Businesses on the south side and west side as part of those examples. So thank you all, you and your team, for taking the time and doing the thoughtful research. This is really great work. So kudos to you and the team for just the thoughtfulness that went behind both the case studies and the models for what we can see to help make our corridors even more vibrant. We've got vibrant businesses and we want them to be even more inviting. So thank you for your team's effort on this.
Anyone else? No. I see tired faces. We are happy, but we're tired. Okay. If not, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Yeah. Do I have a motion? Where am I? Do I have a motion on a resolution seeking to adopt the ground floor commercial design guidelines, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? So move. Boatright and Brooks. Okay, thank you. Roll call vote. Boatright. Thank you. Brooks. Yes. Brumfield. Yes. Flores. Yes. Cadaquia. Yes. Thank you. La Espada. Thank you. Murphy. Thank you. Reyes. Thank you. And Tillman. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Whew. This concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Thank you. I will call names. Boatright, Brooks, Brumfield, Flores, yes. Cadaquia, yes. Murphy. I think I skipped La Espada. Thank you. Reyes. Yes. Thank you. And Tillman. Thank you. Whew. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 4:51.